Story 1. My boyfriend called me ugly in front of his friends and left me at a restaurant, making me pay for dinner while he walked away. He said loudly, "A girl like you should be grateful I even went out with you." I smiled and calmly waited. This morning, my phone exploded with 13 missed calls. Guys, I'm still processing what happened last weekend. I keep replaying it in my head, wondering if I somehow imagined it all. But nope, my maxed-out credit card and the ice cream stains on my couch confirm it was very real. For context, I'd been with Ryan for 2 years. 2 years, not just some casual fling or anything. We had our established routine. Netflix marathons on Sundays, awkward Christmas dinners with both families, and even that weird couples yoga class he insisted on trying. Which, let's be honest, we both sucked at. Things weren't perfect between us, are they ever? But I thought we were good. We talked about maybe moving in together this summer. He had those little annoying habits, leaving his socks literally everywhere, texting during movies, and making those helpful comments about my appearance. Things like, "That shirt makes your arms look bigger," or "Have you thought about trying a different hairstyle?" I always brushed it off, like he was just being honest. Ugh, past me was so naive. So last Friday, Ryan texted me about dinner with some work friends. He'd never really included me in his work life before, always saying it wasn't professional or whatever. So I was actually excited. I even went shopping for a new outfit, RIP my budget, and spent forever getting ready. I'm talking full YouTube makeup tutorial, the fancy hair straightener I only use for special occasions, the whole shebang. I got to the super expensive downtown restaurant, the kind of place with tiny portions and no prices on the menu, red flag number 1. Ryan was already there with 2 guys he works with, Leonard and Pablo. The moment I walk up, there's this weird vibe. Ryan barely acknowledges me, just half rises from his chair and gives a quick, "You're late." I was literally 2 minutes late because parking was impossible. I sit down and he looks at my outfit and goes, "Oh, you're wearing that." Not quietly either. His friends exchange a look, and I immediately feel my face getting hot. For the record, I was wearing a dark blue dress I thought looked nice. Nothing crazy or inappropriate. I try to laugh it off, like, did I miss some dress code? But he just shrugs and says they already ordered appetizers. Great. The next hour is basically Ryan talking about work, stuff I don't understand, while his friends nod along. Every time I try to join the conversation, Ryan either talks over me or explains why I'm wrong about whatever I just said. At one point, I mentioned something about a customer at my store and Ryan interrupted with, "She doesn't really understand how things work in the real business world," accompanied by this dismissive handwave, like working in retail isn't a real job. I've been a manager for 3 years. I was sitting there feeling increasingly uncomfortable, wondering if Ryan had always been this condescending and I just never noticed, or if he was trying to impress his friends. Either way, it wasn't a good look. Then Leonard asks how we met, and I start to tell the story about how his coworker, Vanessa, is my best friend, and she set us up. Ryan cuts me off mid-sentence and says, "Yeah, Vanessa felt bad for her. I was basically doing her a favor," and then laughs. Ouch. My stomach literally dropped. That wasn't even close to how it actually happened. Vanessa had actually warned me about Ryan's ego before setting us up, but said he was a good guy deep down. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, mostly to avoid crying in front of them. While I'm in the stall, I text Vanessa, "What the hell is going on?" That's when I get a notification that Ryan just tagged himself at this restaurant on Instagram with the caption "Boys Night," like I wasn't even there. Vanessa called me immediately, but I sent it to voicemail because I didn't want the guys to hear me crying. I splashed water on my face, trying to hold it together for the rest of dinner. When I got back to the table, they were all laughing about something, but stopped abruptly when I sat down. Great. The waiter brought our entrees and Ryan kept making fun of what I ordered. I got pasta, one of the least expensive options because I was already worried about the bill. And he kept making comments like, "Carb loading for a marathon," and "That's a bold choice for someone with your body type." Each comment felt like a little paper cut, and they were adding up fast. At that point, I was barely eating, just pushing food around my plate and counting down the minutes until I could leave. Then Pablo asked Ryan about a presentation, and Ryan started telling this story about how his boss loved his ideas, and he's basically running the whole project now. Something clicked in my brain. The week before, Ryan had been stressing about this same presentation, saying his part was only 5 minutes long and he was nervous. Now, suddenly, he's the star of the show. It's like he was living in some alternate universe where he's the main character. Then the bill comes. The waiter sets it down and Ryan grabs it, looks at it for a second, then slides it over to me. I thought he was just showing me the total. But then he says, and I'll never forget this, you know what? I don't think this is working. I just stared at him, waiting for it to be a joke, but it wasn't. I've been trying to make this work, but I'm just not attracted to you anymore. I think we should break up. Seriously? This is how you decide to do it? In the middle of a restaurant, in front of your friends, after 2 years together? Who the hell does that? I was completely stunned. Are you serious? Right now? Like this. He stood up, grabbed his jacket, and said, and it still makes my stomach clench to remember it. A girl like you should be grateful I even went out with you this long. It's not like you're exactly a prize. And he left. He and his friends just walked out, all laughing together, leaving me sitting there with a $347 bill for all their stupid steak and berries and fancy appetizers and cocktails. The waiter came over with this pitying look that made everything feel 1,000 times worse. I paid the bill with my credit card, which I'm still trying to pay off from Christmas. Great. And somehow I managed to make it to my car without completely falling apart. I called Vanessa from the parking lot, crying so hard she couldn't even understand me at first. She came straight over to my apartment with a pint of Ben & Jerry's and a bottle of wine, a true MVP. Between sobbing hysterically and stress-eating cookie dough, I told her everything. She was furious, so much so that I had to convince her not to go over to Ryan's place and make a scene. That's when she started acting weird. She kept asking questions about what Ryan had said about work, the project he mentioned, his role at the company. Finally, she said, Sabrina, I don't know how to tell you this, but Ryan isn't who he says he is at work. Turns out, Ryan isn't some hotshot marketing expert about to get a promotion. He's an assistant who gets coffee, runs errands, and schedules meetings. All those business trips, completely made up. The big presentation, he was just making the slides for the actual team. The fancy title he had on his LinkedIn profile, totally fake. I felt like a complete idiot. For 2 years, this guy had been lying to me about basically everything, and I never questioned it. What else had he lied about? That night, after Vanessa left, I went into full-on detective mode. I couldn't stop replaying that moment at the restaurant in my head, how he made me feel so small, how humiliated I was. At like 3 a.m., I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. Hey, it's Cody from Ryan's work. Vanessa gave me your number. There are some things you should know. That's when things got really interesting. Update 1. First of all, thank you so much for all the supportive comments on my last post. I literally cried reading some of them, but in a good way. It was truly comforting. A lot of you asked for an update, so here's what happened next in this absolutely bonkers situation. After finding out from Cody, Ryan's coworker, that my boyfriend of 2 years had been living in a self-made fantasy world, I spent the next few days trapped in that nasty post-breakup fog. You know, that phase where you alternate between crying into a pint of ice cream and furiously scrolling through old photos, wondering if any of it was real. My apartment looked like a disaster zone. Dishes piled up, clothes everywhere, and approximately 7 empty DoorDash bags, because cooking felt impossible. The worst part was, I kept having those moments where I'd think of something funny to tell Ryan, and then remember what happened. It was like being dumped over and over again. My head kept spinning. Did that really happen? How did I not see this before? I'd also been avoiding social media because I knew Ryan would post something annoying. But Wednesday morning, I caved and checked Instagram. And of course, there he was, gym selfie with the caption, "Level up. Not your world." Seriously? The audacity. I almost threw my phone across the room. That night, Vanessa came over with takeout and found me wrapped in my blanket like a sad burrito. She's been amazing through all of this, making sure I eat actual food, patiently listening to me rant about the same things over and over, and never once saying, "I told you so," even though she was suspicious of Ryan from the start. While we were eating, Vanessa showed me the texts she'd been exchanging with Cody. Apparently, they'd been talking quite a bit, and he had some tea to spill. According to Cody, Ryan had been telling everyone at work that he dumped me because I was clingy and kept talking about marriage. Excuse me? What the actual hell? I wasn't the one who made a Pinterest board titled, "Our Future Home Ideas." Yes, Ryan had one of those, and claimed it was research for a work project. Sure, January. But that wasn't the worst part. Cody dropped the real bomb. Ryan hadn't just been lying about his job title. He was currently on probation, his trial period, for taking credit for other people's work and could be fired any day. All those nights he claimed to be working late. He was actually desperately trying to fix his mistakes before anyone noticed. The business trips, all fabricated. I was still trying to process all of this when my phone rang. It was Tina, Ryan's mom. I almost didn't answer, so awkward, but I figured I should be the adult about it. Tina had always been super sweet to me, the kind of person who remembers your birthday and actually asks how you're doing. She sounded concerned and asked if everything was okay between Ryan and me. Apparently, he told his family that we'd had a little argument, but that everything was fine. A little argument. The man humiliated me in public, dumped me in front of his friends, and left me with a massive bill. I tried to be vague, telling her we were taking some time, because I didn't want to put her in the middle. But then she mentioned Ryan's birthday dinner on Saturday, and how excited the whole family was to see me there. Guys, I almost choked on my noodles. Ryan had told his parents that we were still together and that I was going to be at his birthday dinner. And not only that, he'd told them we had big news to share. After hanging up, I just sat there in shock, while Vanessa stared at me like I'd grown a second head. She just said, "Is he insane, or just a compulsive liar?" Honestly, I was starting to wonder the same thing. That's when we came up with the plan. I wasn't going to ignore his family, because they'd always been kind to me and they deserved to know what kind of person Ryan really was. But I also wasn't going to make a scene or be vindictive. I was just going to go to the dinner as planned and let the truth come out naturally. The next day, I met Cody for coffee. It was a little awkward, because I only knew him through Ryan, but he turned out to be really nice. He confirmed everything I already knew and added even more details about Ryan's work lies. The team Ryan claimed to be leading was actually just him and 2 interns. The big presentation he supposedly spearheaded last month, he was just clicking through the slides while his boss presented. Cody seemed genuinely upset for me, saying he'd always thought Ryan's stories about me sounded weird. Apparently, Ryan used to complain at work about how I was too demanding, when in reality, I was the one paying for most of our dates towards the end because Ryan claimed to be between paychecks, which I now realize probably meant he was terrible with money. Midway through our conversation, Cody got a text from his boss, asking if he could come in Saturday night to help with an urgent project. Cody was annoyed because he already had plans, but then I had an idea. What if Cody had to drop something off at Ryan's parents' house right during the birthday dinner? The timing would be perfect. While we were finalizing the details, my phone buzzed with a text from Ryan. It was the first one since the restaurant debacle, and it just said, "We need to talk about what happened." I may have overreacted a bit. Overreacted? I showed Cody the text, and he almost spit out his coffee. Overreacted, he said, still clutching his mug, is getting annoyed when someone's late. Not publicly humiliating your girlfriend of 2 years and leaving her with a $300 bill. I didn't reply. Let him stew. The next 2 days were a whirlwind of preparation, because this time, I wasn't going in unprepared. I spent hours scrolling through old texts and compiling all his lies. Dates he claimed to be working, conferences that never existed, stories about coworkers that Cody confirmed were made up, even photos Ryan had posted of supposed work events that were actually just stock images lifted directly from the company website. Friday night, Vanessa came over to help me pick out what to wear. I'm not going to lie, part of me wanted to look drop-dead gorgeous just to spite him. But we decided it was best to look good, but not like I was trying too hard. We settled on a simple black dress that Ryan once said made me look plain, which I now realize was his twisted way of trying to make me feel insecure, because every time I wore it I always got compliments. I barely slept that night. I kept replaying what might happen. What if it all went wrong? What if his family took his side? What if I froze and couldn't go through with it? Saturday morning, I'd already chewed my nails down to nubs and played out like 17 different scenarios in my head, each one worse than the last. Around noon, Ryan texted again. "Really looking forward to seeing you tonight. We're something nice. My parents are excited." I didn't reply to that one either. Let him think what he wanted. I spent the afternoon getting ready, feeling that weird mix of nervous anticipation that makes you want to throw up and do a happy dance at the same time. Vanessa helped me do my hair, and when I started to second-guess myself, she gave me this pep talk that totally put me back in the game. At 5:30, I got in my car and started driving to his parents' house. At one point, I actually had to pull over because my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. I sat there for a minute, taking deep breaths, trying to calm down with those breathing exercises from a meditation app one downloaded months ago, but never actually used. What am I doing? I asked myself, hands still trembling. Am I crazy? Wouldn't it be easier to just block Ryan everywhere and move on with my life like a normal person? But then I pictured him, sitting there at his birthday dinner, surrounded by his family, probably telling some fake version of our relationship, maybe even painting himself as the victim. And in that moment, my resolve hardened. I arrived at his parents' house at 6:15, just late enough to annoy Ryan, which, honestly, felt perfect. There were several cars in the driveway, so it looked like the whole family was there. I took one last look in the rearview mirror, touched up my makeup, took a deep breath, and walked towards the door. Ryan's dad opened it with a big smile and gave me a warm hug, welcoming me inside. The house smelled like Tina's famous roast, and for a second, I felt a pang of sadness. I genuinely liked Ryan's family, and this was probably the last time I'd see them. I rounded the corner into the living room, and there was Ryan, drink in hand, laughing at something his cousin had said. He froze when he saw me, clearly not expecting me to actually show up, despite what he'd told his parents. The look on his face, oh my God, it was priceless. For a second, I saw a panic flash in his eyes, but he quickly recovered, plastered on a fake smile, and walked over to me. He gave me this awkward hug and whispered, "You actually came? We need to talk, privately." I just smiled and said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Of course I came. I wouldn't miss your birthday for anything, especially since you've been telling everyone we have big news to share." The color drained from his face. Tina clapped her hands excitedly and asked if it was what she thought it was. Ryan's sister gave me a knowing look. His dad started joking about finally getting grandkids. Ryan grabbed my arm, a little tighter than necessary, and tried to steer me towards the hallway, but his mom interrupted, announcing that dinner was ready and everyone should sit down at the table. As everyone settled around the dining room table, Ryan wouldn't take his eyes off me. He was nervous, fidgety, like he was trying to anticipate my next move. Then, my phone buzzed with a text from Cody. "On my way. Be there in 15. Ryan leaned in close and said through gritted teeth, "What are you doing here?" I thought after the restaurant. I just smiled sweetly and, in a tone everyone could hear, said, "Oh, missed the opportunity to tell your family what happened at that restaurant, Ryan? Not a chance." The look of pure panic on his face, just as his mom started serving the food, was worth every second of anxiety I'd felt leading up to this moment. Game on. Update 2. I'm finally ready to tell you what happened at Ryan's birthday dinner. Sorry for the delay, but after all that drama, I needed a mental health day. Also, my Wi-Fi has been acting up because apparently my neighbor stole my password, and I have no idea how he managed that. Seems like he downloaded the entire internet. Anyway, where were we? Yes, me sitting at the dining room table with Ryan's family, while he squirmed in panic, wondering what I might say. So there I was, surrounded by Ryan's family. His parents, Tina and Ralph, his sister, Kaylee, his grandma, my favorite of the bunch, by the way, and two cousins whose names I always mix up. The table was laden with Tina's famous roast, that creamy mashed potatoes I've literally dreamt about more than once, and a fancy salad that, as always, nobody was going to eat, but everyone would pretend to appreciate. The first 20 minutes were weird, awkward, tense. Ryan kept trying to control the conversation, while shooting me these warning glances, like he could shut me up with his eyes alone. Me? I smiled, past the bread basket, and thoroughly enjoyed watching Ryan's left eye twitch every time he opened his mouth. Petty, maybe. Satisfying, absolutely. Luckily, Tina was a pro at keeping the conversation flowing. Bless that woman. She asked me about my family, my work, the usual dinner party small talk. Everything was going fine until she mentioned, beaming with pride, how thrilled everyone was about Ryan's big promotion. I almost choked on my water. I glanced at Ryan and saw his face turn the same color as the beets on the table. He tried to backpedal immediately, saying that his team was hitting its targets and his boss was practically grooming him for a bigger role in the company. I just nodded, watching him dig himself deeper with every word that came out of his mouth. That's when Ralph, who's usually the quietest of the bunch, dropped an unexpected question. "Hey, Ryan, how's that Mr. Johnson account coming along? Apparently, Ryan had been telling his dad about some big deal he was supposedly leading. Ryan's answer, ugh, it was so vague it sounded like one of those horoscope readings that don't actually say anything. He mumbled something about adaptive strategies and leveraging core competencies, phrases that sound important but mean absolutely nothing. At that point, Kaylee, Ryan's sister, who's always been the skeptical one, the kind of person who Googles facts during arguments to prove she's right, looked at me from across the table with one raised eyebrow, as if to say, is he seriously pulling this crap? And just when I thought things couldn't get any more awkward, Tina decided it was the perfect moment to bring up the future. She asked if the big news Ryan had been hinting at had anything to do with us taking the next step in our relationship. Ryan, who was just about to put his fork in his mouth, almost dropped it on his plate. He muttered something about not being the right time to talk about it, but that wasn't enough to stop his grandma, who has absolutely no filter and is, honestly, my favorite person in that family. So what? She blurted out. Are you two moving in together, or what? Because Ryan said you were looking at apartments together. Apartments? Excuse me. That was news to me. The furthest we'd gotten in that conversation was me mentioning we should maybe think about sharing a Netflix account to save money. Ryan, desperate to deflect, started talking about how his boss had given him a company card to cover work expenses. I couldn't help it. I had to jump in. Oh, yeah, I said, in the most innocent voice I could muster. And what kind of expenses can you approve? Ryan stammered something about client dinners and team outings, and that's when I casually mentioned, speaking of dinners, Ryan took me to this amazing restaurant last week. What was it called again, honey? The one where you met up with Leonard and Pablo. The color drained from his face faster than my phone battery when I spent too much time on TikTok. Seriously, my phone can't handle more than 20 minutes of scrolling without dying. Anyone else relate? Before Ryan could respond, the doorbell rang. Perfect. Tina went to answer it, and I immediately heard her excited voice saying, Cody, what a surprise. Ryan's face in that moment. Oh my God, I thought he was going to faint. Cody walked in, holding a folder, all professional-like, shirt neatly pressed. He apologized for interrupting the birthday dinner, but explained that he had some urgent work documents that Ryan needed to sign by Monday morning. Tina, being the perfect hostess, immediately invited him to stay for cake later. Ryan tried to usher Cody towards the front door, but Ralph insisted they could take care of it right there, at the table. We're all family here, he said. Cody sat down in the empty chair that, of course, I had purposefully left open. I'm not going to lie, when I saw Ryan gripping his fork so tightly I thought it was going to bend, I savored every second. Then, Ralph asked Cody how that big presentation Ryan had supposedly spearheaded had turned out. For a moment, Cody looked confused, but then he looked at me, then at Ryan, and I saw the gears turning in his head. He said the presentation went well, but clarified that it was the boss who led it, while Ryan and the team just provided support. Ralph frowned and said, well, that's not what Ryan told us. Me, because I live for the drama, took the opportunity to ask Cody about Ryan's supposed promotion. Poor Cody, he looked so uncomfortable, caught between being loyal to a coworker and not wanting to lie to an entire family. He started folding his napkin between his fingers and said something vague about company restructuring. Ryan, fidgeting nervously, let out a forced laugh and tried to change the subject, talking about sports or whatever. But Kaylee wasn't about to let it go. She looked directly at him and asked point-blank, Hey, Cody, what exactly is Ryan's job title right now? The silence that followed was like when you drop something in a public bathroom. Everyone heard it, but nobody wants to say anything. Cody looked at Ryan, who was silently pleading with him. Then he looked at me. I gave a small nod. Cody took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and said that Ryan was an administrative assistant in the marketing department. The silence that followed was brutal, awkward, crushing. Ralph slowly put his fork down on his plate. His grandma made this little HMF sound, like she'd just confirmed something she'd already suspected. Kaylee muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, I knew it. Ryan, of course, immediately went into damage control mode. He said Cody was confused, that he had multiple roles at the company, that it was complicated. But it was too late. The dam had broken, and his family started asking direct questions, questions he couldn't squirm away from. When did you get promoted? He hadn't. Why did you say you were leading a team? He wasn't. What about that corner office you mentioned? Also fictional. With every question, Ryan's web of lies unraveled further and further. And the more uncomfortable he got, the more he glared at me, like this was all my fault, which, honestly, just made me want to let it all hang out even more. Tina, who truly has a heart of gold, tried to smooth things over, suggesting we have cake and talk about happier things. While she went into the kitchen to get it, Kaylee used the silence to ask me directly about the restaurant I mentioned earlier. This was my moment. I took a deep breath and told them everything. I told them how Ryan had invited me to dinner with his friends, how he belittled me the entire night, how he broke up with me in front of everyone and walked out, leaving me with a $347 bill I could barely afford. Ryan tried to interrupt several times, but his dad shut him down with a look that, ugh, I'd never seen that look before. It wasn't anger or fury, it was pure disappointment. Ryan, in a desperate attempt to justify himself, started making excuses. He said I was exaggerating, that I was playing the victim, that I had embarrassed him in front of his colleagues because I didn't fit in. As if that wasn't enough, he added that leaving me with the bill had been a lesson in financial responsibility. His grandma, who'd been listening quietly, let out this dry, sarcastic chuckle at that last excuse. That's when Cody, who had been pretty quiet up until that point, decided to chime in. He confirmed my entire story. And, to top it all off, he pulled out his phone and showed them texts from Pablo, one of Ryan's friends, where they talked about how Ryan had bragged at work about putting me in my place. There it was, the proof, clear as day. Tina came back in right then, carrying the cake. As Ryan tried to paint himself as the victim, she set it down and asked what she'd missed. Nobody said anything for a moment. Finally, Ralph spoke, his voice low but firm. We're going to have a family talk about honesty. And that's when Ryan snapped. Honesty? Seriously? He yelled, standing up abruptly. This woman has been poisoning you against me. He stood there, pointing his finger, accusing me of turning his family against him. Then he called Cody a traitor and claimed everyone was jealous of his success. What success? Kaylee muttered, sarcastically. And, of course, in his tantrum, he knocked over his glass of water, pointed at me, and yelled, "A girl like you should be grateful I even bothered to go out with you." The silence that followed was icy. Tina put a hand over her mouth, horrified. His grandma muttered something that, well, it sounded like an old lady swear word. Kaylee just shook her head, like she wasn't even remotely surprised. Me? I stayed calm. I don't even know how I managed that. I just looked him dead in the eye and said, "The only thing I'm grateful for is finally seeing you for who you really are." Ryan stormed out, slamming the door so hard that one of Tina's decorative plates fell off the wall and shattered. What came after was strangely peaceful. Tina apologized to me like 50 times. Ralph looked tired, sad, like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Kaylee helped clean up the spilled water, and Cody, looking slightly awkward, apologized for being part of the mess, but said he just couldn't stand by while Ryan lied like that. And then something happened that I didn't expect. Instead of asking me to leave, they insisted I stay for cake. So there we were, Ryan's ex-girlfriend, his co-worker, and his family, eating birthday cake, without the birthday boy. In any other situation, it would have been the most awkward thing ever, but strangely, it wasn't. After cake, I helped Tina clean up in the kitchen. She kept apologizing and saying she had no idea Ryan had been lying so much. She seemed genuinely heartbroken, not just by what Ryan had done to me, but by what her son had become. I felt bad for her, honestly. No parent wants to find out their kid is, well, kind of terrible. She asked me quietly if there had been signs before all of this happened. I told her the truth, that yes, looking back, there had been plenty of red flags, but I'd chosen to ignore them because I wanted to believe Ryan was better than he actually was. As I was leaving, Ralph pulled me aside. He thanked me for being honest and apologized for what his son had done. He looked so defeated, like he was trying to figure out where things had gone so wrong. I assured him that Ryan had been having problems at work for months now, taking other people's ideas, lying about his input, and even faking client emails. It turns out that he was in his last warning before he could get fired. And suddenly, it all clicked. His desperation to appear successful, his sick need to fabricate achievements he hadn't earned. It was all because he was trying to uphold this false image he had built of himself. His entire life revolved around that lie, the character he had created of a successful man. And when I thought of it that way, for an instant, I almost felt sorry for him. I thanked Cody for having my back and drove home feeling weird. It was this strange mix of emotional exhaustion and relief, like when you finally take off an uncomfortable bra at the end of the day. Sorry for the comparison, but you know what I mean. When I got home, guess what? 3 missed calls from Vanessa. Clearly, she wanted the full debrief. I was about to call her back when my phone buzzed with a text from Ryan. You ruined everything. This isn't over. Seriously. I didn't reply. I just blocked his number, made myself a cup of tea, and collapsed on the couch. I should have felt scared or angry, maybe. But honestly, I just wanted to sleep. All I felt in that moment was pure exhaustion. And yeah, maybe a little bit of pride for finally standing up for myself. I thought that was the end of it. I really did. But this morning, my phone exploded with 13 missed calls. They were from Ryan's mom, his sister, Cody, and several numbers I didn't recognize. Something had happened overnight, something big. And from the increasingly frantic voicemails, it sounded like Ryan had completely lost it. Final update. I'm finally ready to tell you what happened with those 13 missed calls. Thanks for being patient while I processed everything, and sorry again for the delay. Just as I sat down to write this, my laptop decided it was the perfect time for a surprise 4-hour update. Anyway, where were we? Yes. I woke up Sunday morning after the birthday dinner debacle to find my phone blowing up with calls from Ryan's family and Cody. For a second, I swear I thought someone had died or something. I felt that horrible pit in my stomach as I scrolled through the notifications. 5 missed calls from Tina, 3 from Kaylee, 2 from Cody, and 3 from numbers I didn't recognize. What the hell happened? I thought. I called Tina first, because from her voicemails, which were basically repeated versions of Sabrina, please call me as soon as you can. She seemed the most worried. Tina answered on the first ring, her voice tight, exhausted. Apparently, after Ryan stormed out of the birthday dinner, he went on a bender, and not a quiet one. He ended up showing up at his ex-girlfriend's apartment at like 2 a.m., drunk and ranting about how I'd ruined his life. His ex-girlfriend. Yeah, the one I didn't even know existed. Obviously, the girl freaked out, rightfully so, and called Kaylee, who had to go pick him up. But that wasn't all, because Ryan had also spent the night sending absolutely unhinged texts to practically everyone we knew. He texted Cody, threatening to ruin his life at work, which, honestly, made me laugh. Ruin Cody's life? Seriously? Good luck with that, when you can't even keep your own in order, champ. He also posted this long, rambling status on Facebook about being surrounded by snakes, and how everyone would regret this. But the most concerning part was that he sent my address to Pablo in a private message, saying he was going to make me pay for humiliating him. Pablo, who apparently has some common sense, immediately called Tina and forwarded her the message, which was why she was trying to reach me so desperately. So there I was, sitting on my couch in my old pajamas and hair still up in that disastrous bun from the day before, trying to process all of this information while Tina apologized to me like, I don't know, 50 times. I should have felt scared or angry. I guess I did, kind of. But honestly, all I felt was tired, like when your phone is stuck on 1% battery for hours and you're just waiting for it to finally die so you can charge it and move on with your life. Tina insisted on coming over to see me, just to make sure I was okay, which was a really sweet gesture, but also sent me into a cleaning frenzy because, let's be honest, nothing motivates you to tidy up your place like knowing someone's mom is about to see it. Am I right? I was literally shoving dirty laundry into my closet and scrubbing toothpaste remnants off the sink when the doorbell rang. But it wasn't just Tina, Kaylee was there too. They brought coffee and pastries from the bakery near their house, which, if I'm being honest, might be the thing I miss most about being with Ryan. We sat at my tiny kitchen table. Yes, the one that wobbles because I've been telling myself I'll fix it for months, and they filled me in on everything that happened with Ryan. According to Kaylee, this wasn't the first time Ryan had lied about his life. Apparently, in college, he'd told everyone he was on the baseball team, when in reality he'd been cut during tryouts. Another time, he'd made up this whole story about dating a popular girl who didn't even know he existed. It was like Ryan had been creating this fictional, better version of himself for years, more successful, more popular, more everything. While we were talking, my phone kept buzzing with texts from friends who'd seen Ryan's social media meltdown. Vanessa was in full panic mode, telling me she wanted to come over with her boyfriend, who does kickboxing, just in case. She watches too much true crime, I swear. My group chat was blowing up with confused messages about the cryptic, dramatic posts Ryan was putting up. That's when the doorbell rang again. I froze, wondering if it was Ryan. Kaylee peeked through the blinds and let out a long sigh. It was Cody. Apparently, Ryan had been bombarding him with texts all morning too, and Cody decided to come over in person to warn me, because Ryan had mentioned he was planning on stopping by. So there we were, me, Ryan's mom, his sister, and his co-worker, sitting in my living room on a Sunday morning, trying to figure out what to do about this grown man acting like a toddler because he'd been caught in his lies. If it hadn't been so stressful, it would have been almost comical. Like, how do you even explain this situation to someone who wasn't there? Cody mentioned that his boss had already heard about Ryan's social media meltdown. Someone had taken screenshots and sent them to him. So Monday at work was going to be interesting. Kaylee, looking worried, said she was afraid Ryan would do something stupid and lose his job. And, to be honest, I was thinking the same thing. It was right then that the doorbell rang again. This time, it was my building manager, looking super uncomfortable. Apparently, Ryan had been downstairs in the lobby, making a scene, demanding to be let up to my apartment. The manager, bless his heart, refused and threatened to call the cops. And that's when Ryan really lost it. He stormed out of the building, but not before yelling at the top of his lungs that I was a liar, loud enough for the entire first floor to hear. Tina was devastated. She kept apologizing and saying she didn't understand how her son had become this person. She seemed genuinely heartbroken, and honestly, I felt so bad for her. Imagine realizing your adult child is basically a walking red flag. Kaylee, on the other hand, was more practical. She suggested I document everything in case Ryan's behavior escalated further. While we were sitting there, trying to figure out what to do, my phone buzzed with a notification. It was Ryan, who had tagged me in an Instagram story. Against my better judgment, and despite everyone in the room telling me not to look, I opened it. It was a picture of me from a couple of years ago, early in our relationship. I was asleep on his couch, mouth slightly open. The caption read, "Miss Perfect who ruined my birthday. Not so perfect." And below it, another, even worse caption. "A girl like you should be grateful someone even took pictures of you." Seriously? That was the best he could do? A slightly unflattering photo from 2 years ago? I couldn't help it, I laughed. Tina looked at me, surprised, clearly expecting me to be crying or furious. But honestly, if that was the worst he could do, then I was going to be okay. We were just deciding what to do when, suddenly, we heard loud banging on the door. We all jumped. And then we heard Ryan's voice, slurring his words. "I know you're in there. Open the door." Cody immediately stood up, like he was going to go confront Ryan, which, to be honest, was a sweet but totally unnecessary gesture. I was already on the phone with building security, perks of paying slightly more for an apartment with a security guard. While I was talking on the phone, Ryan kept banging on the door, harder and harder, yelling my name. I could hear my neighbor's door open. She probably came out just to see what was going on. By the time the security guard arrived, Ryan wasn't just banging, he was kicking the door. The guard didn't mess around, told him to leave, or he was calling the cops right then and there. There was some back and forth I couldn't quite hear, and then, finally, silence. The guard knocked softly to let me know Ryan had left, but that he was still in the parking lot, possibly waiting. Tina was mortified. She insisted on going down herself to talk to her son, and honestly, I was fine with that. She was so shaken up that Ralph, Ryan's dad, had to come pick them both up. It was sad, really. After they left, Cody and I just sat on the couch in silence, trying to process everything that had just happened. Finally, Cody broke the silence by asking if I had any alcohol, which, honestly, seemed like the most appropriate reaction after the morning we'd had. We ended up polishing off a bottle of wine I'd been saving for a special occasion. And well, this definitely qualified. When Cody left, it was almost evening, and I was emotionally drained. Vanessa came over to stay with me just in case Ryan decided to come back, but thankfully, he didn't. We ordered pizza, watched terrible reality TV, and tried to process the dumpster fire that my life had become. The next few weeks were weird. Ryan got fired from his job after missing 3 days in a row and sending inappropriate emails to several coworkers. He moved in with his parents temporarily, which I only know because Kaylee and I stayed in touch. Kaylee is awesome, by the way. We sometimes grab coffee and chat. Ryan tried to contact me a few more times. He left voicemails that ranged from furious to tearful, and some got weird, like he was being nostalgic. I saved all the messages, just in case, but never replied. Then, he started creating fake Instagram accounts to message me, but they were so obvious it was almost funny. Who else would write, "You're making a huge mistake," with that same classic Ryan misspelling? I blocked them all instantly. The weirdest part was running into him at Target a month later. I was in the bathroom aisle, looking at shower curtains, and suddenly, there he was, holding a pack of socks and looking like he hadn't slept in days. We made eye contact, and for a second, I thought he was going to make a scene, but he didn't. He just turned around and walked away, leaving his shopping basket right there in the middle of the aisle. That was 3 months ago, but it still feels like yesterday. Ryan ended up moving to his uncle's place in another state, according to Tina, who still sends me Christmas cards, which is sweet, but also slightly awkward. His social media is suspiciously quiet. Kaylee thinks his parents finally cut him off financially until he agrees to go to therapy, and honestly, I hope that's true. As for me, I'm good, I really am. My apartment finally feels like mine again. I rearranged the furniture, replaced Ryan's couch, and now the whole vibe is totally different. The most unexpected outcome of all of this was the friendship that blossomed with Cody. We're not dating or anything, although Vanessa keeps trying to make that happen, but we sometimes grab lunch or send each other dumb TikTok videos. It's nice having someone who lived through this whole crazy experience with me and understands why I now have trust issues the size of Texas. Looking back, I'm not angry anymore. Well, not just angry. I'm also weirdly grateful. Not for dating Ryan, definitely not for that. But grateful that, at least, I found out who he really was before things went too far. Imagine if I'd actually moved in with him, shared my life with him. Ugh, I'd rather not think about it. Story 2. At my mother-in-law's birthday dinner in Rome, my seat was empty. My husband laughed and said, "Oops, looks like we miscalculated." As the family chuckled, I quietly said, "It appears I don't belong to this family." And I stood up. 30 minutes later, they discovered I had canceled the entire event. The venue, the catering, everything. Their faces went ghost white. "Seems I don't belong to this family," I said, my voice steady despite the earthquake in my chest. The words hung in the air of that exclusive Roman restaurant as 12 pairs of eyes stared at me, expressions ranging from shock to poorly concealed satisfaction. My husband Shan's light laugh as he said, "Oops, looks like we miscalculated," still echoed in my ears as I turned and walked away from the table where there was no chair for me. Humiliation burned through my veins as I exited the restaurant, but not a single tear fell. Instead, a strange calm washed over me as I pulled out my phone and opened the event management app upon which I'd built my career. I had 30 minutes before they realized what I was doing, and that was more than enough time. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to thank each of you for being a part of this incredible journey. Sometimes, the most powerful moments arrive when we finally recognize our own worth. If you've ever felt like an outsider looking in, this story might resonate with you. Before we witness Anna's journey, from Boston's most sought-after event planner to a woman reclaiming her dignity in Rome, subscribe to join our community of readers who appreciate stories of self-discovery and unexpected strength. Now, let's peek behind the curtain of a marriage built on appearances. My name is Anna Morgan Quell. 5 years ago, I was just Anna Morgan, the founder of Elite Affairs, Boston's most sought-after event planning company. I'd built my business from the ground up after putting myself through college. Every elegant gala, every perfectly executed corporate gathering, every high society wedding in Boston had my invisible fingerprints all over it. My reputation for discretion, attention to detail, and an ability to pull off the impossible made me the go-to planner for the city's elite. That's how I met Sean Quell at the charity gala I organized for the Boston Children's Hospital. Tall, with perfectly styled dark hair and a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, Sean had the easy confidence of someone who'd never worried about money. He was charming, in that hands-off way of men born into wealth, but there was something genuine in his interest in my work. "Are you the magician behind all this?" he'd asked, gesturing around the transformed ballroom of the Four Seasons. My mother has been trying to decide who to hire for her benefit next month. I think I just found the answer. One job led to another, and soon I was regularly organizing events for the Quell family. The Quells were Boston aristocracy, with old money that traced back to shipping and railroads. They had that particular brand of wealth that didn't need to show off, evident in the subtle quality of everything they owned, the ease with which they navigated their world. Our romance began 6 months after I started working for his family. Sean pursued me with the same single-minded determination he applied to his work at the family's investment firm. There were warning signs, of course, like the way his mother, Eleanor, regarded me with thinly veiled disapproval when Sean introduced me as more than his event planner. The casual comments about my humble beginnings, the surprised lift of people's voices when they discovered I was dating a Quell. "You've done well for yourself," Eleanor had said during our first dinner as a couple, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. Self-made success is so American. I ignored those signs because I was falling in love with Sean. He seemed different from his family, more open-minded, less concerned with lineage and status. When he proposed, 11 months after our first date, I said yes, despite the nagging feeling that I was stepping into a world that would never fully accept me. The wedding was, naturally, the social event of the season. I planned much of it myself, unable to trust another planner with my own wedding. Eleanor had opinions on everything. The venue wasn't traditional enough, the menu was too adventurous, the guest list lacked key society names. I compromised where I could. I stood firm where it mattered. Sean acted as peacemaker, but I noticed he rarely directly contradicted his mother. After the wedding, the dismissal became more systematic. Despite using my company for their events, the Quells constantly second-guessed my decisions, changed plans at the last minute, and took credit for my ideas. In family gatherings, my opinions were solicited then dismissed. My event planning expertise was treated as a charming hobby rather than a successful business. "Anna has such a good eye for these things," Eleanor would say to her friends, patting my hand condescendingly. "It's almost like having a personal party planner in the family." Sean never defended me. He'd shrug and tell me later that's just how his mother was, that I shouldn't take it personally. But it was personal, and it got worse as the years went by. The opportunity to plan Eleanor's 70th birthday celebration in Rome should have been my crowning achievement. A week-long celebration in the Eternal City, culminating in a dinner at a Michelin-starred restaurant overlooking the Colosseum. I poured myself into creating the perfect event, leveraging all my industry contacts. It was during this planning that I discovered the first cracks in the Quell facade. Deposits for event venues were delayed. Vendors called inquiring about payments. When I mentioned it to Sean, he brushed it off, saying the family accountant was just being cautious with international transfers. However, I saw the statements, accidentally left open on his laptop. Bad investments, properties mortgaged to the hilt, lines of credit maxed out. The Quell fortune was rapidly dwindling. Still, I continued planning, using my own company's line of credit to secure deposits when necessary. I told myself it was temporary, that Sean would explain everything once the birthday celebration was over. Then came the morning of our flight to Rome. Sean was in the shower when his phone buzzed with a message. I never checked his phone. I'd always respected his privacy. But something made me look that morning. The message preview from Vanessa was clear on his screen. "Can't wait to see you in Rome. Have you told her yet?" My fingers moved without thought, opening the message thread with Vanessa Huggs, Sean's ex-girlfriend from college. The woman his parents had always adored. The woman they'd expected him to marry before he met me. The messages went back months, plans made, a future discussed, and, yes, a baby. His baby, due in 4 months. I took screenshots, sent them to myself, and deleted the evidence from his phone. I packed my bags, put on a fake smile, and boarded the flight to Rome with my husband and his family. Standing outside that restaurant in Rome, I made my decision. I wouldn't confront Sean before dinner. I would let the events unfold, and when they did, I would be ready. Our flight landed at Fiumicino Airport just as the golden Italian sunset painted the Roman skyline. I had arranged private transportation for the entire Quell entourage. Sean's parents, Eleanor and Richard, his sister, Melissa, with her husband, Grant, his brother, Thomas, with his wife, Claire, and 2 sets of aunts and uncles. The convoy of black Mercedes vans waiting at the terminal should have impressed them. Instead, Eleanor's first words upon disembarking were, "I thought I'd specified the hotel cars, Anna. These seem rather generic." I bit my tongue, as I had so many times before. The hotel had a scheduling issue. "These are deluxe transport," I said. "They service most of the diplomats in Rome." My explanation fell on deaf ears. She was already conferring with Richard, heads bent in their usual conspiratorial way, excluding me. The Hotel de Russie welcomed us. It was a 5-star treatment I had meticulously arranged. Champagne flowed in the private lounge while bellhops whisked away our luggage. I had spent months securing the perfect accommodations, selecting suites with the best views, arranging welcome baskets filled with Italian delicacies, and planning personalized itineraries for each family member. Eleanor barely glanced at her itinerary before setting it aside. "We'll just wing it," she said, dismissing weeks of careful planning. "The family knows Rome well." Our suite was magnificent. A terrace overlooking the Spanish Steps, fresh flowers in every room, and a chilled bottle of Shan's favorite bubbly waiting on the table. But the moment we entered, Shan's phone vibrated, and he stepped out onto the terrace to speak in hushed tones. "Is it work?" I asked when he returned. "Just some investment issues," he replied, avoiding my eyes. "Let's get ready for dinner." The welcome dinner I had planned at a charming trattoria in Trastevere became the first clear sign of my exclusion. Somehow, the seating arrangements had shifted just before our arrival, and I found myself at the far end of the table, separated from Sean by his cousin and his aunt. Inside jokes flew across the table during the meal, stories of previous family trips to Italy from which I had been absent. When I attempted to join the conversation about the planned activities for the week, Melissa interrupted, "Oh, Anna, we've actually decided to do some family shopping tomorrow instead of the Vatican tour." "Family shopping?" I asked. "You know," Eleanor interjected smoothly. "It's just a tradition we have. You'd be bored, dear. Why don't you use the time to review the birthday arrangements? It's your specialty, after all." The pattern continued over the next few days. I would wake to find Sean already gone, a hastily scribbled note about meeting his father for breakfast. The family would disappear for hours on impromptu excursions that somehow everyone knew about except me. Whispered conversations in the corners of the hotel lobby would cease abruptly when I approached. Dinner reservations were mysteriously altered to accommodate old friends who happened to be in Rome. Friends who eyed me with thinly veiled curiosity, as if assessing how I was handling what was coming. On the third morning, the opportunity presented itself when Sean rushed out to meet his brother, leaving his briefcase unlocked. The documents inside confirmed my worst fears. Draft separation papers, prepared by the Quell family lawyer, dated 2 months prior. A proposed settlement that offered a pittance compared to what I was entitled to. And most damningly, an actual script, detailing how Sean would announce our impending divorce at his mother's birthday dinner, presenting it as a mutual, amicable decision. My hands trembled as I photographed each page with my phone. There it was, in black and white. The perfectly planned exit of the unsuitable wife, timed for maximum public impact, but minimum social embarrassment for the Quells. Eleanor's birthday wasn't just a celebration. It was going to be my funeral as a Quell. Instead of confronting Sean, I channeled my anger into meticulous documentation. Each day, I made excuses to return to our suite alone, searching for more evidence. I found bank statements showing large withdrawals to offshore accounts, printouts of emails discussing the liquidation of assets before the situation became public, and a handwritten note from Eleanor to Sean. "Once this unpleasantness with Iana is behind us, Vanessa will be welcomed back properly." My professional mask remained firmly in place as I continued to oversee the birthday preparations. I confirmed the floral arrangements, met with the restaurant manager, approved the personalized menu cards, all while compiling digital evidence of the Quell's financial house of cards. When anyone asked why I seemed distracted, I blamed it on last-minute event details. In reality, I was building my arsenal. The morning of Eleanor's birthday dawned clear and bright. I woke early, slipping out of bed without waking Sean. The day's schedule was packed. A private tour of the Galleria Borghese in the morning, lunch at a vineyard outside the city, then back to the hotel to prepare for the grand dinner that evening. As the event planner, I needed to arrive at the restaurant early to ensure everything was perfect. I was in the hotel's business center, printing final confirmations, when I heard Eleanor's voice from the adjacent concierge desk. The dividing wall was thin, and her imperious tone carried clearly. "It will be 12 seats, not 13, she instructed someone on the phone. "I don't care what the original reservation says. The seating chart I sent is final." Pause. Then, "No, that won't be a problem. The arrangement has been discussed with my son. His wife won't be staying for dinner. It's a family affair, you understand? Don't ask any questions when she leaves." My blood ran cold as the pieces clicked into place. The missing seat wasn't an oversight or a last-minute adjustment. It was the centerpiece of their plan, a public humiliation. It was designed to make my exit appear to be my choice, rather than their orchestration. I closed my laptop, gathered my papers, and walked towards the elevator with measured steps. Inside, I pulled out my phone and began to make a new set of arrangements. If the Quells wanted a memorable birthday dinner, I would make sure it was unforgettable, but not in the way they'd planned. I arrived at a Roma restaurant, an hour before the other guests, as any good event planner would. The rooftop venue offered a breathtaking panoramic view of the Colosseum, bathed in the amber glow of the setting sun. I personally inspected every detail, from the handwritten place cards to the arrangement of white peonies and roses, Eleanor's favorites. The champagne was chilling, the 7-course tasting menu confirmed, and the 3-tiered birthday cake was a masterpiece of Italian craftsmanship. "Everything to your satisfaction, Mrs. Quell?" asked Marco, the manager. "Perfect," I replied, knowing it would be the last event I planned for the Quells. Despite everything, my professional pride demanded nothing less than perfection. I returned to the hotel to change into the midnight blue Valentino gown I'd purchased specifically for this evening. As I applied my makeup with steady hands, I studied my reflection. 5 years of trying to fit into a world determined to reject me had taken its toll, but not in the way the Quells had expected. Instead of breaking me, they had hardened my resolve. The Quell family assembled in the hotel lobby before departing for the restaurant. I arrived promptly, only to find them all waiting. Eleanor, resplendent in vintage Chanel, her diamond necklace catching the light. Shan's eyes widened slightly when he saw me, perhaps remembering what had drawn him to me in the first place, or perhaps calculating how soon he could be rid of me. "Anna, dear, you look lovely," Eleanor said, bestowing an air kiss near my cheek. "We're just waiting for the cars." The ride to the restaurant was short, filled with stilted conversation about the day's activities, from which I had been excluded. As we ascended in the elevator to the rooftop, Sean placed his hand on the small of my back, a gesture that once felt intimate, but now seemed performative for the benefit of the elevator operator. The doors opened to reveal the stunning terrace I had designed, transformed into an elegant dining room under the stars. The Colosseum stood, illuminated against the night sky, a testament to both grandeur and the inevitable fall of empires. How fitting that Eleanor entered first, greeted with enthusiastic applause from the waiting family members. One by one, they moved towards the large, round table I had specified, a table that should have had 13 seats. I followed behind Sean, who moved purposefully toward his assigned seat, next to his mother. I approached the spot where my place card should have been, only to find nothing. No chair, no place setting, not even an acknowledgement that I existed. For a moment, I stood frozen. The perfectly crafted tableau of confusion unfolded around me. Conversations continued as everyone settled into their seats, carefully editing out my stare. The staff, who hours earlier had confirmed the seating arrangements with me, looked uncomfortable but remained silent. "Is something wrong?" Eleanor asked innocently, her voice just loud enough to draw everyone's attention. "I believe there's been a mistake," I said, my voice calmer than I actually felt. "My place is missing." The meticulously choreographed scene unfolded exactly as they had planned. Furrowed brows, furtive glances, Sean half rising from his chair. A performance of concern that never quite reached his eyes. "That's odd," Melissa said, examining the table. "Someone miscalculated." Richard cleared his throat. Perhaps there was a miscommunication with the restaurant staff. And then came Shan's line, delivered with a rehearsed casualness that sent a chill down my spine. He laughed. He actually laughed and said, "Oops, looks like we miscalculated." The family chuckled. It wasn't a boisterous laugh. That would be too obvious. It was a soft chuckle of people sharing an inside joke. In that moment, I saw it all with perfect clarity. The calculated humiliation, the public setting, chosen to avoid a scene. The groundwork for the stories they would tell later about poor Anna who couldn't handle the pressures of Quell family life. My gaze moved slowly around the table, taking in each face. Eleanor, triumphant behind her birthday smile. Richard, uncomfortable but complicit. Melissa and Thomas, enjoying the show. Their spouses, aware enough of the cruelty to be slightly embarrassed, but not enough to object. And Sean, my husband, the man who had once promised to stand by me against the world, watching me with detached curiosity, like a scientist observing an experiment. I could have made a scene. I could have demanded a chair, exposed their plan in front of the staff, made the kind of public display that would live in family lore for generations. That's what they expected, what they had prepared for. Eleanor would comfort Sean for his unstable wife, and the narrative of the divorce would write itself. Instead, I straightened my shoulders, lifted my chin, and delivered the line that would begin my reclamation of power. It appears I don't belong to this family. 4 simple words, devastating in their truth. The smiles faltered. Shan's expression shifted from smugness to uncertainty. I had deviated from their script. I'll be going then, I added, turning away with the dignity that had been my armor throughout my marriage. Anna, don't be dramatic, Sean called after me, another line from his script. Can we fix this? I didn't answer. I walked through the restaurant, nodding politely to the staff who had witnessed my humiliation. In the elevator, I finally allowed myself to take a deep breath. Then another. By the time I reached the street, my hands had stopped shaking. A small cafe across from the restaurant offered the perfect vantage point. I ordered an espresso and pulled out my phone. This was the moment I had been preparing for. The 30 minutes of freedom, while the Quells congratulated themselves on the successful expulsion of the unsuitable wife. First came the pre-written email to Marco, the restaurant manager, with instructions that had been agreed upon as a surprise contingency, a common practice in high-level event planning. Attached was proof of my authority as the account holder and event coordinator, along with confirmation of the immediate reversal of payment. Then came the calls, to the vineyard scheduled for tomorrow's lunch, to the private Vatican guide for the following day, to the yacht captain for the Amalfi Coast excursion, to the Tuscan villa for the final weekend. One by one, I canceled everything, transferring the deposits I had made with my own company's line of credit back to my business account. With each cancellation, I felt lighter. Shan's emails started arriving, first annoyed, then confused, and finally, desperate. As my tactics became clear, I left them unanswered. 28 minutes after I had walked out of the restaurant, I finished my espresso and paid the bill. It was time for the final act. I stood up, smoothed my Valentino gown, and walked back across the street to witness the moment when Eleanor Quell's perfect birthday celebration imploded around her. I entered a Roma restaurant through the service entrance, a route I had familiarized myself with during my earlier inspection. Marco, the restaurant manager, met me with a worried expression. Mrs. Quell, are you sure about this? This is highly unusual. I'm absolutely sure, Marco, and I appreciate your discretion. I handed him a sealed envelope. This contains proof of the reversed payments and the cancellation of my company's guarantee for this evening's expenses. As we discussed, the Quells will need to provide a new method of payment to continue their dinner. Marco nodded solemnly. In the events world, relationships were everything. I had worked with Marco on 3 previous occasions for other Boston clients visiting Rome. He owed me favors. While he might find my request peculiar, professional courtesy dictated that he comply. When should I inform them? I'll text you in exactly 5 minutes. I'd like to observe from a discreet location. He led me to a small alcove near the kitchen entrance, with a perfect view of the Quell table. They were in the midst of toasting Eleanor, champagne flutes raised, their faces glowing with self-satisfaction. The first course had just been served, imported ostrich caviar, which Eleanor had specifically requested. It had been almost too easy to dismantle Eleanor's birthday week. Most high-level vendors in the hospitality industry operated on a network of mutual trust and referrals. As the event planner, who had made all the arrangements, and whose company's line of credit had secured the deposits, I had the authority to make changes. The digital trail of emails, contracts, and payment authorizations bore my name and signature, not Eleanor's or Shan's. My phone vibrated. A new text from Sean. Anna, where are you? Stop being childish and come back. Then another. Mother is upset. You're embarrassing yourself. I didn't reply. Instead, I texted Carmen at the Villa Borghese, where the family was to stay for the Tuscan leg of the trip. Carmen confirmed the cancellation and wished me well, adding that the generous gratuity I'd given her staff would be refunded separately to my business account. My phone buzzed again, with texts from Sean, now arriving in rapid succession. The hotel just called. They said our reservation for tomorrow night is canceled. What are you doing, Anna? This is ridiculous. Call me immediately. This isn't funny. Fix this now. I texted Marco. You can proceed. From my hidden vantage point, I watched as Marco approached the table with two members of the staff. He leaned down to Richard, who was seated at the head of the table, opposite Eleanor. The family continued eating, initially paying little attention to the interruption. Richard's expression shifted. First, from polite interest to confusion, then to alarm. He pulled out his wallet and spoke more animatedly with Marco. The manager shook his head apologetically, showing him something on a tablet. By that point, the entire table had noticed the interruption. Eleanor set down her fork. Her regal posture betrayed the first signs of strain. Sean was staring at his phone, presumably reading my latest text, explaining exactly what I'd done. All deposits have been returned to my company account. All arrangements for the week have been canceled. Your family's financial troubles are about to become very public. Enjoy your caviar. The scene unfolded like a perfectly choreographed ballet of chaos. Richard stood up, his face flushed with either rage or embarrassment. Perhaps both. Eleanor's hand flew to her diamond necklace, clutching it as if for support. Melissa was whispering frantically to her husband. Thomas pulled out his phone, presumably trying to verify what was happening. And Sean sat frozen, the color drained from his face. Unlike the others, he understood the full implications. He knew what I had discovered about their finances. He knew what would happen if his mother's society friends learned the Quells could no longer cover the bill for a dinner, let alone maintain their lavish lifestyle. My phone rang. Sean calling now, not texting. I declined the call and watched as he abruptly stood up from the table, nearly knocking over his chair as he moved away to try again. This time, I answered. Anna, he hissed, his voice a mixture of fury and panic. What the hell do you think you're doing? It appears I don't belong to the family, I replied calmly. So I'm not responsible for family celebrations. You need to fix this, right now. Do you have any idea how humiliating this is for my mother, for all of us? I have it exactly clear, Sean. That was the point. Where are you? His voice changed, the desperation beginning to seep through. We need to talk. I can explain about Vanessa, about everything. I'm sure you can. The problem is I've seen the financial statements, Sean. I've seen the emails. I know the Quell empire is crumbling, and I know you've been hiding assets offshore before filing for divorce. His sharp intake of breath confirmed what I already knew. He never expected me to discover these things. They had underestimated me, just like his family, from the very beginning. Those were private. Yes, they were. Just like Vanessa's texts about the baby. Just like the script for announcing our divorce at your mother's birthday dinner. Just like the seating arrangements, deliberately excluding me. There was silence on the line. In the restaurant, I could see the manager now speaking to the entire table. Several other diners were watching with undisguised interest. The Quell's humiliation was becoming a public spectacle. Exactly what they had planned for me. Anna, please. Shan's voice had lost all its aristocratic confidence. You don't understand what this is going to do to us. I understand perfectly, which is why I did it. We can work this out. Come back to the hotel. I'll meet you there in 20 minutes. No, Sean, I don't think we can. I ended the call and stepped out of my hiding place. It was time for my final appearance as a Quell. As I approached the table, 12 pairs of eyes turned towards me. Some angry, some fearful, all disbelieving. Eleanor was the first to speak, her voice trembling with fury. How dare you ruin my birthday? I smiled, feeling a strange sense of calm. I learned from the best, Eleanor. After all, isn't this exactly what you planned for me? A public humiliation, an orchestrated exit. The only difference is, I changed the ending. Richard stood up. This is outrageous. You had no right. I had every right, I interrupted. Every contract, Every reservation, every arrangement was in my name, my company's name. I simply adjusted the plans. You'll regret this, Melissa spat. When Sean divorces you, you'll get nothing. That's where you're wrong, I replied, looking directly at Sean. I have copies of everything. The offshore accounts, the hidden assets, the fraudulent transactions. I'm sure the IRS will find it all fascinating. Their faces went ashen as the implications sank in. In that moment, I didn't feel triumph or vindication, just a profound sense of liberation as I turned and walked away from the Quell family for the last time. I left Italy. The following morning, I upgraded my ticket to first class on a direct flight to Boston, using the points I had accumulated planning the Quell's previous vacations. The irony wasn't lost on me. Behind me, I left a family in crisis, their carefully constructed facade crumbling in real time. Through the hotel concierge, I learned the Quells paid for their dinner by leaving Eleanor's vintage Bulgari bracelet as collateral until a wire transfer could be arranged. By the next morning, the news had spread through Rome's high-level hospitality network. The illustrious American family was having difficulty making payments. The remaining vendors I hadn't personally canceled began demanding payment up front instead of promises. My phone filled with messages, some threatening, others pleading. I read them during my layover in London, while sipping tea in the British Airways lounge. Richard, this is actionable. Our lawyers will be in touch. Melissa, you've made the biggest mistake of your life. Thomas, did you really think you could humiliate our family without consequences? Eleanor's message was the most telling. I always knew you were vulgar. This vengeful display only proves what I've said all along. But it was the succession of messages from Sean that told the real story of a family in freefall. First, you have no idea what you've done. My father had a minor cardiac episode. Is that what you really wanted? Then, Prescott and Whitmore saw everything. Do you know what this means for our standing? Later, the hotel is demanding payment for the entire week up front. They say all guarantees have been canceled. And finally, please, Anna, I need to talk to you. This is bigger than us now. I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I forwarded the financial documents I had gathered to my lawyer, with instructions to keep them safe until they were needed. If the Quells initiated litigation, I would be prepared. When I arrived home, to our Beacon Hill townhouse, I hired a moving company to pack my personal belongings. I took only what was indisputably mine: clothes, jewelry I had purchased myself, my first edition book collection, and the artwork I had acquired before our marriage. Everything else, including wedding gifts and jointly purchased items, I left behind. I wanted nothing that could tie me to the Quells' web of deceit. 2 days later, the Boston Globe published a small item in its society section. Quell Investment Group faces inquiry. The article mentioned financial irregularities and investor questions. While it wasn't front-page news, it was enough to send shockwaves through Boston's social circles. Sean showed up at my new apartment, unannounced, a week after I returned from Rome. He looked haggard, the polished veneer of privilege replaced by genuine despair. You have to come home, he said when I opened the door. This has gone too far. This isn't a negotiating tactic, Sean. This is a divorce. He walked in uninvited, running his hands through his unkempt hair. The SEC is investigating my father's accounts. 2 board members resigned. My mother had to cancel her charity gala because 3 major donors pulled out. That sounds like a Quell family problem, I replied. Not mine. It's your problem if I go down with the ship. We're still married. My debts are your debts. I allowed myself a small smile. Not when I have proof that you deliberately excluded me from financial decisions and hid assets with the intent to defraud me in divorce proceedings. My lawyer assures me that's sufficient to protect me. His facade finally cracked. Sean sank onto my sofa, his head in his hands. I never wanted it to be like this. What did you want, Sean? To marry me for my event planning skills? To use me to manage your social calendar while you reconnected with Vanessa? To discard me when I was no longer useful? It wasn't like that at the beginning, he said quietly. I did love you, but not enough to stand up to your family. Not enough to be honest about your affair. I sat across from him, feeling strangely calm. When is the baby due? His head snapped up. How did you? For months, according to the texts I saw. Congratulations. A heavy silence fell between us. Outside, rain began to patter against the windows of my new apartment, smaller than our Beacon Hill brownstone, but mine. Just mine. paid for with the earnings of a business I had built without Quell money or connections. I'll give you whatever you want, Sean finally said. Just hand over those documents and sign and name your price. That's when I realized the Quells still didn't understand me, not at all. After 5 years, they still saw me as someone who could be bought, someone motivated by the same material concerns that guided their existence. I don't want your money, Sean. I want my freedom. I want the truth acknowledged. I stood up, signaling that our conversation was over. The documents stay with my lawyer, unless you try to drag me down with you. The terms of the divorce are simple. I walk away with what's mine, you with what's yours. And Vanessa, the baby. His voice became almost inaudible. Is that between you and your conscience? I hope you're a better husband to her than you were to me. After he left, I stood by the window, watching the rain intensify. The scandal unfolded gradually over the next few weeks. The Boston Globe ran a longer piece about the Quell Investment Group's financial irregularities. Longtime clients quietly withdrew their portfolios. Eleanor's position on 3 prestigious charity boards became emeritus rather than active. Vanessa's pregnancy became public when she was spotted at her obstetrician's office, sporting an engagement ring. The timeline made it clear that their relationship had continued long before our marriage ended. In Boston society, infidelity could be tolerated if it was discreet, but such blatant misconduct violated the unspoken code. My business thrived, despite the scandal, or perhaps because of it. Clients who once looked down their noses at me now appreciated my discretion and integrity. The story that circulated wasn't about a scorned woman, but about a professional who refused to be used and discarded. 6 months later, I received an invitation that made me laugh out loud. It was a request to bid on planning Eleanor Quell's next charity event. Apparently, desperation had trumped pride. I politely declined, citing a full schedule. The divorce was finalized without drama. The Quells, focused on salvaging their reputation and finances, accepted my terms without argument. Sean and Vanessa married privately, and their daughter was born 2 weeks later. I didn't send a gift. On the first anniversary of that night in Rome, I found myself planning another event in Italy, a celebrity wedding on the Amalfi Coast. As I stood on a terrace overlooking the Mediterranean, phone in hand, vendors at my command, I realized something unexpected. I was happy, not in spite of the implosion of my marriage, but because of it. The Quells had tried to make me small, to reduce me to an accessory in their grand narrative. Instead, they had inadvertently freed me to claim my own story. By losing what I thought I wanted, I found what I truly needed. Not the acceptance of a family determined to reject me, but the courage to reject a life built on appearances. I raised my glass to the setting sun and smiled, toasting the empty chair that showed me exactly where I belonged. Story 2. My ex-husband thought I was barren. He left me 13 years ago, in Tokyo. He smirked. Still single, right? My son's a genius, just like me. I smiled. Meet my son. He went pale. The boy was his spitting image. I'd raised his son alone. His smirk faded into regret. I never thought I'd be pregnant and divorced in the same month. I whispered the words to my reflection in the bathroom mirror, holding the positive pregnancy test with shaking hands. Weeks earlier, Maxwell had stood in our kitchen, his posture stiff and formal, as if addressing a business partner and not his wife of 7 years. I want a divorce, he'd said. The words hit me like a physical blow. I've been patient, but I need children, a family, something you can't give me. The memory of that moment still stung. I had stood frozen, still wearing my apron, preparing a special dinner. That night, we were supposed to discuss a final round of fertility treatments I'd been researching. But Maxwell, we have options. The doctor said. I've met someone else, he interrupted. His voice was eerily calm. She's younger. The odds are better. Before we embark on Claire's journey, I want to take a moment to thank you for being here. If you are moved by stories about finding strength in life's most devastating moments, like when Claire's husband leaves citing her infertility as the reason, consider subscribing. It's completely free and helps us share more stories of women rebuilding their lives after heartbreak. Join us as we witness how a foundation shattered into pieces can become the starting point of something beautiful. Just like that, my world imploded. The home we'd built, the future we'd planned, gone in a 5-minute conversation. Maxwell had already packed a bag, already consulted a lawyer. The betrayal wasn't just in his decision to leave, but in how meticulously he'd planned it while I researched fertility clinics, believing we were in this struggle together. That night, I slept in the guest room. I couldn't bear the emptiness of our king-sized bed. By dawn, Maxwell was gone completely. He left only a folder with divorce papers and information about his generous financial settlement, enough for 3 months' rent in a modest apartment, while I reorganized myself. At the time, the settlement seemed like a fortune until I started apartment hunting. 7 years as a homemaker had left me with a gaping resume and no recent work experience. The only skill I had to offer was my interior design degree, which I'd shelved to support Maxwell's career. We'd moved 3 times in 5 years, following his promotions. "You have excellent taste, Mrs. Harrington," one rental agent told me during my 12th apartment viewing. But without a work history or significant assets, landlords are hesitant. I finally found a small 1-bedroom apartment above a laundromat. It was far from our suburban neighborhood, but within walking distance of several businesses where I might find work. The constant hum of washing machines became the soundtrack to my sleepless nights. My bank account dwindled alarmingly. Each morning, I applied for office jobs, retail positions, anything that would hire someone with a 7-year gap in their work history. Each afternoon, I returned home with another rejection. 2 weeks after moving, I found myself staring at our wedding album, wondering how the man who had promised for better or for worse could abandon me so coldly. Then I remembered our fertility journey, specifically the 3 embryos we had frozen during our last round of IVF. Embryos that Maxwell, apparently, had forgotten in his haste to start a new family. The fertility clinic was sympathetic but clear about my options. "Mrs. Harrington, since these embryos were created during your marriage, you both have rights," the coordinator explained. "However, your consent forms indicate either party can proceed with implantation." I scheduled the appointment immediately, using what was left of the settlement money. It was an act of desperation, but also defiance. One last chance to have the family I'd always dreamed of, even if it wasn't the way I'd imagined. Between medical appointments, my job search became increasingly frantic. My savings were almost gone. Finally, I saw a help wanted sign in the window of Millie's, a family-style diner 6 blocks from my apartment. Millie, a woman with silver hair, kind eyes, and a no-nonsense demeanor, interviewed me on the spot. "Never waitressed before?" she asked, eyeing my carefully ironed blouse, the last vestige of my previous life. "No, but I learned fast," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "And I need this job more than you know." Something in my expression must have touched her. 6-hour shifts. Start tomorrow. Tips are pooled. Don't be late. That night, I practiced carrying plates up and down the hallway of my tiny apartment, determined not to fail at this, too. The first week at Millie's was brutal. My feet blistered in shoes not meant for 8 hours on concrete. I mixed up orders, spilled coffee, and received impatient sighs from the more experienced waitstaff. I refused to quit because this job was my lifeline. Slowly, I improved. Regular customers started requesting my section. My coworkers, initially distant, began including me in their break-room conversations. "You're not what we expected," confessed Rita, a single mother of 2 who'd been at Millie's for 15 years. "When Millie hired you, with those pearls and that fancy handbag, we figured you wouldn't last 2 days." I laughed, surprised at myself. Honestly, I hadn't thought so either. As the weeks passed, those women became my unexpected support system. They knew nothing about the embryo transfer. It was my hope, too fragile to share. But they sensed I was rebuilding after something devastating. Then, the divorce was finalized. Maxwell didn't even show up in court. He sent his lawyer. I sat alone on my side of the courtroom, feeling strangely detached, as the judge officially dissolved our marriage. No mention of children or fertility, just assets, debts, and the clinical termination of 7 years together. That night, I worked a double shift at the diner, serving plates of comfort food while absorbing the fact that I was truly alone now. When Rita noticed my reddened eyes, she simply handed me a clean apron and covered my tables for 10 minutes, without asking questions. 3 days later, the first wave of morning sickness hit me, mid-breakfast rush. I barely made it to the staff bathroom before violently throwing up. When it happened again the next morning, Rita cornered me in the break room. "You're either pregnant or you need a doctor," she said bluntly, offering me a saltine cracker. That night, I took a pregnancy test, then 2 more. All confirmed what seemed impossible. Against all odds, the transfer had worked. I was pregnant, newly divorced, working for minimum wage plus tips, living above a laundromat. I sat on the bathroom floor for hours, alternating between laughter and tears. This tiny life inside me was both a miracle and a complication, a link to the man who had abandoned me and my only family in the world. Tomorrow, I would have to schedule doctor's appointments, research prenatal care options with my limited insurance, and figure out how to prepare for a baby in my tiny apartment. But tonight, I placed my hand on my still flat stomach and made a promise. We'll figure it out together, little one. No matter what, you will always be wanted. The foundation of my old life had been shattered completely. But sitting there, on the cold tile floor, I felt the first fragile shoots of something new beginning to grow. The morning sickness became my daily alarm clock. It arrived with brutal punctuality at 6:15 a.m., 15 minutes before my shift. I barely had time to brush my teeth before rushing downstairs to the diner, praying the nausea would subside before the breakfast rush. "Eat this before you start," Rita ordered one morning, pushing a plate of dry toast towards me. "Small bites. Trust me, it helps." As a mother of two, Rita became my pregnancy guru. She offered practical advice, without judgment or condescension. At 12 weeks, I finally summoned the courage to tell Millie I was pregnant. I'd rehearsed what I would say for days, terrified she would see me as a liability and cut my hours. But she surprised me. "About time you said something," she replied, folding her arms. "Table 4 has a pool going on how long it would take you to admit it." She revised the schedule on the spot. I was moved from the morning shift to afternoons. Less running around, more sitting between tables, and no more carrying those giant coffee pots. The news of my pregnancy spread quickly among the regulars. Most were kind, leaving larger tips, murmuring words of encouragement, and sharing stories of their own children. Some of the older customers even started bringing hand-knitted baby items, leaving them beside their payment. My Harold worked 2 jobs when we were expecting our first. A widow who came every Tuesday for meatloaf told me, "You're doing what mothers have always done, whatever it takes." Those small acts of kindness sustained me against the mounting financial pressure. Each doctor's appointment required careful calculations. How many extra shifts could I pick up to cover the copay? Which bills could be delayed another week? The prenatal vitamins alone were taking an alarming chunk out of my grocery budget. By my second trimester, I devised a ruthless spreadsheet, tracking every penny. Baby essentials were ranked by necessity. Crib and car seat at the top. Cute clothes and fancy gadgets, eliminated completely. I spent Sunday afternoons, my only day off, scouring thrift stores, searching for gently used baby clothes and equipment at a fraction of the retail price. My tiny apartment transformed month by month. The living room gradually surrendered to baby preparations. A second-hand crib that Rita helped me assemble. A rocking chair salvaged from a garage sale. A makeshift changing table, fashioned from an old dresser I refinished myself. "You've got a real knack for this," commented Kelly, another waitress who helped me haul the dresser up 3 flights of stairs. "Ever thought about doing this for money? Refinishing old furniture?" I hadn't considered it, but those words planted a seed. In the evenings, after my shift, I started watching furniture restoration videos, taking notes, absorbing techniques, imagining how they might someday serve me. As my belly grew, my world simultaneously shrank and expanded. Physically, everything became harder. Walking to work, standing for hours, even sleeping comfortably seemed impossible. But socially, my universe blossomed. The diner staff threw a modest baby shower during a slow Tuesday afternoon. Customers I'd served for months brought small gifts. Even the laundromat owner downstairs offered to wash the baby's clothes for free during my first month postpartum. "My daughter was a single mom too," he said gruffly. "Someone should have done the same for her." At 7 months, a scare. A bout of early contractions forced the hardest decision yet. After a night in the hospital and stern warnings from my doctor, I had to quit Millie's. "About time," Millie said, once again surprising me. "I was wondering when you were going to listen to reason." She handed me an envelope. It was severance pay, something I knew her small business could barely afford. "Call it a loan if it makes you feel better, but don't you dare refuse it." The final weeks of pregnancy were a strange mix of terror and peace. Terror because the savings I'd managed to accumulate were now my sole source of income, and there was no guarantee when I could work again. Peace because, for the first time, I could rest guilt-free, mentally prepare for what was coming. Labor began on a rainy Tuesday night. I called Rita, who drove me to the hospital and stayed with me for the first 6 hours, until she had to return home to her children. The next 14 hours, I spent alone, clutching a photo of the nursery I'd created, reminding myself what waited on the other side of the pain. And when finally, after excruciating pushes, my son arrived, the rush of love was so overwhelming that everything else faded. The absence of a partner, the financial uncertainty, the fear of failing. In that instant, there was only his perfect little face and the fierce certainty that I would do anything to protect him. "What's his name?" the nurse asked, placing his tiny body on my chest. "Leo," I whispered. "It means lion or brave. Something we both needed to be." Coming home to our small one-bedroom apartment was a moment of both triumph and fear. The first night, I barely slept, checking constantly to make sure Leo was breathing. By the third night, exhaustion won, and I surrendered to a new rhythm, dictated entirely by him. We created routines, born of necessity. I learned to shower during his morning nap, to prepare meals one-handed while holding him on my shoulder, to function on fragmented sleep in 90-minute cycles. Each small victory felt monumental. The first time I managed to bathe him alone, the day I did laundry without him crying, tiny moments that were everything. "You're doing great," Rita reassured me during her weekly visits. "The fact that you worry means you're already a good mom." And slowly, the impossible became possible. And then, routine. I discovered a strength I didn't know I possessed, the ability to keep going, even when bone-tired, to soothe his cries when tears wanted to spill from my own eyes, to keep moving forward when giving up seemed easier. Our small apartment, which had initially reminded me of everything I'd lost, became something precious. The first home Leo would remember, the place where I discovered who I was beyond Maxwell's wife, or the mother who couldn't. I filled it with secondhand furniture and budget-friendly solutions. I understood something. I wasn't rebuilding the life I'd lost. I was creating something entirely new. In those first months of Leo's life, I understood that starting over wasn't just about buying diapers or learning to parent alone. It was about rediscovering myself, rebuilding my identity around a love stronger than anything I'd ever felt before. A new foundation, far more solid than the one that had crumbled beneath my feet. As Leo's first birthday approached, my maternity savings were almost gone. Furniture restoration, the hobby born as a distraction during pregnancy, became my first lifeline. I'd refinished a few pieces for neighbors in my building, who then recommended me to their friends. Soon, I was balancing motherhood with a small side business, working in the evenings after Leo fell asleep. "Just 3 more chairs to sand, and then I can sleep," became my nightly mantra. The rhythmic rasp of sandpaper was the lullaby to my exhaustion. But it wasn't enough. Furniture work couldn't sustain us. By Leo's second birthday, I was juggling 3 part-time jobs, weekend shifts at Millie's, remote data entry during his naps, and furniture restoration whenever I could steal a few minutes from the day. Sleep became a luxury, one I often sacrificed for another hour of work or a few precious minutes of quiet. After 18-hour days, Rita helped me find affordable childcare, connecting me with her sister, who ran an in-home daycare. "Family discount," she insisted, though I knew she was subsidizing part of the cost herself. I accepted with quiet gratitude, promising myself I would someday, somehow, repay that kindness. Our routine was precisely calibrated. Wake at 5 a.m. to prepare Leo's meals for the day. Drop him off at daycare before 7 a.m. Work remote data entry until noon. Buy furniture restoration supplies during lunch. Pick up Leo at 5 p.m. Spend the evening working on projects together, him by my side, helping with his small hands while I sanded, painted, assembled. Then the familiar routine: bath, stories, kisses, bedtime. Weekends meant shifts at the diner, Leo either with Rita or playing quietly in Millie's back office. "How do you do it all?" the newer waitresses would sometimes ask, watching me rush from one thing to another without pausing for breath. The truth was, I didn't. Something always fell through the cracks. Some nights, too exhausted to read the entire bedtime story, I'd skip pages while Leo protested sleepily. Other times, I delivered furniture pieces with unfinished details, praying clients wouldn't notice the poorly sanded corners, the shortcuts I'd taken to meet deadlines. When Leo turned 3, something happened that made me pause. We were at the neighborhood park, on one of those rare afternoons when time seemed to stretch out. While other children climbed awkwardly or needed their parents' help, Leo moved with a confidence that startled me. He navigated the playground equipment with fluidity. His movements were clean, quick, coordinated. "Your son's got natural coordination," an older man commented from a nearby bench. "My son coached gymnastics for 30 years. I recognized the signs." At first, I dismissed it. I was too busy surviving to think about extracurricular activities. But over the months, the obvious became impossible to ignore. Leo had walked earlier than most children. He'd run sooner. And by the time he was 4, he was attempting cartwheels and handstands without anyone teaching him. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day, I found him standing on the armrest of the sofa, poised to jump. "Leo, no," I yelled, rushing towards him. But he'd already jumped and landed with perfect balance. He grinned at me proudly. "I practiced all day, Mommy. Watch again." That night, while he slept soundly, I researched community programs and discovered the YMCA offered subsidized gymnastics classes for toddlers. The schedule conflicted with my data entry hours, forcing a difficult decision. In the end, I spoke to my remote employer, negotiating a flexible schedule. I lost some income, but gained something more important: the beginning of Leo's path. His coach, a former college gymnast named Carlos, pulled me aside after his 3rd class. "Your son has something special," he said quietly. "A raw talent that shouldn't be wasted." I felt a mixture of pride and panic. Nurturing talent required resources we didn't have. But every time I saw the light in Leo's eyes during practice, I knew I couldn't hold him back. "We'll find a way," I promised Carlos. "Whatever it takes." My small furniture restoration business began to evolve. I started designing custom-built toddler beds, play structures, pieces inspired by Leo's need for movement. Clients paid premium prices for these unique creations, unaware they were funding my son's gymnastics lessons. When Leo turned 6, Carlos suggested supplementing his training with swimming to build upper body strength. I refinished the pool manager's antique dining set in exchange for lessons, and worked early mornings cleaning the facility to earn us extra practice time. Our apartment became a makeshift gym. Sofa cushions for tumbling practice, removable bars in the door frames for pull-ups, masking tape marking the hallways for balance beam exercises. We invented games that disguised training as play, turning our financial limitations into opportunities for creativity. "Why don't my friends have monkey bars in their living room?" Leo asked once, hanging upside down from the structure I'd installed across the ceiling. "Because their moms probably have better taste in decorating," I replied, laughing, as I watched him practice a new dismount. As Leo grew, our conversations grew with him. During our walks to school, I told him edited versions of our story. How life sometimes takes unexpected turns. How true strength comes not from having it all, but from knowing how to adapt. "Like when I fall in gymnastics?" he asked, with his 7-year-old wisdom that always managed to disarm me. "Exactly. It's not about not falling. It's about getting back up every time." He nodded silently, absorbing the lesson with a depth I hadn't expected. "And that's why you work so hard, because you're getting back up." His words made my eyes sting. Yes, exactly why. Our bond deepened with each shared challenge. Leo learned to prepare simple meals with me, to take on household chores beyond what was expected of his age. He learned to appreciate what we had, instead of longing for what we lacked. By the time he was 8, he was helping me deliver small furniture pieces to local clients, beaming with pride as he explained the restoration process to impressed customers. We had created our own world, imperfect but beautiful in its ability to endure, in how it held itself together on the little we had. And that made it invulnerable, until Maxwell appeared, unannounced, at one of Leo's local gymnastics competitions. His presence was like an earthquake beneath the carefully constructed foundation of our lives. I saw him immediately, still handsome, in that polished way that never quite fit into my real life, sitting in the bleachers with an expression of bewildered interest, as if he didn't know why he was there, but couldn't look away either. My heart pounded as my mind raced through calculations. The resemblance between them was now undeniable. And as Leo executed a flawless floor routine, full of grace, precision, and joy. I struggled to keep my focus where it belonged. On him, on his accomplishment, on what this moment meant. I had to push down the anxiety, the roiling emotions, because there would be time later to deal with the past. Now, this instant belonged to Leo. To us. To the silent years that had shaped us into something I never thought possible. Strong, whole, invincible in our own way. "Did you see me, Mom?" Leo yelled, running towards me, his medal swinging from his neck, his eyes shining. "I did it perfect. I saw every second." I replied truthfully, wrapping him in a tight hug, deliberately avoiding looking towards the bleachers. "And you were absolutely incredible." Maxwell was waiting for us near the gym exit. His impeccable suit fell out of place among the sweatpants and snack-filled backpacks of the other parents. I tightened my grip on Leo's hand as we approached, my mind automatically searching for escape routes, just in case. "Claire," he said, in a voice I still recognized, the familiarity sending a shiver down my spine. "I thought it was you." Leo looked at me, curious, sensing the shift in my body. "Honey, why don't you go congratulate friend's name on their routine?" I said gently, "I need to talk to this gentleman for a minute." Once Leo was out of earshot, I turned to Maxwell. "What are you doing here?" "Business trip," he replied smoothly. "Saw the event advertised in the local paper." His eyes followed Leo, with a mixture of nostalgia and surprise he couldn't quite conceal. "He's not here for you," I interrupted before he could say more. "This is his moment, and you have no right to intrude on it." Maxwell produced a business card, now bearing the logo of a prestigious law firm. "Call me. We need to talk." Before turning away, he dropped a phrase that echoed in my ears. "He has my eyes, Claire." That night, after Leo was asleep, I sat at our small kitchen table, staring at the business card for so long that the edges began to curl between my fingers. The elegant, gold-embossed lettering mocked the simple but dignified life we'd built. One phone call could change everything. Give Leo opportunities one couldn't provide. Ease the constant struggle, the pressure of every financial decision. But at what cost? I called Rita. "He found us," I said, and that was all I needed to say. "Want me to come over?" she asked without hesitation. "No. Leo's asleep. I don't know what to do." Her response was, as always, brief, clear, honest. "What's your gut telling you?" "Protect my son." 3 days later, I called Maxwell. We met at a coffee shop during Leo's school hours. He arrived punctually, as always. There was gray at his temples now, which somehow didn't diminish his imposing presence, but rather enhanced it. "He's mine, isn't he?" he said without preamble. "Biologically, yes." The transfer worked. He exhaled, as if he'd been holding his breath for years. "Why didn't you tell me?" I fought to keep my voice level. "When exactly?" "When you walked away without looking back. When you signed the divorce papers without even contesting them. You left me because I couldn't give you a child. And now you want to know why I didn't tell you." I had a right to know. Leo had a right to a father. Not just any father. I replied, the anger I'd swallowed for years finally surfacing. A father who wanted him unconditionally. Not one who abandoned his mother when things got difficult. His expression shifted. It wasn't accusation anymore. It was calculation. "I want to be in his life. I can offer him things you can't. He needs stability, love. Not luxury. Not appearances." I've changed, Claire. Seeing him, seeing you, it made me rethink everything. "And what exactly are you proposing?" The answer came 2 days later, during a dinner at a restaurant where the price of one entree equaled my weekly paycheck. Maxwell painted a tempting future. Remarriage, a move to his neighborhood, private coaches for Leo, the best schools, financial security, everything I'd been struggling to achieve on my own. Leo would have my name, my resources, everything he deserves, Maxwell said. And you wouldn't have to work yourself to exhaustion anymore. The benefits were clear. No more multiple jobs, no more sleepless nights balancing budgets, no more fear of not being able to afford a medical emergency or college tuition. "I need time to think about it," I replied, because my head was spinning. For 2 weeks, I observed every interaction between Maxwell and Leo. During supervised visits, he arrived with expensive gifts, a professional-grade tumbling mat, personalized grips, a tablet loaded with technique videos. Leo was wary, curious, trying to understand who this man was who suddenly seemed interested in his life. "Is he going to be around a lot now?" he asked me one night, as I tucked him into bed. Would you like that? I replied gently. He thought for a moment, then said something that stopped me cold. He knows a lot about gymnastics, but he looks disappointed when I don't do things perfect. That phrase lodged itself in my mind. I remembered Maxwell's subtle winces when Leo missed a skill, his quick glances at other, more advanced children. The same perfectionism, the same judgment that had driven him away from me when our fertility became a struggle, was now directed, unfiltered, at our son. I arranged to meet Maxwell alone, at the park where Leo practiced on weekends. I arrived early, as always, and watched him approach as the children swung, ran, climbed on structures Leo could navigate blindfolded. I've made a decision, I said. No preamble. The answer is no. His confidence faltered. It's the money. I can increase the support. It's not about numbers, Maxwell. It's about what Leo needs. Stability. Unconditional love. A father who values his effort as much as his accomplishments. I can give him that. Can you? 8 years ago, you walked away when things got difficult. What happens when Leo doesn't meet your expectations? When he stops being a prodigy and just becomes a kid having a bad day? Maxwell didn't answer. His silence was answer enough. We've built a life where his worth isn't tied to performance or privilege. I'm not going to trade that for financial comfort. You're making a mistake, he warned, the lawyer in him resurfacing. I could fight for custody. You could try, I said, meeting his gaze, my voice steady. But before you do, consider what that would do to Leo. And also consider what a judge would think about a father who abandoned his wife for perceived infertility, then ignored his son for 8 years. And he did try. He made it legal. He made it formal. The threat arrived in certified mail, tense meetings, words on paper that meant nothing and everything. I countered with what I had. I leaned on Rita, scraped together what little I could, and consulted a lawyer specializing in paternity cases. He has a biological link, she explained, but no emotional one. The courts prioritize stability. The fight drained me, my savings, my energy, my nights, but I didn't back down. I wouldn't. When Maxwell understood I wouldn't yield, he offered a settlement. Regular visits, financial support, no custody claims. I need to know he's part of my legacy, he admitted during our final conversation. But I knew destroying Leo's life would leave no legacy, only ruins. The agreement was reasonable, and at the same time, painful. Maxwell would fund his education and training, with gradually increasing visitation rights, based on Leo's comfort level and pace. In return, I would not contest his legal recognition as Leo's father. I signed, feeling neither victory nor defeat, just the weight of having chosen the harder path for the right reasons. Yes, it would have been easier to accept the security Maxwell offered, the house, the name, the resources, but the independence I'd fought so hard to achieve was priceless. That night, I watched Leo practice handstands against the living room wall. His feet brushed the ceiling, and I thought, here we are. We didn't have luxury, but we had strength. We'd survived abandonment, built a home from what remained, and now weathered the storm of the past. Mom, watch this, Leo yelled, executing a perfect cartwheel across the room. I see you, I said, and my words carried more weight than he could possibly understand. I always see you, and whatever comes next, we'll face it together. Not as beneficiaries of conditional generosity, but as the resilient team we've always been. 5 years after that confrontation, I stood in my kitchen, the same kitchen, with its recycled furniture, mismatched mugs, and honest warmth, staring at an envelope bearing the official logo of USA Gymnastics. Leo, now 13 and taller than me at 5'10", fidgeted nervously beside me. Open it, Mom, he urged, his voice cracking with adolescence, a daily reminder that time marched on. I broke the seal carefully, as if by doing so I could slow the moment down. I scanned the first few lines. My breath caught. Congratulations, Leonardo Harrington. My voice trembled as I continued. You have been selected to represent the United States at the Junior International Gymnastics Competition in Tokyo, Japan. Leo's whoop of joy rattled the windows. He snatched the letter from my hand, as if needing to verify it with his own eyes. I made it, Mom. I made it. A wave of fierce pride washed over me, followed by the reality. Tokyo. Expenses. International flights, meals, accommodation in one of the most expensive cities in the world. The program would cover the basics, but Coach Carlos had been clear. Family support was essential at international competitions. This calls for a celebration, I announced, pushing down the mental calculations for a moment. Tell me, where do you want to have dinner tonight? Later, after he finally fell asleep, though the excitement kept him restless even after a full day of training, I switched on the desk lamp, pulled out the calculator, and faced the numbers. Between our modest savings, the slowly growing furniture business, and the court-ordered support from Maxwell, we were still several $1,000s short for the trip. The next morning, I called Rita, now manager of Millie's after the original owner's retirement. I need extra shifts, I said. Whatever you can give me. Tokyo? She asked, knowing without needing more words. She'd watched Leo grow, from his first awkward tumble to this. Tokyo, I confirmed. And for the next 3 months, I worked. With the kind of determination born of necessity and fueled by love. Weekdays were split between my regular data entry job and an accelerated schedule of furniture restorations. Weekends meant double shifts at Millie's, where the customers who'd watched Leo grow, through my stories, my photos, my tired smiles, left generous tips for our Road to Tokyo fund. I sold non-essential belongings, refused any personal spending, and tracked every penny with the precision of a military clock. Leo contributed, too. He insisted on using the small local scholarship he'd begun receiving to help with the trip expenses. We're a team, Mom, he said, with the quiet confidence I'd always tried to instill in him. We get there together, or we don't get there at all. 2 weeks before our departure, the final piece of the financial puzzle arrived unexpectedly. An envelope containing a voucher for a business-class flight to Tokyo, and a note. Leo deserves to have his mother with him. No conditions. Maxwell. Pride disguised as pragmatism. I stared at the voucher for a long time, then accepted it. Because sometimes, true strength isn't about refusing help, but about accepting it if it benefits your child, regardless of where it comes from. Tokyo was sensory overload. Neon, crowds, unfamiliar customs. The competition venue, a stunning sports complex in the heart of the city, displayed the flags of 28 nations. Leo's eyes widened at the international scope. His usual teenage indifference momentarily replaced by genuine awe. Can you believe we're really here? He whispered during orientation, squeezing my hand the way he used to as a child. We were navigating the accreditation process when a familiar voice cut through the multilingual murmur. Claire. Leo. Maxwell stood before us. Not in his usual business attire, but wearing a credential identifying him as part of the event's legal team. 5 more years had added silver to his temples, but little else had changed. You're working here? I asked, trying to maintain my composure. I relocated to Tokyo 3 years ago to head the firm's Asian division, he explained. When I saw Leo's name on the U.S. team roster, I requested to be assigned to this event. Leo, more comfortable with Maxwell now after years of scheduled visits and regular phone calls, offered a respectful handshake. Thanks for helping Mom get here, he said frankly, with the honesty I'd always taught him to embrace. Maxwell nodded. Something that looked like regret flickered across his face, just for a second. I'll be at your events, he promised Leo, before turning to me. We should talk. That conversation happened the following evening, in a quiet restaurant near our hotel, modest, but clean and functional. We drank tea, which I insisted on paying for myself. Maxwell seemed more subdued, more human. Seeing everything from a distance, all these years, he began, choosing his words carefully, made me realize what I walked away from. Not just a marriage, but the chance to actually know my son, to be a part of who he is. You had visitation rights, I reminded him quietly. Having rights isn't the same as having a relationship. His gaze was steady. You refused to remarry me. You refused to accept my support beyond what the court mandated. You refused to let me buy my way into Leo's life. At the time, I thought you were stubborn. And now I understand you were wise. He glanced around the simple restaurant. You gave him something I couldn't. Authenticity. The certainty that his worth isn't tied to his accomplishments or his advantages. The competition spanned 3 days, with preliminary events leading up to the finals. Leo performed with quiet determination. Years of training on makeshift mats and in community gyms were there, in every move. When a difficult vault didn't go as planned, Maxwell watched from the stands with a complex expression of mingled pride and regret. During a break, he approached me with an unexpected candor. "You know what amazes me most?" he asked, watching as Leo spoke with his coach. "It's not his talent, though he has it, clearly. It's his character, the way he encourages the younger competitors, how he thanked the venue staff in Japanese, even though he's barely fluent." He paused. "That comes from you, Claire. Not from me. Not from genes, from you." On the final day, Leo exceeded all expectations, earning a bronze medal. It was more than a trophy. It was a medal forged in years of sacrifice, sleepless nights, and efforts that had gone largely unapplauded until now. As I watched him stand on the podium, his eyes shining with emotion, I felt 13 years of struggle condense into a single, pure, true moment. Ours. That night, at the celebratory dinner, surrounded by Leo's coach, his teammates, and a handful of families, Leo raised his glass of sparkling cider and asked for everyone's attention. "To my mom," he said, his adolescent voice giving way to genuine gratitude, "because she taught me that true winning isn't about standing on a podium. It's about standing beside the people you love, no matter what." Around us, conversations resumed. Maxwell leaned towards me. "You were right to say no," he murmured. "I wanted to give him things. You gave him roots." That night, Tokyo shimmered with a million stars as Leo and I walked back to our hotel. His medal, safely tucked in his jacket pocket. The path that had led us from a broken marriage to this moment wasn't straight. It wasn't easy, but somehow, we had arrived exactly where we needed to be. "Do you ever regret it?" Leo asked suddenly. "Doing all this alone?" I looked at him, at my son, strong, compassionate, resilient in ways that went far beyond the sport. And in that instant, I felt our journey come full circle. "Not for a single moment," I replied truthfully. "Some broken things aren't meant to be fixed. They're meant to be transformed into something entirely new and more beautiful than before." Leo nodded, with an understanding that went beyond his years. "Like us." "Exactly like us," I said, as the lights of Tokyo illuminated our path forward. Two people who had turned life's deepest challenges into its greatest blessings. Story 3. I discovered my wife's secret trip to Hawaii with her lover. So I planted drugs in her luggage, tipped off the Drug Enforcement Administration, and watched them get arrested at the airport. She got 5 years in prison, and he got 15. The morning was chaotic because our alarm didn't go off due to a power outage during the night. This meant my wife and I had to rush to get ready for work. She was in more of a hurry than I was, as my work starts at 9 a.m. and is only a 15-minute drive from our home. Before leaving for work, my wife usually checks her email, but she was in such a rush that she forgot to turn off her computer. As I was about to shut it down, I noticed an email she'd received a few days ago with the subject line, "The plan for a great time." Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it, only to discover that my wife was planning a trip to Hawaii with another man while I'd be away on a 2-week business trip. This revelation hit me hard and left me devastated. Let me provide some context. Katie, my wife, and I were introduced by mutual friends over 12 years ago who believed we would hit it off. Turns out we both valued fitness and a healthy lifestyle. Katie worked as a yoga instructor and personal trainer, while I pursued a career in marketing at a mid-sized company with aspirations of growth. I have a passion for the outdoors, often participating in activities such as hiking, mountain biking, and running. We shared many hobbies and looked good as a couple. Katie is 5 feet 6 inches tall, with long brown hair, brown eyes, and an attractive figure. I'm 6 feet 3 inches, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an athletic build. Was it love at first sight? No, but we developed a strong friendship that later blossomed into romance. It took us a couple of years, but we finally got married and believed we were happy until now. However, after reading this email, I realized our marriage was facing some serious challenges. Apparently, Katie and this guy, Gabe, had been secretly planning a romantic getaway for some time. Despite knowing about my upcoming business trip, which was a significant opportunity for me at the company, she went ahead with it. I was preparing for a 2-week business trip with some colleagues to secure some big accounts. Landing these deals could mean a promotion and a nice pay raise, but now all I could focus on was this email in front of me. I started digging through her other emails to learn more about this Gabe. Turns out, she had kept all their correspondence neatly filed under travel. Convenient, right? Katie's not very tech-savvy, but I spend a lot of time on computers, so navigating her mail was easy for me. It was clear that she had been involved with this guy for the past 6 months. But why? I saw no obvious signs of unhappiness. Our intimate life was good, and we enjoyed each other's company. What drove her into the arms of another man? My mind was racing, but I had to go to work. Before leaving, I made sure to shut her computer later and, maybe, find out more about Gabe and why she did this. After shutting down her computer, I rushed to work, consumed by thoughts of her and Gabe. As I processed the shock of this revelation, anger grew inside me, and I craved revenge on a grand scale. I'm not the type to seek violence or vengeance, but this situation was different. Her betrayal was unforgivable. I briefly wondered when and where it all started, but I decided it didn't matter. What I wanted was to learn more about Gabe and how I could make his life miserable. I didn't wish to harm him, although the thought crossed my mind. Instead, I wanted both of them to experience very large-scale public humiliation. I still needed to plan carefully, though. With 6 weeks to go, I closed my office door at work and began brainstorming. I needed more information about Gabe and the specifics of their trip. Then an idea struck me on how to sabotage their plans and expose their affair in a way she couldn't deny. It was a bold plan, but I was determined to make her face the consequences. Throughout the day, I managed to get some actual work done, but my mind kept returning to my scheme. When it was time to leave, I stayed in my office for over an hour jotting down what I needed and how to get it. I also noted the risks involved in my plan. If things went wrong or I got caught, I could be in serious trouble, possibly even jail time, but I was willing to take that risk. To get more information on Gabe, I knew I needed access to Katie's email and computer. I considered downloading software to crack her passwords, but I quickly realized that it could leave a digital trail. If I wanted to pull this off without getting caught, I needed to be careful. So I had to figure out a way to obtain what I needed without leaving any trace back to me. Over the next few days, I purchased a few burner cell phones from different stores, paying cash, and got a small laptop that I could use in places with free Wi-Fi. This way, my actions couldn't be traced back to my workplace or my home. I also bought several wireless video cameras and microphones to place around the house, hoping to catch her bringing this jerk into our bed for some extramarital fun. The thought made my blood run cold, but maybe they would talk about their upcoming trip, giving me the information I needed for my plan. As time went on, I did my best to act normal around my wife, so she wouldn't suspect I knew about her affair. It was tough, but after a few weeks, pretending became second nature. I would smile lovingly at her, while secretly seething with rage at the thought of her being with another man. I guess I missed my true calling as an actor. During this time, I reached out to some old friends using one of the burner phones I bought, making sure there was no connection to me. My first call was to a college buddy I hadn't spoken to in over 14 years. Steve was a real party animal back then, the go-to guy for a good time. "Hey, Tank, how've you been, man?" Steve didn't recall at first, but after reminiscing about some of our college parties, it all clicked for him. "Hey, Hank. Yeah, I remember now. Good times, huh? What have you been up to?" I quickly filled him in on what I've been doing since college. He shared that things hadn't gone as well as he'd hoped, but that he was keeping afloat. "So what's the reason for this call?" It can't just be to reminisce about the old days. I had to be cautious about bringing up the real matter. So I suggested we meet in person. "Look, I need some help, and I thought you might be the right guy for the job. How about we grab some lunch and talk about it?" He hesitated for a moment and then agreed, saying, "Sure, anything for an old college buddy." We set up a meeting place away from my workplace, but close to his, for a few days later. I was really counting on his help, as time was running out and I had no one else to turn to. I had also set up cameras and microphones in the bedroom and living room, figuring those were the places where they were likely to talk and do other things. After the first week, nothing significant showed up on the recordings. I started thinking that maybe they were meeting at his place, as it could be less risky for their affair. But the following week told a different story. It seemed she had brought Gabe to our house one late morning, and they spent over 2 hours being intimate in every possible position. It was sickening to watch, but I had to endure it to see if they talked about their trip or revealed any useful details. They didn't, though. The following week, I checked the cameras again and saw that they had returned. But this time not for intimacy, they just talked about their upcoming trip, giving me the information I needed, the flight number and departure time. Listening in, I could hear the excitement in my wife's voice as they made their plans. I was beyond furious, even considering harming them, but I pushed the thought aside. I wanted both of them to suffer for a long time. This revenge was going to haunt them for life, even to their graves. I pictured a day when my future ex-wife, old and gray, would lie on her deathbed, and I would walk in with a smile, lean over her, and tell her how I had ruined her trip to Hawaii. I'd turn around and walk away smiling as she stared up at me in disbelief. Now, more determined than ever to succeed, I still had one risky task to address. I finally learned more about Gabe. He and my wife worked as personal trainers at the same health club. Turns out, he had a habit of going after other men's wives. But that was about to change. He lived near the club, in a small condo complex. So I decided to do some surveillance. I took a day off work, telling my boss I had some personal matters to handle before our business trip. With a digital camera equipped with a powerful zoom lens, I observed his place for a few hours. It was a basic two-bedroom complex, and it seemed like his neighbors were away during the day working. No security cameras in sight. This worked well for my covert plans. During my meeting with Steve, I felt anxious about what I had to ask him. It was the riskiest part of my plan, but if I could get what I needed, it would be worth it. When I saw Steve walking into the restaurant, I waved to him from the table where I was seated. It was tucked away in the back, and the place was pretty quiet, with just a few patrons having a late lunch. As he approached, he greeted me casually. "Long time no see, buddy." I didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Steve looked worse for wear, like he could have been an extra on The Walking Dead. I wanted to keep it brief. If he couldn't help, I would have to look for help elsewhere. We reminisced about our college days and the epic parties Steve used to throw. He was quite the party animal back then, but it looked like it had taken a toll on him. He looked much older than his actual age, at least 15 years older. I needed to get to the point, so I asked him directly why I'd invited him, to see if he, or anyone he knew, could help me get some party favors for a private event I was planning. I slipped him a list and asked if he could help me out. "Cash deal?" he asked. "Can I bring an old college buddy down?" I reassured him. Relieved, I agreed, as long as he could get me the items on the list. I told him that once he had everything, I would provide him with the details of the party. Steve requested cash up front to procure the items, so I handed him an envelope with several $1,000s inside. He remarked on the scale of the party and confirmed that the cash was more than enough. We arranged to meet the following week for the exchange, and I gave him my new cell phone number in case there were any issues. With everything settled, we left the restaurant. It was crucial that everything went smoothly, as my wife and her lover were set to leave the day after I went on my trip, 2 weeks before my departure. I met with Steve, and he managed to get everything I needed. All I had to do was stash these items until the time was right. 3 days before my trip, I left work early and checked my wife's packed suitcase, which was already ready for her trip. Very carefully, I covered my tracks as I packed/unpacked. I didn't want her to find it, anyway. Then I embarked on another risky step, breaking into Gabe's place. I knew his work schedule, so that wasn't a problem. However, I'd never attempted anything like this before. I bought a set of lock picks and learned from a book I found online. It's amazing what you can buy on the internet. I practiced on various locks at home and at work, and I became quite proficient at it. Feeling confident, I told my boss I needed an extended lunch and headed to Gabe's condo with my lockpicking set. I was surprised by how quickly I managed to pick the lock, entering his home in a little over a minute. I focused on speed because I wanted to execute my plan quickly and leave no evidence whatsoever. Wearing latex gloves, I went straight to his bedroom, where I found his packed bag, ready for the trip. Just like with my wife's suitcase, I added a few travel surprises into his bag to make his trip memorable. Then I went to the kitchen and found a can of coffee. I emptied the coffee into a bowl, placed a few packets at the bottom of the can, refilled it with coffee, and put it back in its place, making sure everything appeared untouched. With everything back in place, I left Gabe's place and returned home. But I still had one more thing to do. A couple of days before my trip, I contacted a friend who had a cousin working at TSA at the airport. I had all the details about my wife and Gabe's flight. Now it was a matter of passing this information to the right person without revealing the source. So I contacted my friend, but I had to be careful about explaining where I got the information. "Jack, I need a favor, but keep this information confidential," I told him. I gave him the flight details and Gabe's name, but didn't mention my wife's. Jack agreed to pass the information to his cousin discreetly. I also disposed of all the cameras and microphones, so no one could find them, and left a few surprises in Katie's car to add to her troubles. The day before my trip, I decided to have a little fun at my wife's expense. When I got home from work, I sat around looking upset. My wife noticed and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen at work today?" "The clients we were supposed to meet with canceled the meetings. So now I won't be traveling, and the company will miss a huge opportunity to grow," I said in a serious tone. I saw the shock and concern on her face. That's when I realized that she was probably planning to get me out of the way so she and Gabe could have their Hawaii getaway. They can't just send you and try to fix things with those clients. You and your team have put so much time and effort into this project. It would be a real shame if all that work went to waste, she said, trying to make me feel guilty. That infuriated me. How could she talk about shame when she had none? She and Gabe were about to pay a heavy price. I laughed and reassured her. "Just kidding, honey. The trip is still on, don't worry." Relief washed over her face, and she smiled. "You scared me for a second. Are you all packed and ready to go?" "Yeah, just need to throw a few things in my carry-on, and I'll be ready to leave. You won't miss me too much while I'm gone, will you? Got any plans? Maybe a girls' night out or something?" "No, nothing like that. I'll just be here waiting for my lovely husband to come back," she said. God, I almost burst out laughing right then and there, but I was too angry. The next day, my wife drove me to the airport and dropped me off. I gave her a long, passionate kiss, my hands caressing her sweet face. It would be the last kiss I'd ever give her, so I wanted to make it memorable. I joined the rest of the group, and we boarded the flight. It was a smooth trip, and once we landed and checked into the hotel, I called home using the hotel room phone. No one answered, so I left a message. "Honey, I did something silly. I left my phone in the cab and won't be able to call you until I get it back or get a new one. If you need me, leave a message with the front desk, and I'll call you back later." In reality, I hadn't forgotten my phone. I just needed an excuse not to answer her calls. The next day I made sure not to call my wife or anyone else. Well, maybe they made it through airport security. The following day, the meetings went even better than the first ones, and we returned to the hotel early. There were several messages waiting for me on the hotel room phone. One was from my wife, another from her father, and the third from a DEA agent, which made me smile. Then I checked my cell phone and saw several messages waiting for me. I listened to the messages on the hotel phone. The first one was from my wife, and she was crying. "Honey, it's me. I'm in big trouble, and I really need you. Please come home now. Please." After that, all I heard were sobs. The next message was from my future ex-father-in-law. "Hank, your wife has been trying to reach you. She's been arrested, and she needs you to come home now. Please call me when you get a chance." The last message was from a Drug Enforcement Administration agent named DeFranco. He identified himself as Agent DeFranco and wanted to discuss my wife's arrest on drug charges. He provided his contact information and a few other details. I was thrilled and couldn't stop smiling, but I had to maintain a serious appearance around my colleagues. Everything had gone according to plan so far, but I still needed to act surprised and shocked to avoid suspicion that I was involved. The next morning I contacted my boss and reported a serious family problem, without providing details. He agreed to let me take a temporary leave from the meetings to handle the emergency, but stressed the importance of returning promptly to finalize the deals with the clients. I caught the first flight back home, and upon landing, retrieved my lost cell phone and called my father-in-law. "What's going on? I got your message, but I can't believe it. Katie was arrested on drug charges? She doesn't use any substances. This must be a huge misunderstanding or a mistake. She's a yoga instructor, for God's sake. Why would she be involved with illegal stuff?" I asked, knowing exactly where the incident occurred. "No, she was traveling with a friend to Hawaii, and they were stopped at security, where they found some illegal stuff on her and her friend," her father said quietly, sounding ashamed. "Wait a second, just wait. She told me she'd be at home and had no plans. Who was this friend she was going to Hawaii with? I bet one of her girlfriends talked her into going and got her into this whole mess," I responded. Her father hesitated for a moment. "I know she was with someone else. The important thing here, Hank, is that she's in trouble and needs your help. She loves you, and I know you love her, too," he said. I cut him off. "What are you not telling me, Dad? Who is she traveling with?" I shouted into the phone, feeling a little too satisfied. There was silence. Then he cleared his throat. She was traveling with a man, Gabe. He's been arrested, too, he admitted. Once again, I interrupted him. So you're telling me my wife, your daughter, was flying to Hawaii with another man while I was busting my ass making a living, and she gets arrested for drug possession? Is that what you're telling me? Yes, I'm afraid that's what I'm telling you, he replied. I paused for a long moment. Okay, I need to speak with her lawyer and then this DEA agent, and after that I'm going to talk to her. We'll see what happens next, but she better have a damn good explanation as to why she was about to go to Hawaii with another man and had substances with her. I thought to myself. I hung up on her father before he could respond. When I arrived home, I saw that there were over 20 messages waiting, so I started playing them. The first one was from myself about losing my cell phone. The next several were from Katie, expecting me to check our messages while I was on my business trip. Several were from her father, and the rest were from her lawyer, asking me to get in touch ASAP. I called the lawyer, and, since he wasn't in the office at that time, I made an appointment for the following morning. Then I called the DEA guy, DeFranco, and agreed to meet him at his downtown office that afternoon. I quickly cleaned myself up and headed there, trying to think if I had covered my tracks so none of this could come back to me. Soon I found myself in what I could only assume was an interrogation room. Agent DeFranco walked in, carrying a folder. "Glad you could come see me," he said. "I have a few questions about your wife that I was hoping you could answer," he said, looking at something in the folder. "Listen, my wife is not involved with substances, as far as I know. She's never taken anything illegal. Honestly, she doesn't even drink much. This has to be a huge misunderstanding or a mistake. She's a yoga instructor, for God's sake. Why would she be involved with illegal stuff?" I was trying to put on a bit of an act, but Agent DeFranco didn't look up. People make all kinds of dumb choices for all kinds of dumb reasons. "Now, did you know your wife was going to Hawaii with this guy, Gabe? She told us he was just a friend, but Gabe claims they were going on a romantic getaway. So do you know Gabe? Did you know your wife was having an affair? Did you have any idea about the substances?" He was looking intensely at me now. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. I didn't know anything about this until I spoke with my father-in-law this morning, but I still can't believe it. She must have been manipulated into this. She's too good of a person to get involved in something like this. I didn't want to overdo it. I figured this guy could spot a liar right away, so I had to tread carefully. "Well, I guess you didn't. Hate to tell you this, pal, but your wife was cheating on you with an illegal dealer, of all people. We already searched his place and found even more drugs, and soon we'll search your home too. You can cooperate and let us in, or we'll just get a search warrant. Either way, we'll be searching your home soon." I knew her lawyer would advise me against it, but this was about protecting myself, and it would look better if I didn't try anything. So I agreed, and soon I found myself back at home with dozens of DEA and FBI agents, along with a couple of dogs, going through everything. They took a few things, including some pill containers she kept in the medicine cabinet. The following day, during my meeting with Katie's lawyer, I informed him about my conversation with DeFranco and the search. He was not happy. "If you're approached by any law enforcement agents, I want to be present before you say anything, understood?" I nodded, feeling irritated. "Let me be clear," I said. "I want to know everything that led to my wife's arrest. All I know is that she was about to fly to Hawaii with this guy, Gabe. If either of you wants my help, someone better start explaining how this happened, understood?" "I can't discuss your wife's case with you," he replied. That's when I stood up and walked out. Then I headed to the jail where she was being held and requested to see her in a room with other inmates meeting with their families or lawyers at round metal tables with bolted-down stools. She arrived wearing an orange prison jumpsuit, no makeup, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. She looked exhausted, as if she hadn't slept in days. "Oh, honey, I'm so relieved you're here," she sobbed. I was about to hug her, but a guard stepped in, saying there could be no physical contact. This only made her cry louder. "Okay, honey, we're going to figure this mess out right now. I need to hear your side of the story. How did you end up about to go to Hawaii with this guy?" I asked calmly. Her tears intensified. "Hank, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So it's true. You were having an affair with this guy, Gabe, a drug dealer? How could you? Weren't you happy with me? Don't you love me? I don't understand. Him, you, and the drugs, what were you thinking?" I paused, knowing she didn't have an answer. "Please, believe me when I say that I've always loved you. Can you forgive me?" she pleaded. I stared at her for a while, then spoke. Maybe I could have forgiven you, but you broke my heart completely, so I can't forgive you. When you get out of here, I'm hiring a divorce lawyer and changing all the locks on the house. I'll send all your stuff to your parents' house because I want to erase all traces of you from my home. You're out of my life now. I don't want anything to do with you. And tell your lawyer not to use me as a character witness because I won't say anything good about you. Goodbye, Katie. I wish you all the best. She was sobbing and begging me to stay, telling me she needed me. Without looking back, I headed home and started packing her belongings. The next day, I hired a locksmith to change all the locks and then scheduled a security company to install a high-quality system. The following week, within a few days, I had most of her things packed and ready to be shipped to her parents' house. I received several calls from Katie, but I ignored them all. I had no interest in talking to her. Eventually, I got back to work, and we managed to sign those important clients we were pursuing, which led to my promotion and a pay raise. Divorcing Katie was straightforward. It was a straight-up separation, no spousal support, and she had to cover her legal fees due to her drug arrest. Despite her attempts to contact me, I wanted to keep my distance. It didn't go to trial due to the overwhelming evidence, and her lawyer advised her to take a plea deal for a shorter sentence. She wasn't happy, but Gabe fought hard to prove his innocence and ended up with a 15-year sentence, while Katie got 5. It was the day of Katie's sentencing, and she wanted to see me one last time before going to court. I agreed, and we met at her lawyer's office an hour before her hearing. She looked tearful as she looked at me. Hank, I just want you to know that Gabe didn't mean anything to me. I've always loved you, and will continue. I'm so sorry for hurting you like this. It wasn't supposed to end this way. I hope you can forgive me someday, she said, almost crying again. Katie, I need to understand one thing. Why did you do it? Were you bored? Was I not satisfying you in bed? Was it the thrill of doing something forbidden and getting away with it? What drove you to do this and ruin our marriage? I asked sadly. She looked at me. I honestly don't know why. Maybe it was the thrill of doing something forbidden, but I've always loved you. I guess you didn't love me enough, or you wouldn't have done it, I replied. Katie, I hope this is the last time I have to deal with you. I don't want to see or hear from you ever again. I want you to spend your time in prison thinking about what you've lost because you craved excitement. I bet you'll have some exciting experiences in there, once those women notice you. She started crying again, but this time out of fear. Over the next few years, the company grew, and I moved up to vice president. We expanded our business, opening an office in New York, and I was selected to head it. This meant selling my house, moving to Manhattan, and getting an apartment. I received a few letters from Katie in the beginning, but I returned them unopened. That part of my life was over, and I was ready to move on. It's been 7 years now, and life in New York has been good. I'm single, and the dating scene in NYC has treated me well. I was sitting in my office when I received a call from the lobby, and my assistant, Amy, walked in. There's a woman downstairs who wants to speak with you. She says her name is Katie. I paused for a moment, and then told her to send Katie up, but to have 2 security guards nearby as well. I handed Amy something to do for me. I wrote it down and handed it to her. Call me a few minutes after you bring her in, I told Amy. She read what I wrote and smiled. A few minutes later, Katie was in my office. She looked at least 10 years older and had gained some weight, not in a flattering way. Her once beautiful long brown hair now showed some gray and was unkempt. I noticed the dark circles under her sad eyes. Her clothing was stylish, but conservative, and looked a little dated. I looked at her, feeling nothing. No love, no hate, not even pity. I was emotionally empty. So, Katie, what brings you here? Hank, I was hoping we could talk. I felt the need to explain what happened to me. I honestly had no idea about the drugs, and I still don't know how they ended up in my luggage. Gabe must have planted them without my knowledge. I don't do substances, never have. Please, believe me. I'm begging you, Katie said. Katie, you destroyed our marriage over an affair and turned our entire relationship into a lie. Why should I trust you now? Why did you go through the trouble of finding me just to tell me another lie? I responded, you don't understand. I love you. I still love you. I want us to be together again. I want to make things right. Just then my desk phone rang, and I put it on speakerphone. Yes, Amy, what is it? Stacy called to confirm that you should get 4 tickets for the opening, as her parents are coming to town and want to meet you. Let her know I'll be buying 4 tickets as well. Find out where her parents are staying. I want to send her mother a dozen roses." I ended the call and looked back at Katie. "You were saying, Katie?" She was on the verge of tears. "Who is this Stacy?" "Oh, it's just someone I've been seeing lately. But you're not here to talk about my love life. You mentioned that you still have feelings for me. While I appreciate that, I want to be clear that I no longer feel the same way about you. At the end of the day, your dad informed me of your arrest and your plan to go to Hawaii with Gabe. When your affair came to light, I ended our relationship. Now please leave, and I don't want to see you again. Do you understand? Listen, but I had nothing to do with those drugs they found. I was framed. Enough of your lies, Katie. You lied to me before, and you're still lying now. Please leave and don't come back. I've told security to arrest you if you return. Do you understand?" She was crying silently, but nodded her head. I escorted her to the door, and the security guards walked her out. Amy came in. "What was that all about?" "Oh, that was just me saying goodbye to a chapter of my life." After that last encounter with Katie, I felt like I had finally closed that painful chapter of my life. I refocused on my work and my life in New York, leaving all the bitter memories behind. I dedicated myself to building a new life, filled with opportunities and relationships that allowed me to grow and leave the past behind. Over the next few years, my company continued to thrive, and I climbed even higher, becoming a key member of the executive team. I traveled frequently between New York and other international offices, enjoying the excitement and challenges that came with my position. My days were filled with meetings, negotiations, and important projects, which kept me busy and helped me forget the traumatic events of the past. Although Katie's betrayal had left a deep scar, I realized that I had the strength to overcome any obstacle. The lessons I learned from that experience made me stronger and wiser, and I made sure I never committed seriously to anyone. The pain of Katie's betrayal had left me with a deep-seated distrust of love and long-term relationships. However, I found solace and fulfillment in my work, my friends, and the numerous activities and events that the city offered. One day, as I was walking through Central Park, I reflected on everything that had happened. I thought about how I had discovered Katie's deception, how I had planned and executed my revenge, and how I had rebuilt my life after her arrest. Despite everything, I felt at peace. I knew that I had done the right thing by walking away from someone who didn't value our relationship, and I was proud of myself for finding the strength to move on. The chapter of my life with Katie was over, and while I would always carry the scar of her betrayal, I knew that I was a stronger and more resilient man for having gone through that experience. Life in New York was exciting and full of possibilities, and I was ready to face any challenge that came my way with the confidence that I could overcome any adversity. With a smile on my face, I continued my walk through the park, enjoying the sunshine and the bustle of the city. Life went on, and so did I. Now, let's move on to the next story. Story 2. Dad bought a new house with borrowed money, lied about it, and didn't invite me to the housewarming party because he and my stepmom have hated me for years. So I did something he'll strongly regret. +1 edit +2 update. Dad bought a new house with borrowed money, lied about it, and didn't invite me to the housewarming party because he and my stepmom have hated me for years. So I did something he'll strongly regret. Hi. I ruined my dad's housewarming party a couple of days ago, but with good reason. So hear me out before judging me. I'm 26 and lost my mom when I was 5 in a freak accident. My dad was single for a long time and didn't start dating anyone until I was 13, so we were very close for a long time. This stayed the same until he started dating my stepmom, Nora, when I turned 15. They dated for a couple of years before they got married, and I always had a feeling Nora didn't really like me, but she always acted normal around me. I didn't think much of it, as I couldn't start complaining about the fact that she wasn't giving me preferential treatment. Anyway, after my dad and Nora got married, we lived together for a long time, until I moved out for college. But when I came back home after graduation to live with my parents until I got a job, things were very different. Nora was very different and now openly disliked me. Previously, I never said anything about it because I just felt like she disliked me, but when I came back after graduation, she started making it very obvious. She didn't approve of me living with them. I tried to talk to my dad about it, but he just told me that she was going through a rough patch because she had issues going on in her family, and that was it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was about me. So I tried to move out as soon as I could, and after that, I minimized contact with Nora. Even when I visited my dad, I tried not to talk to her. For the past few years, I've been in contact with my dad, but I haven't really had much to talk about Nora, as it's very obvious that she dislikes me. Last week, my dad called and told me that they were moving to a new house, as they were done with the lease on the old one and had purchased a new place. I was quite surprised because my dad's business hadn't been doing well for several years, so I didn't think he could afford to buy a house, but I was happy for him. So I congratulated him and even offered to help him move into his new place. He accepted my offer, and I was there with him every step of the way. Like anyone else, I expected some gratitude for that. Later I found out, from some relatives, that they were throwing a housewarming party, and I wasn't even invited. When I confronted my dad about it, he told me that the reason why he wasn't sure whether he wanted me to be at the party or not was because of Nora. She believed that this was a new beginning for them as a family, and there was no need for my dad to bring his past mistakes. He told me that those were Nora's words, not his, and he obviously didn't agree with them, but he could understand where they were coming from and respected her feelings. So that was the reason why he hadn't invited me, and he hadn't invited his ex-in-laws either, even though he'd been on good terms with all of us. He said he didn't agree with me being his mistake, but if he was going along with what Nora said, then he obviously agreed with her statement. My dad and I ended up having a huge fight over it, and I decided that I was going to cut them out of my life because this was really toxic of them. I couldn't believe he was taking Nora's side over his own son. When I talked to my maternal grandparents, they were also very upset because they had always treated my dad like their own son after my mom passed away, and this wasn't something they expected from him. They also believed that Nora had changed him, and not in a good way. We don't even know what exactly her problem is with us, but it's pretty stupid because my mom isn't even around to compete with her anymore, so she's competing with her family instead. It just shows how pathetic she is by competing for no reason, as we always treated her well, but she always had a negative attitude towards us. For a couple of days, I didn't talk to anyone about it, but then my aunt reached out to ask me why I wasn't attending my dad's housewarming party because she believed that having a business retreat on the same day wasn't a good enough excuse to miss this event. I had no idea what she was talking about, so I told her that wasn't the real reason why I was missing the event, but because I hadn't even been invited. Then we both were able to figure out that my dad had been lying to all the guests about why I wouldn't be attending so they wouldn't ask questions about it. He'd been telling everyone later on that I had a business retreat on the same day and that I really wanted to go on that trip, so I was skipping. I recounted what Nora had said about me being my dad's past mistake and how he had just gone along with her words. I was really hurt, so I didn't hold back and told her all the details of the drama. She listened to me and was equally upset, and she told me she was going to talk to my dad and fix the situation. But I told her not to bother, because that would only make it worse. That's when she told me she wouldn't talk to my dad. But there was something I could do to make sure my dad didn't get away with the lies he'd been telling everyone. My aunt told me that, apparently, my dad had been telling everyone that he'd bought the house with his own money, but we all knew his business hadn't been doing well, and we had our doubts. My aunt also had reservations, so she talked to my dad about it, and my dad had been stupid enough to tell her the truth, that he had actually borrowed a lot of money from one of his business partners who had recently inherited a lot of money from a relative. I knew this business partner, let's call him Sam, and he'd been working with my dad for a long time. They were also very good friends and used to have a lot of dinners together in the past, until Sam moved away. So my dad, apparently, told Sam that he needed to borrow some money because I needed it for my expenses, and my dad's business wasn't doing well, so he couldn't help me, but didn't want to disappoint me. And that's how he convinced Sam to lend him the money. But he actually intended to use it to buy a new house, because he had saved enough money and just needed a bit more. He wanted to buy a new house because that way he could save money on rent, and the money he owed Sam he could pay whenever he wanted later, after his business took off, unlike the rent he would have to pay every month or be evicted. In his head, this was a brilliant idea, and he'd told my aunt about it, or rather bragged to her about it, and she told him that this was terribly dishonest of him. But he didn't care. He'd even been telling everyone that he had finally been able to make it on his own because he was a homeowner, but my aunt knew the truth. And the best part was that he didn't have to tell Sam or invite him to the party, because he didn't live here. My aunt told me all of this and said she wasn't putting ideas in my head, but if I wanted to get back at my dad, I knew what to do. I thought about it for a couple of days, But then I decided to call Sam because I felt pretty insulted by the way my dad had treated me. I was really upset and couldn't just let it go. So I called Sam and told him everything, and I told him that I needed his help. I wasn't sure if he was going to agree or not, but he was immediately on board with my plan and said that he couldn't believe my dad would do something like this. Apparently, he had been hesitant to help my dad in the beginning because he had been planning to use all of his inheritance for his children and wanted to save it for them, so he could use his own money for his retirement fund. He also knew that my dad's business wasn't going well, so he wasn't sure how long it would take him to return the money. He'd been a bit skeptical about lending him the money, but my dad had insisted so much, and even gotten very sentimental when discussing how much he wanted to help me and that he couldn't do it. So Sam couldn't say no and ended up giving him the money. And now, finding out that it had all been a lie and an act to get money out of him just to buy a new house, and then not even inviting me to the housewarming party, his son, whom he supposedly wanted to help, that was just disgusting. The cherry on top was that a couple of friends had told Sam that my dad had purchased a new house, and when he confronted him about it, my dad lied to him and said it had been with the money his wife had saved up, and he apparently hadn't used a single dollar from what he had borrowed because it was all for me. Sam was furious about being deceived, and I didn't have to do much convincing to get him to go along with my plan. So, a few days ago, on the day of the party, I showed up at my dad's house with Sam, and he was a bit surprised to see us there, but didn't want to create a scene in front of all the guests, so he just pulled us aside and told us to leave before we did something. He tried to tell us that he would explain all of this later, but for now he just wanted us to leave because he didn't want things to go wrong. But that wasn't what Sam and I were there to do, and we told him we didn't care, that this was exactly what he deserved. So we went as loud as we could before making the announcement we came to make, and announced to everyone that, contrary to what my dad had been telling them, he hadn't actually been able to save enough money to buy this house on his own. We told them what he had told Sam and how he borrowed this money to help me. And then he didn't even have the decency to invite me after I helped him move, just because Nora didn't want me around. We exposed all of his lies, and the guests were shocked. Once we did what we set out to do, Sam and I went our separate ways, and the phone calls haven't stopped since. My dad keeps trying to call me, and I haven't blocked him yet because I just want the satisfaction of knowing that he's angry. He kept begging me to go apologize to all the guests and tell them I was just kidding because this was seriously ruining his reputation among his friends and family. But I don't really care because it's not like he cares about my feelings, so why should I? Plus, he hasn't even apologized to me for the way they've treated me. He's not sorry for what he said about me being a past mistake, and he's definitely not sorry for lying to Sam about everything. I'm sure he's in a lot of trouble, but he deserves it, so I don't feel bad for him. There's one person who does feel bad for him, and that's my roommate. My roommate and I have been living together for the past 4 years, and we're very good friends, too. So he obviously knows what's going on in my life. I told him everything, and after listening to me, he told me what I did was completely unnecessary. He believed that if my dad had made it so clear that he didn't want me in his life, then I should have just left it at that and moved on. But getting involved in his affairs, creating more drama, and being a bad person didn't make me any better than him, or even Nora. I thought that was a very unfair comparison, and I told him that he wouldn't understand what was going on because he doesn't have family issues like mine. We ended up fighting over it, and now, for the past few days, we haven't talked either. And I'm seriously questioning whether I did the right thing or not, because he has a point. I could have just let it go. So, am I the bad guy for showing up at my dad's housewarming party uninvited and exposing him? Edit. Some people wanted more context on my relationship with Nora, and I honestly don't know what else to say. We really didn't have much of a relationship, as I said. I'd always maintained that I got a vibe from her in the beginning, but she used to act normally around me before. The reason I got a weird energy from her was because she was still pretty cold to me in the beginning, but I tried not to think much of it, because she was a new part of our family and was probably just getting used to having a kid around. However, later, when I came back from college, she was openly rude to me, and that took me by surprise. My dad never had anything to say about it, even though it happened in front of him. I have no idea about the family issues she was talking about as an excuse for Nora's behavior, because as far as I know, she's quite happy with her family, and they were even at the housewarming party. My guess is that Nora simply started acting up with me because she wanted me gone from the house and had gotten used to not having me around, since I was away at college for a couple of years and would only come back for the holidays. So she started acting rudely to get me out of there, and she succeeded because my dad allowed her to. Even after that, I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt, but after this, I don't think that's going to work anymore. I honestly have no idea why Nora has a problem with me, because I've never given her any reason to be insecure, but somehow she is. I don't know how pathetic you have to be for that, but it is what it is. And as far as my aunt is concerned, we've always been very close, and it doesn't surprise me that she decided to tell me about what my dad confided in her regarding how he got the money for the house. She's always been very straightforward, and thankfully she's nothing like my dad. She was practically the only maternal figure in my life after my mom passed away, and while no other relatives reached out to me to ask why I wouldn't be attending the housewarming party, she did. The reason she didn't mention anything about Sam or try to expose my dad herself was because, if she did, it would create a lot of drama between her and my grandparents, and she didn't want that. I think that's fair. Honestly, I never really got along with my paternal grandparents anyway, so this really doesn't make much of a difference. Update 1. Hi. I decided to talk to my roommate, as it's been 3 days since I made my post, and we still haven't been able to talk. He's a really good friend of mine, and I don't want to lose him over something like this, so I felt like I had to talk to him. I explained how I felt betrayed by my dad when he treated me like that, and I didn't expect him to understand, because he comes from a relatively happy family, but for me, I thought he would understand, because I was trying to have a heartfelt conversation with him, but he told me that I was being childish and that my behavior had been very juvenile. According to him, even after I tried explaining myself to him the best I could, he didn't seem to get it, and the fight only got worse. He finally told me to my face that he wasn't interested in being friends with someone like me, who was only looking to create drama out of nothing. He told me that if I couldn't be loyal to my father, then I shouldn't expect any sort of loyalty from him as a friend. I thought that was a ridiculously stupid and asinine thing to say, and I told him that I was going to terminate the lease on this apartment by the end of the month, and then we would be free to go our separate ways. At first, he was very sympathetic towards me when he heard about my dad not inviting me to his housewarming party, even after I helped them move in, but then he suddenly made a complete 180. I feel very bad about it, but I'm not going to tolerate this kind of disrespect. So I talked to a couple of my other friends and started looking for other apartments. Nearby anyway. I had been planning on moving out and living separately by the end of the year, and now it looks like I might do it sooner than expected. So that was what happened with my roommate. And the same thing is happening with my family. I haven't had any contact with my dad since the last incident, and the only person who has kept in touch with me from my family is my aunt. Everyone else isn't talking to my dad, but they're not talking to me either, which doesn't even make sense, because I did nothing wrong. My aunt says that's because of my grandparents, because they believe that, while my dad made a mistake, I was also wrong for bringing all of this out in public with Sam just to humiliate my dad. My grandparents might be brainwashing all the other relatives into thinking that I'm as much to blame as my dad is in this situation, and it makes me sad that most of my other relatives have been stupid enough to believe that too. I have nothing to say about it. Honestly, I had a good relationship with most of these people in the past, but my dad is gone, and I guess the attachment these people had is gone. Now only my mom's family treats me like one of their own, and I'm content with that. And of course, my aunt will always have my support. She has also cut ties with her parents, along with my dad, because she realized that she doesn't really need their validation anymore. If I can do it without them, so can she. I'm happy with life right now, if I'm being honest, and I'm honestly much better off without my family. Update 2. Hi. It's been 2 weeks since my last update, and the reason I'm back here so soon is because my dad and Nora tried contacting me again a couple of days ago. They both texted me to ask if I could meet up with them, but I simply blocked them and ignored it. After I did that, they showed up at my workplace during lunch hours, and I didn't want to be embarrassed by them making a scene in the lobby, so I told the receptionist to have them wait there and quickly took them to a nearby restaurant so I didn't have to deal with them in front of my coworkers. I was obviously very embarrassed because I didn't expect them to show up at my workplace, and I kept berating them because, no matter what happened, this was a serious breach of my privacy, and I didn't appreciate it at all. They at least had the decency to apologize for that, but they told me that it was necessary that they get in touch with me. Once we sat down at the restaurant, They told me that they were trying to contact me just because they wanted to apologize and realized that they had treated me very poorly. Nora confirmed what I already believed about her, that she'd always been jealous of my dad and me being so close, and that made her feel like he was still very much attached to his deceased wife. So she had tried to ruin our relationship. And my dad apologized for getting carried away and acting like a jerk. They told me that I didn't have to start talking to them, but they just wanted to let me know that they were sorry. So I told them that I accepted their apologies. But for now, I didn't want anything to do with them because I'm finally happy, and I don't want them to ruin it. I thought they were going to get mad or something, but to my surprise, they actually accepted it. They told me I could take my time, and they were okay with it. So we finished lunch, and they even covered the whole cost before leaving. I don't completely trust them yet, and I don't think I will, but I'm glad they apologized, and this has been resolved. I feel like I got the closure I needed to fully move on from this. However, that doesn't mean I'm going to wholeheartedly forgive them and get back in touch with them, because I don't really want that right now. I'm going to take my time, think about it, and maybe in a year or two I might get back in touch with them. And I want. For now, as I said in my last update, I'm very happy with the life I'm living, and I want to focus on maintaining that happiness. Things have been going really well for me lately, both personally and professionally. I've made some great friends in the city, and my career is on the upswing. I'm also exploring new hobbies and interests, which has been a great way to meet new people and expand my horizons. I'm finally starting to feel like I'm in a good place in my life, and I'm grateful for all the positive changes that have happened. I'm not sure what the future holds, but I'm optimistic and excited to see what's next. Thanks for listening. Story 4. I suspected my wife was planning a divorce, so I moved my assets. 2 weeks later, she filed and said it was all a joke. Hey folks, I've been scrolling through posts here for a while, always thinking I'd never have my own story to share, but life has a way of surprising you. And I've been carrying this around for months. I need to let it out. Let me tell you, right off the bat, I've never been the type to jump to conclusions or assume the worst. My wife, let's call her M, and I have been together for 6 years, married for 3. Things were good, or so I thought. We had the usual ups and downs, sure, but nothing that ever made me think, oh, there's trouble here. In fact, for most of our relationship, we were that couple, partners in crime till the end. We'd laugh at stupid inside jokes, debate over what movie to watch for hours, and had a routine that just worked. She'd plan elaborate dates, and I'd surprise her with her favorite takeout after a long day. Everything felt effortless, like we'd cracked the code on this whole love thing. Which is why what happened next hit me like a ton of bricks. About 6 months ago, things started to shift. At first, it was small things you probably would have missed if you weren't paying attention. She started taking her phone everywhere, even if she was just going to the kitchen or folding laundry. Before that, her phone would just sit on the coffee table for hours, and she wouldn't care who touched it. One day I jokingly said, "Are you running a secret spy network now?" She laughed and said no. Work had just been sending her a lot of emails. Okay, fine. But then, a couple of days later, she set up a passcode, which surprised me because she'd never used one before. I casually asked her why, and she said something vague about security and hackers. I didn't push it because I didn't want to sound paranoid, but something about it felt off. It didn't stop there. She started leaving the room to take calls, something she never used to do. And it wasn't subtle. Her phone would ring, and she'd be like, "Oh, let me just take this quick," and disappear into the bedroom or step out onto the porch. If I asked who it was, she'd just say, "Just a friend from work." Then she adopted this habit of keeping her phone face down on the table. I didn't even realize it was a thing until one day I leaned over to hand her something, and she quickly moved her phone out of the way. It was one of those blink and you'll miss it moments, but it stuck with me. It wasn't just the phone thing, though. She started to feel distant. Conversations that used to flow naturally now felt like I was pulling teeth. If I brought up future plans, like where we should go for our anniversary, or, "Do you think we should start saving for a new car?" she'd just nod and say, "Yeah, we'll see," before changing the subject. The day it all really clicked for me was a random Wednesday. She told me she was meeting a friend for coffee after work. Didn't seem unusual. She does that sometimes. I was running some errands in the same area, so I thought, why not surprise her? It'll be cute. When I got there, though, she wasn't with her friend. She was outside the coffee shop, pacing back and forth with her phone glued to her ear. I stayed in my car because something about the way she was talking felt serious. I didn't want to eavesdrop, but I overheard snippets like, "It's almost ready," and "starting over soon." My stomach sank. I couldn't make sense of what it meant, but it didn't sound like work stuff or friend drama. It sounded bigger than that, like it was something she'd been planning. When she got home later, I asked her how her coffee date went, trying to keep my tone relaxed. She gave me this whole story about her friend venting about her boyfriend's latest screw-up. She went on and on about how she was giving her advice and being a good listener. I nodded along, pretending to believe her, but my mind was racing. Was I reading too much into this? Or was there something deeper going on? I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, something she wasn't telling me. Things continued like this for a few more days. I started observing her behavior more closely, not because I wanted to catch her doing something, but because I needed to understand what I'd seen and heard. She wasn't being suspicious in any big, obvious way, but it was the little things that weren't adding up. And then, out of the blue, she brought up our finances. We were having dinner one night, just a normal weeknight meal. We were sitting there, chatting about random stuff, her work, a new show she wanted to watch, when she said, "You know, we should really get all our financial stuff organized." With her most innocent smile. It was such a random comment that I just stared at her for a second. "What do you mean?" I asked. She shrugged. "I just think we should have everything in one place. You know, all our account info, passwords, documents, that kind of stuff, just in case there's an emergency." I didn't know what to say. This was something we'd never really talked about before, and the timing felt weird considering everything else I'd been noticing. "What kind of emergencies?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. She shrugged again. "It's just smart, isn't it? What if something happens to one of us? Or we need to make a big financial decision quickly?" Her explanation made sense on the surface, but something in the way she said it set me on edge. It was too rehearsed, too tidy, like she'd been waiting for the right moment to bring it up. I nodded and mumbled, "Yeah." Alarm bells were ringing. Why now? Why was she suddenly so concerned about organizing our finances when we'd always kept things separate and loose? That night, my mind kept replaying her comment over and over, trying to piece things together and see what it could mean. Was this just a normal adulting thing, and I was overreacting? But then I thought about the phone calls, the conversation I'd overheard at the coffee shop, and how distant she'd been lately. It all started to click, and I didn't like the picture it was painting. I didn't do anything about it until a couple of days later when she brought it up again. We were in the kitchen, I was making a sandwich, and she was checking her phone, when she suddenly said, "Have you thought more about organizing the bank stuff? Do you know where all the account details are?" I put down the knife and turned to her. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to keep my tone relaxed but firm. "You've mentioned finances a lot lately. Is there something we need to talk about?" She finally looked up from her phone, startled, like she wasn't expecting me to press her. "No, nothing's going on," she said quickly, letting out a little laugh. "I just think it's important, that's all. You know, in case of an emergency." "What kind of emergency?" I asked again. She shrugged, her face unreadable. "I don't know life stuff. It's not a big deal, I promise. I just think it's something we should be on top of." Her answer felt vague, too vague. I nodded and dropped it, but the way she avoided giving a straight answer only fueled my suspicion. It didn't sound like a casual suggestion anymore. It felt like she was hiding something from me, and I had no idea what it was. The next day, while she was at work, I decided to take a closer look at our financial situation. I logged into our joint online banking account and noticed something odd. There had been a few small transfers made over the past month. Nothing major, just small amounts that didn't seem to have a clear purpose. They weren't labeled as bill payments or grocery shopping or anything like that. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but it looked like she'd been moving money out of the account for something, but I couldn't figure out what. I thought about confronting her, but something told me to wait. If I was wrong, I'd look like an idiot. And if I was right, well, I needed to be cautious. But it was eating me up inside. So I reached out to someone I trusted, an old college buddy who happens to be a lawyer. I explained what I'd noticed, trying not to sound like a paranoid conspiracy theorist. "Look," he said after I'd laid it all out, "I'm not saying anything is going on, but you're not crazy for wanting to be prepared. If you're worried about protecting your assets, now's the time to do it. Better safe than sorry." He gave me a rundown of what I could do, some simple steps to take to make sure my finances were protected in case something was happening. I'll admit, The idea of taking action like that felt extreme. It felt like I was plotting something terrible when I wasn't even sure if anything was wrong. But the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If she really was up to something, and I was starting to believe she was, I needed to protect myself. It wasn't an easy decision. This wasn't just about money or possessions, though. It was about the life we'd built together. I kept replaying memories in my head. Our wedding day, the times we'd stay up late talking about our dreams, those random little jokes we'd share. How did we get here? Was this what was left of our marriage? The thought of taking those steps felt like admitting defeat, like I was somehow giving up on the trust we once had. That night, while she was out, I sat at my desk and pulled out my laptop. My hands were shaking as I opened the browser and started going through everything. Bank accounts, investment accounts, the deed to the house. Every document I reviewed felt like a betrayal, but the nagging voice in my head kept reminding me that this was about survival, not sabotage. I wasn't trying to hurt her. I just couldn't shake the feeling that if I didn't act now, I'd regret it later. I made a list of everything I could transfer and how to do it without raising suspicion. As I typed, I felt a crushing weight in my chest. I had trusted her completely for years, and now, here I was, playing defense against the person I thought would always be on my side. Then I called my mom. I didn't tell her everything, just enough to explain why I needed her help. I need you to hold on to some things for me for a while. It's nothing bad, just something I need to do to protect myself, just in case. She was silent for a moment, probably trying to understand what I wasn't saying. Are you okay? Her voice was laced with concern. Yeah, I lied. It's just a precaution. Nothing to worry about. She didn't push it, but I could hear the hesitation in her voice when she said, Sure, honey, whatever you need. I hung up the phone feeling a strange mix of relief and shame. I hated involving her in this mess, but at the same time, knowing she had my back gave me a sense of stability in a situation that felt like quicksand. By the time I got home, I'd already started the process. I transferred the majority of my assets, our savings, my investments, even the house, all into my mom's name. I left enough in our joint account to keep up appearances, but the rest was secured. She didn't notice anything. She walked in, gave me a kiss on the cheek, and asked if I wanted to watch a movie. I acted normal, but inside, I was a wreck. Part of me felt guilty, like I was betraying her trust. But another part of me felt relieved, like I was finally taking control of a situation that was spiraling out of my hands. For the next few days, I tried to keep things as normal as possible. I didn't want to give her any clue that anything had changed. She seemed determined, even unusually cheerful at times. But instead of reassuring me, it made me even more suspicious. If she was planning something, she was doing it expertly, hiding it well. What struck me most was that she didn't mention finances again, not once after I'd questioned her the last time. It was as if the topic had completely vanished from her mind. I considered that maybe I had overreacted and that she dropped it because it really wasn't that important. But the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like she was avoiding it again after I pressed her. I caught her glancing at me a few times, quick looks like she was gauging my mood or deciding whether she should say something. Each time I noticed, she immediately went back to focusing on whatever she was doing. The TV, a book. It was subtle, but it was there. It felt like she was waiting for me to bring it up, like she didn't want to risk touching the subject again. The silence on the topic only made me more uneasy. It wasn't like her to just drop something she'd considered important, and the way she was avoiding it now felt deliberate. If she was testing the waters, she wasn't getting in. And if she was waiting for something, I wasn't going to give her the green light. Whatever her next move was, I knew I had to stay one step ahead. Something was coming. I just didn't know when or how. All I could do was be ready. That night, I made sure the trust I'd set up with my mom was completely airtight, and we ensured it couldn't be contested. I even called her to confirm she had all the documentation on her end. 2 weeks passed, and everything seemed normal. Too normal, actually. She was acting more affectionate, even initiating conversations about random things like work or what we should have for dinner. It was baffling, because for months she'd been distant, avoiding anything deeper than surface-level chatter. Part of me started to wonder if I'd been overthinking the whole thing. Maybe the odd behavior was just stress, or something I couldn't understand. But then, one random Friday night, she sat me down on the couch, turned off the TV, and said, "We need to talk." My stomach dropped immediately. I knew what was coming even before she said it. "I think we should get a divorce," she said. her tone so calm it sounded rehearsed. She wasn't angry or emotional, just cold, like she was telling me we were out of milk. I stared at her, not knowing what to say, as she started giving her reasons. She talked about needing space, wanting to find herself, feeling like she'd lost her identity in the marriage. Common breakup lines that didn't really explain anything. But then she said something that hit me in a different way. You know, I've made a lot of sacrifices for you over the years, and I don't think you really appreciate them. I deserve more. That last part stung. This wasn't just about her wanting to leave. It was about her framing this like I owed her something, like this was all my fault, and she was simply reclaiming what was rightfully hers. I sat there trying to process what she was saying, but a new question kept bubbling up in my mind. Why now? Then she dropped a line that made everything start to click. A friend of mine has really helped me see things more clearly, she said, not meeting my eyes. A friend. I stayed silent, letting her talk, but my mind was racing. Who was this friend? Why were they involved in my marriage? The way she said it wasn't casual. It sounded like someone had been coaching her, convincing her that leaving me wasn't just an option. It was some kind of strategy she needed to execute. And the more she talked about deserving more for her sacrifices, the harder it was to believe what I was hearing. Sacrifices? What sacrifices? She'd always been happy with me, or at least that's what she always said. I'd worked my ass off to give her the life she wanted, and I wasn't just talking about money. When she wanted to move closer to her work, I agreed, even though it meant a longer commute for me. When she wanted to go on that expensive yoga retreat last year, I made sure she could go. I supported her when she switched careers twice, telling her it was okay to take that leap, because I wanted her to be happy. I thought being a good husband meant putting her first whenever I could. And it's not like I was some distant, checked-out partner. I was present. I remembered anniversaries and those little things she'd mentioned that she liked. I'd plan romantic dates when she said she felt stuck in a rut. I listened to her vent about work, about her friends, about her family. I didn't always get it right, but I always tried. That's what made the "I deserve more" line sting so much. I didn't believe it for a second. She wasn't unhappy because of anything I'd done or hadn't done. She was unhappy because something had changed in her. Maybe it was this friend she kept talking about. Maybe it was something else. But the person sitting in front of me wasn't the woman I married anymore, and I wasn't going to let her rewrite our history in that moment. Instead, I just nodded and said something neutral, like, "If that's how you feel, I guess we should figure out the next steps." She seemed surprised that I wasn't arguing or begging her to stay, but I didn't care. My attention had already shifted. I needed to know who or what was behind this calculated shift in her behavior. This wasn't just some sudden realization that she wanted out. This was something bigger, and I wasn't going to be caught off guard for a second longer. After that conversation, she moved into her own apartment, and by Monday, she had the divorce papers served. And let me tell you, they weren't just about ending the relationship. It was about taking everything. Half the house, my savings, my investments, the car. She wanted it all plus some vague clause about spousal support, which made no sense given her decent salary. It was like she was aiming high, hoping I'd just cave and hand over everything I'd worked for. At first I thought she was just being vindictive, but the way she'd laid out her demands, so detailed and aggressive, made me think there was definitely someone guiding her through all of this. So I started digging. It's not like I could just ask her who she'd been talking to, so I had to get creative. I started with her social media. She hadn't blocked me, and even though she didn't post much, I scrolled through tagged photos and comments, looking for anyone new. That's when I noticed a pattern. Someone named Jack kept liking and commenting on her posts. It wasn't anything inappropriate, just enough to make me wonder. I clicked on his profile, and it was public. At first glance, he seemed harmless enough. A guy in his early 30s who worked in marketing, according to his bio. But as I kept scrolling, I noticed something strange. He'd posted a picture at the same coffee shop I'd seen her at weeks earlier. The same day, I'd overheard her talking about starting over. My stomach flipped as I kept scrolling through his profile. There were more subtle clues. A comment on one of her posts saying, "You got this," and a selfie he'd posted from what looked like her new apartment. There wasn't any concrete proof, but it was enough to make me suspicious. I didn't know what to do with that information, but I knew I couldn't just sit around waiting for answers to fall from the sky. The mention of a friend helping her through all this stuck with me, and I had to know who it was. I decided to call a mutual friend of ours, Lisa. She and my wife had been close for years, so if anyone knew what was going on, it would be her. I kept the conversation casual at first, just asking if she'd talked to my wife recently or if she'd noticed anything unusual. Lisa was quick to say she didn't know anything about any friend or advice. I probed a little more, trying to dig subtly, but she shut down the conversation defensively, saying she couldn't really help me. The whole thing felt rushed, like she was trying to avoid getting involved. Not willing to give up, I called another friend, Amy. I followed the same protocol, explaining that I was just trying to understand what was happening. She seemed hesitant at first, deflecting my questions with vague answers. When I pushed a little harder, she abruptly ended the call, leaving me more suspicious than ever. I sat there frustrated, trying to think what my next move should be. Then, to my surprise, Amy called me back. She said she needed to make sure what she told me wouldn't get back to my wife. I promised her it wouldn't, and after a long pause, she finally told me what she knew. Apparently, my wife had been spending a lot of time with someone named Jack, someone she'd met at work. Amy said she didn't know much else, but from what she'd heard, Jack was deeply involved in the advice my wife was getting about the divorce. Hearing that name, it felt like a piece of the puzzle clicked into place. It was clear now that this wasn't just about her wanting space or finding herself. There was another person in the equation, guiding her decisions. And I was determined to find out why. I decided to confront him in my own way. That weekend, I drove over to his apartment building and parked a block away, waiting to confirm what I already knew. And sure enough, a couple of hours later, she walked out of the building, accompanied by Jack. They weren't holding hands or anything, but the way they walked together, so close, talking into each other's ears, was enough. They got into her car and drove off, leaving me sitting there staring at the spot where they'd been. I didn't follow them. I didn't need to. It was clear at that point that she hadn't just fallen for someone else. She was planning her exit with his help. And now it all made sense. The sudden distance, the questions about finances, the aggressive demands in the divorce papers. She wasn't just leaving me. She was leaving me with nothing. And she had someone backing her up every step of the way. That night, I drove home with my head spinning, processing everything I'd discovered. The betrayal hurt, but what hurt more was how calculated it all had been. She was using the divorce as a springboard into the life she was building with Jack. But she had no idea what I had in store for her. The first mediation session was tense from the moment we walked in. Her lawyer showed up with a file so thick it looked like they were suing a Fortune 500 company. She started going through her demands like they were completely reasonable. Half the house, the savings, my investments, the car, even some added bit about spousal support. I stayed quiet, acting like I was listening, but I was waiting for my lawyer to make his move. When it was finally our turn, he calmly slid a stack of documents across the table and said, "Before we proceed, I think it's important for everyone to review these." My lawyer said as hers picked up the papers. She flipped through them quickly. Her confident demeanor changed immediately as she went through the pages, her frown deepening with each turn. "What is this?" she asked, looking up. "These documents show the transfer of all major assets into a trust under my client's mother's name," my lawyer explained, his voice firm. "The transfers were completed several weeks before the divorce filing, and the trust is completely legal and irrevocable." The room fell silent. Her lawyer turned to her, his confusion now mixed with frustration. "You didn't mention this," he said flatly. She snatched the papers from his hands and scanned them quickly, her face flushing. "This can't be real," she muttered, staring at the notarized signatures and dates. Then she turned to me, her expression shifting from disbelief to fury. "You planned this," she hissed, looking at me like I'd committed some unforgivable crime. "You knew I was going to file, and you set this up to screw me over." I didn't respond. I just sat there, letting her put the pieces together on her own. Her lawyer, visibly annoyed, asked my lawyer to elaborate further. So he did, calmly, meticulously, with all the necessary proof to make the transfers ironclad. The dates lined up perfectly, showing I'd moved everything well before she filed. The signatures were properly notarized, and the trust was bulletproof. There was nothing they could do to challenge it. She was furious. "You're unbelievable," she exclaimed, leaning forward in her chair. "I can't believe you would do this to me." I still didn't say a word. What was I supposed to say? This wasn't about what I'd done to her. It was about protecting myself, because she'd made it clear she wasn't going to go quietly. The meeting ended with her lawyer muttering something about needing to reevaluate their approach, but it was obvious to everyone in the room that they had no more moves to make. As we were leaving the building, she pulled me aside in the hallway, her face a mix of rage and desperation. "This isn't over," she said, her voice low. "You're going to regret this." I just looked at her and replied, "I already regret trusting you. That's the only regret I have." After that mediation session, things escalated faster than I expected. She went into meltdown mode almost immediately. It started with the calls, endless calls. At first, she sounded calm, even apologetic, leaving voicemails that started with, "I think we just need to talk," or, "I know this has gotten messy, but we can fix it." When I didn't respond, the tone shifted. By day 2, her messages swung between sobbing and screaming. One voicemail had her crying, saying she made a mistake and didn't want to lose everything we'd built together. The next was a furious rant accusing me of being petty and vindictive, blaming me for everything wrong in her life. I ignored it all. My lawyer had advised me not to engage, and honestly, I didn't want to. I was done playing her games. But she wasn't. When the calls and texts didn't work, she started making up stories. I started hearing from mutual friends that she'd been saying the divorce wasn't real, that it had all been an elaborate joke. A joke? Who would even believe that? It wasn't long before the cracks in her story started to show. Friends began asking questions like, if it was a joke, why did you file actual legal documents? Why hire a lawyer and make such specific demands if it wasn't serious? When people didn't immediately buy her joke excuse, she doubled down, claiming it wasn't just a joke, it was a way to test the strength of our relationship. She started painting herself as the victim, saying she felt hurt and betrayed by my reaction, that I'd taken things too far and destroyed the trust in our marriage. At first, some people seemed to believe her stories. I got a few weird texts or comments from acquaintances saying things like, "Wow, I didn't realize things were that bad for her." Even her brother got upset, saying, "You should have talked to her instead of being so drastic." And it was frustrating, but I knew the truth would come out eventually. And it did, thanks to one of our mutual friends. Let's call him Matt. Matt and I weren't that close, but we'd always been cordial. A couple of weeks after the mediation, he texted me out of the blue saying he had something I needed to see. When we met up, he pulled out his phone and showed me a series of text messages between her and Jack. I was confused at first. "How did you get these?" I asked, scrolling through the messages. Matt explained that he had a mutual friend with Jack, someone who had witnessed their conversations. Apparently, this mutual friend started to feel uncomfortable with how things were unfolding, especially when Jack started bragging about how he was helping my wife secure her future. It wasn't long before that mutual friend connected the dots and realized what securing her future really meant, trying to bleed me dry financially. Feeling guilty about staying silent, the friend took screenshots of the messages and shared them with Matt, knowing he had a better relationship with me and could warn me. "This guy has been playing both sides," Matt said, shaking his head. "He's been influencing her to take everything from you, while making her believe he'd be there for her." Then, Matt handed me the messages and said, "I thought you should know. You don't deserve this, man." The messages were brutal. She wasn't just venting to Jack about the divorce. She was actively planning her next steps with him, and he was guiding her through it all. One of her messages read, "Once the settlement is finalized, we'll have everything we need. I just need him to agree to the terms." Jack's reply, "Don't back down. Make him feel guilty if you have to. He owes you. We'll start over when you have the money." I stared at Matt's phone, trying to process what I was reading. This wasn't a misunderstanding or an emotional reaction to a failing marriage. This was cold, calculated manipulation. I thanked Matt and he left, but my mind kept racing. Now it all made sense. Her sudden distance, her obsession with our finances, her aggressive demands in the divorce. It had all been part of a plan, one she'd been executing with Jack in secret. The messages spread quickly among our mutual friends. Matt shared them with a few people, and from there they went viral. Suddenly, her narrative no longer made sense. People who were previously neutral, or even supportive, started to back away. And the shift was almost immediate. The people who had been defending her, or sitting on the fence, now saw her for who she really was. Even her closest allies began to distance themselves. When the divorce was finalized, she got nothing but her personal belongings. Her lawyer quietly dropped her case after realizing there were no legal grounds to pursue. All those bold demands crumbled under the weight of the paperwork I'd prepared, and the trust I'd set up with my mom was untouchable. As for Jack, he seemed to have vanished the moment things started to fall apart. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd been using her as much as she'd been using him. From what I could piece together, he'd been feeding her illusions of independence and a fresh start. But the moment it became clear she wasn't walking away with anything, he disappeared without a trace. Her confidence crumbled. The calls and messages kept coming, but now they were more desperate. She wasn't accusing anymore. She was pleading. "Can we talk, please? I'll do anything to fix this." In one voicemail, she said, "You don't have to forgive me, but can't we at least settle this and move on? I'll drop everything if you'll just talk to me." I didn't respond. I couldn't. The damage was done, and there was no going back. Even her family started to pull away. Her brother reached out to me at one point, apologizing for some of the things he'd said earlier when he'd believed her side of the story. "I didn't know what she was doing to you," he admitted. "I'm sorry I believed her." As for me, I was left with the house, my savings, and something I hadn't felt in a long time: peace of mind. My mom, as always, was my rock. She showed up with buckets of paint and a list of ideas to help me reclaim the space as my own. Life feels like it's finally mine again. I don't have to second-guess every little interaction anymore. I don't feel the sting of betrayal, just peace. She's a chapter in my past, one I no longer reread. What would you do if you were the author? Story 5. I supported my mother for 4 years after my sister ran away, but when her favorite daughter returned with a kidnapped child, my mother kicked me out and begged for help when the police showed up. 5 years ago, my older sister, Jay, ran away with her boyfriend, Scott, who had dropped out of college. She was 20 and he was 21. They had been together for 5 years. They had always been inseparable since school. My family never approved of Scott because he was always getting into trouble. Scott wasn't particularly good at academics and was constantly getting into trouble at school. In high school, he started smoking, drinking, and doing everything he wasn't supposed to. My parents always wanted my sister to break up with him, but she was determined to be with him, and there wasn't much we could do. Because, even when we'd argue about him, she would still see him afterward and wouldn't care that he wasn't the right person for her. Then we lost my dad 5 years ago due to a massive heart attack. I had just turned 19, and I still remember feeling like my world had turned upside down. Still, Jackie refused to cut back on her time with Scott and even invited him to the funeral, despite knowing that we didn't have a good relationship with him. At the funeral, he was high, and that's where we drew the line. My mother and I told her that we weren't going to put up with this anymore, and that she had to choose between us and him. So she ran away with him because we said we wouldn't support or fund her if she continued to be with him. It was very difficult for us to accept that, but she was an adult and we couldn't stop her. For the past 5 years, we haven't had any contact with her since she cut us off after my dad's death. I decided not to go to college because I wanted to work and support my family financially. My mother had always been a homemaker and could work, but I didn't want her to. She even offered to work as a secretary and then send me to college, but we had a comfortable life up to that point, and I didn't want to compromise that. Plus, my dad had also worked since he was 18 and never went to college. So I thought if he could do it, I could do it too. I had faith in myself. I started out with a low-paying job as an intern, but I worked my way up and now I am quite comfortable. I work in sales, and I like to believe I have been able to maintain the standard of living my father left us with. Of course, it also helped that he left us with a sum of money when he passed away. So we were able to survive on that when I wasn't earning much. My mother was also very helpful in the beginning, going out of her way to make sure that I didn't have to do any house chores when I came home from work and generally being very resourceful. We have tried to make the best of it for the last 5 years, and even though we missed Jackie, there wasn't much we could do about it. Even though I have been the breadwinner for the last 5 years and have supported my mother financially, I always knew that she missed Jackie a lot since she had always been her favorite from the start. She never treated me badly, but it was obvious she had a soft spot for her elder daughter. When she ran away, it left a huge void in my mom's heart, and I was aware of that. She never talked about Jackie and stopped pretending that she had another daughter. It was just the two of us. I had gotten used to that, but about 10 days ago, Jay and a little kid, who couldn't be more than 3 or 4 years old, showed up at our door. After 5 years, both my mom and I were at home at the time. When I saw them through the peephole, I was in shock. However, my mom didn't wait a moment to talk to me and just opened the door. As soon as I told her who it was, she didn't wait to check if I wanted them to come in or not. But I could forgive her for that since I could sense that she was really worried and excited at the same time. She was still a mother, after all. She immediately hugged and welcomed Jay, along with the kid that she claimed was her son. Both of them looked very rough, and Jay had literally thinned down to half her size. It was very obvious they had been roughing it out for a very long time, because their clothes were very dirty and old, with patches in weird places. I could also see her hair was greasy, and it looked like they hadn't showered in days. But most concerning of all was her body, which looked very bad, since she had lost a lot of weight and was very bony. She had always been chubby, and seeing her like this was shocking. She had dark circles under her eyes, and, God, it was truly pathetic to see them. I remember feeling very uncomfortable when I saw her for the first time after 5 years, and I can't even describe how awful it felt. I could tell that, obviously, they hadn't been in the best living conditions for the past few years, and it really showed. So, even though I was skeptical about letting them in, I couldn't blame my mom for bringing them inside. As soon as they came inside, my mother forgot all about whatever had happened in the past and started talking to them and comforting them, because she knew they had been through a lot. Jackie then told us that after she and Scott had eloped together, it had been difficult for them, because he had dropped out of college, and she had two at that point, and nobody was offering them jobs. It was easier for me because I used my family's connections to land my first internship position, but she had nobody to help her out. After a few weeks of struggle and literally living day to day, they were able to find very low-paying jobs for themselves, and that's how they had been living for the past few years. They switched jobs a couple of times, but they couldn't move up the ladder like me, and things were really bad for them for quite a while. Jackie and Scott had been fighting a lot in the recent past, and especially after the birth of their son, things went from bad to worse, and he ended up cheating on her. With nowhere else to go, she came to the only place where she knew she would be accepted, which was home. She wanted to ask us to forgive her for all that they had put us through and take her in. I wanted to discuss it with my mom before committing to anything. But before I could say that I needed a moment to discuss this, she told them they didn't have to worry about anything anymore, because now they were back and she was going to take care of them. I found that a bit surprising because I was the one who was earning, so it was something that I definitely would have to be involved in. And I felt this was something we needed to discuss, but she had already said it, and since she looked so happy, I didn't want to ruin her moment. It wasn't until later, when they went to freshen up, that I pulled my mom aside and asked her if she was really serious about this because, for 5 years, we had no contact with them, and we didn't even know exactly how they had gotten into such a bad state because, according to what they had told us, they had held jobs in the past. So they should have been able to save some money, at least, and live decently. However, from the looks of things, it seemed like they had been spending their money on something else, and I had a suspicion that it might have been on drugs or something, because there was no way they had had jobs in the past and still looked like this. If they were into shady and illegal stuff, I didn't want to accept them back into our lives so quickly, and I thought we needed time to think about this, but my mom didn't agree with that. She told me that after 5 years my sister had finally come back home, and now it was our duty and responsibility to make sure she was taken care of. My mother made it very clear that she wasn't interested in what she had been doing in the past, and that now that she was back, it was a clear sign that she wanted to get her life back on track. If she didn't want that, she wouldn't even have come back in the first place. So now we couldn't turn our backs on her when she was asking for help and be distrustful and weird. She did have a point, so I decided to give it a chance. Even though I didn't fully trust them, I could live with it. Just 2 days, and I was worried about how things were going to go in the future. But just 2 days after their return, my mother sat me down when she was out looking for jobs and her son was sleeping, and then she told me she wanted me to find a place of my own now that my sister was back. I was stunned because I definitely couldn't understand her reasoning, but she told me that our house only had 2 bedrooms, and even though I had a room to myself, she had been sleeping on the couch for the last 2 days, while Jay and her son occupied the other room. Since the kid wasn't comfortable enough on the couch, it was causing her a lot of back problems, so she wanted me to move out and have my own life in an apartment of my own. I suggested that maybe Jay could stay in the living room if it was causing a problem for her, but she told me she didn't want that because she wanted them to feel accepted in the family, and she couldn't force them out of that room and make them stay in the living room with no privacy or comfort after she had already offered them that. I found that very offensive because she was basically kicking me out after I had supported her for 5 years and been the only person who was there for her. But now, just because her daughter was back, she had completely forgotten about me, and all she cared about was her comfort and her privacy, or whatever. Jealous wouldn't be the word I would use to describe myself at that point, but I was definitely very angry and a bit humiliated, I guess. I felt betrayed by the way she was acting. And instead of trying to understand where I was coming from, she decided to accuse me of being jealous of Jay and said that she knew that I had always had a problem with her, but the way I was behaving was not acceptable. She was acting like I was someone who was jealous and insecure about Jackie's return and even said I had had her to myself for many years, and that should be enough for me, so there was no need for me to act like this. Now, she said she just wanted me to make a small sacrifice for the well-being of Jackie and her son since they had been through a lot, and it had been unimaginable, so I needed to give them a break. It turned into a really bad fight, and I decided to pack my things and leave that same day. It's been a few days since then, and I have been living with a friend, since I can't find any apartments on such short notice, but I feel like I have to move back in with my mother anyway because of what happened 4 days ago. After I left, I decided not to talk to my mother, because I had gotten so angry and was very upset. So I muted her and blocked Jay as well. I didn't want anyone to have access to me, so I didn't know what was going on after I left. Then I got a call from my mother 4 days ago, and she was crying, so, obviously, I got very worried about her, and she told me that the police had shown up at our house and arrested Jay, and she was in custody, and from the looks of it, even she was under investigation. I was shocked to hear that because I knew something was shady about all of this, but I didn't expect her to get arrested so soon. When my mother told me the actual reason why she was arrested, I was even more shocked because, apparently, the kid that she had brought along wasn't hers. He wasn't her son, but he was definitely Scott's son, and, basically, she had kidnapped him and run away to get back at him, or whatever. It was completely unhinged, and when I heard about this whole story from my mother, I knew this was serious, and, obviously, she was calling to ask for my help. My mom told me that, apparently, the kid she brought was the son that Scott had taken home when he decided to kick her out. That was his son with his affair partner, and Jay was very upset about that. So, when she got kicked out, she decided to kidnap him, and the poor kid was just 3 years old. He hadn't been taught about situations like these, so he just followed Jay because, apparently, she convinced him that she would take him to Disneyland, and then she started threatening him to keep his mouth shut with us, or she would make sure that he never went home. The police had been looking for her for a very long time, but she had been virtually impossible to track because she didn't have a phone or anything like that. They were finally able to find her, and I am thankful for that. It was insane, and I told my mother that she really should have discussed things with me before allowing Jay and that kid to move in with us, because now she would also be investigated. And even though the police wouldn't suspect anything since we hadn't been in contact for so long, it would still ruin her reputation if people found out about this. On the call, she told me that she wanted me to help her find a lawyer and prove that she wasn't involved in any of this, and I told her I would do that, but that would mean she would have to stop talking to Jay, because she had put our family in a very difficult situation and I didn't appreciate it. But my mother thought that was an unreasonable demand because, no matter what she had done, since she was still our family, she expected me to help her too, and she thought that we should testify against Scott when the trial started and try to save my sister. That's where we disagreed, and we had a very bad argument on the phone because I didn't agree with that. I think Jackie deserves to be punished for what she did. Being cheated on feels bad, I know, and I know it probably makes people feel like trash, but that isn't an excuse to kidnap a child and then put your family in danger too. That's unhinged behavior, and I don't feel I should help her and become the bad guy in the process. So I made things very clear with my mother, but she said that I was just letting my jealousy and insecurities show once again and said that she wished she had raised someone with more compassion than me. My mother started acting like I was the villain here, and now I'm seriously considering whether I actually am or not, because I feel bad and don't know what to do by refusing to help my estranged sister avoid jail time. Update 1. It's been 3 days since I posted my update here. I just want to thank everyone who took the time to respond to my original post. That's really nice of you. After reading the comments and thinking about things on my own, I decided I was going to fulfill my duty towards my mother and connect her with a good lawyer I know because I didn't want her to suffer. But at the same time, if she chooses to help Jay, I'm also going to ask her to back off. My only duty is towards my mother, not towards Jay. She abandoned our family a long time ago, and I no longer feel the need to justify myself or support her. If my mother does, it's her business. I don't want to interfere with that. But again, I don't feel the same, and I've been very clear on that front. I can't believe my mom tried to make me believe that I was the bad guy for not wanting to help my sister, who was literally a kidnapper. That was really unfair of her, but I can't change the situation now. I'm still living with a friend and trying to find an apartment just to get my mind off everything. I know my mother isn't going to jail, since she hasn't had anything to do with this, and everyone knows we haven't had contact with Jay for the last several years. But I'm always worried about her. Even though we aren't on speaking terms right now, I still worry about her because, after my father's death, she was the only person I had. So I have a connection with her, and it's very important to me, but I don't know. The one thing that I can find solace in right now is that the lawyer that I have contacted and put my mother in touch with is a solid woman and has had a lot of experience keeping people out of prison, so I'm trusting her. She's also agreed to help me out and reduce her fees specifically for me since I am very good friends with her brother and we work together. Her brother has assured me that everything will be all right, and I'm trusting his word. In the meantime, I'm going to make sure that I don't talk to my mother since she has shown no interest in talking to me after that phone call that we had the other day. Even after the lawyer contacted her and agreed to help and represent her, she still didn't call me to thank me for what I did for her. So I don't know how to feel about it, but I'm just hoping she will change her mind. Update 2. Hi. So, the trial against Jackie has started, and it's going to be pretty intense for my mother. I am pretty sure it's not going to be easy for her to watch her favorite daughter be prosecuted. She hasn't tried to contact me after that phone call we had the other day, even though she is working with the lawyer that I put her in contact with to represent her. Like I said in my previous update, I expected her to contact me at least to thank me, but nothing of that sort has happened. Anyway, I did what I had to as her son, and now it's no longer my business since she has made it very clear that she doesn't want me to be a part of her life. Until a few days ago, we weren't on speaking terms, but at least she hadn't blocked me anywhere. However, I recently found out that she had blocked me on Facebook and also blocked my number. Because I tried calling her to confront her about blocking me on social media, and then I realized my number was blocked too. I could have contacted her by calling her from my friend's phone number, but it didn't seem worth it. So I let it go. Also, now that I know that she doesn't want to talk to me or even let me know what's going on in her life, I have received the message loud and clear. I have told the lawyer not to contact me with any updates from the trial. My only job was to put her in contact, and I did that. Now I don't need to know what's going on or worry about it. The apartment hunting has gone well as I have been able to finalize one, and the rent is a little on the higher side. But now that I don't have to support my mother financially, I guess I will be able to afford it. I was initially worried about what was going to happen to my mother now that she doesn't have anyone to support her financially. But I figured that she must have thought about that since she was so confident about kicking me out and cutting me out of her life. I'm just hoping she doesn't come back to me for financial support because I'm not going to continue that after the level of disrespect she has shown me. I'm happy that in a few days, I'll be able to get out of my friend's hair because I think I have annoyed her long enough. And even though she insists that I can live with her for as long as I need to, I just need a space of my own and think about what's going on in my life right now, because a lot has happened in the last few weeks and I still haven't processed it. So I might take a few days off work and just sit with my feelings for a while. I really need that. Update 3. Hi. It's been 2 months since Jay's trial started, and she is on her own in this right now. It was proven pretty quickly that my mother had nothing to do with this situation and was unaware of the fact that the kid Jackie had brought along wasn't her son. She and her lawyer were able to prove that she wasn't involved in any of this, and after clearing the charges, the lawyer told her to thank me. When I was told that, I was very annoyed because those people could have contacted me to tell me this. But even after 2 months, she doesn't want to talk to me. I don't even understand what she's so angry about since Jackie has been proven to be the bad guy here, and I was right about not wanting to help her. I really want to confront her about it, but I don't know whether it's worth it or not, and I've been wrestling with this dilemma for the last few days because, ever since the lawyer contacted me and said that this is what my mom had to say, I have been having mixed feelings about what to do. My life's going well at the moment. I have a decent job, and I'm about to get promoted at work. I have my own apartment, and I have been living alone for the past 2 months, which has been nice. Lonely, sure, but really nice. I've even started seeing someone for the last few weeks, so everything is going well. But I feel like I really miss my mother. I know most people in the comment section have said she's really toxic and that I need to keep her out of my life. But she's still my mom. I guess they're forgetting that after my father's death, she was the only person I had. We had other family members, but the only person who could truly feel and share my pain was her, and I really miss her. Even though what happened recently wasn't right, despite knowing that, I still miss her, and I at least want to get some sense of closure and have one last conversation with her that's not over the phone. So I have been seriously considering reaching out to her and meeting her just once. Update 4. Hi. Some of you really encouraged me to talk to my mother if I really missed her that much, and at least get some sense of closure after I posted my update last week. And after thinking for a couple more days, I finally decided to reach out. I noticed she had unblocked my number when I tried calling her, and she even answered really quickly. I talked to her on the phone and set up a meeting with her the very next day. I went to my house to meet her. She greeted me with a hug and started crying as soon as she saw me and said she was really sorry for the way she had treated me. But she had seen Jackie after such a long time that things stopped making sense in her head, and she started acting like a total fool. I didn't have to say anything in my defense. She admitted that everything I had said was right and that she was wrong. She literally begged me for forgiveness and said that she didn't have anyone besides me. And she had understood that her soft spot for Jay had made her turn a blind eye to how psychotic she had been. During the trial, she realized that Jay hadn't just been harmful to herself. Her actions had hurt the family, and I was right about not wanting to help her or have any contact with her. Just because she's related to me by blood doesn't mean that I respect that bond, and nor do we need to respect it at the cost of our sanity. She told me she had conceived Jackie after a lot of struggles, and that's why she always considered her special. But now she knows she was wrong and shouldn't have treated me like this. I wasn't surprised by the fact that she confessed about having a soft spot. Everyone always knew that. But when she told me she was going to try to work on this and wanted our relationship to improve, I felt very happy. I know she's not doing it for the money because, during the 2 months that I was gone, her brother was the one who had been supporting her, and she even tried to get a job working from home in her brother's company, which is what she is doing now. So I know this is all genuine, and she really wants to improve things between us. However, we have decided to live separately for a while because living on my own has given me a new perspective, and I can't continue living in my childhood home with my mother. I need to go out there and live my own life too. So we've decided to keep in touch and just take things forward for the next few months and see how it goes. I bought a baby monitor and accidentally found my wife cheating on me in our son's room. So I got revenge by using it as evidence to win our divorce and ruin her business. I'm 35 and my wife is 33. We've been married for almost 7 years. Now, we met each other at a local fair. I asked her out, and things took off from there. It's been a good relationship and a good marriage, and we've had our ups and downs like any other couple. But overall, we have a very healthy relationship, and I've always been very grateful for that. We weren't trying for a child for quite some time because we wanted to make the most of our youth while we still had it. But last year, we decided to switch things up. My wife, who I'll call Naomi, got pregnant, and we had our baby earlier this year. I always wanted to have a kid, so when my daughter was born, it was, genuinely, the happiest moment of my entire life. There isn't anything I can say to describe it beyond that. Adjusting to parenthood is tough, and it became pretty clear how much it impacts your life if you don't have reliable friends or family nearby. It becomes really difficult to have a day to yourself, unless you're willing to pay a babysitter to watch your child, an expense that my wife and I couldn't really take on. So we ruled that out. But anyway, it was clear that if we wanted to, say, go out to eat at a restaurant, we would need to arrange for somebody to watch the baby, and it really wasn't that easy, since we don't have a lot of family living close by. I'm not complaining, just explaining how things were. It was because of how things were that I decided we needed to get a baby monitor. If the baby was sleeping, as they tend to do for extended periods, we could, potentially, go somewhere extremely close by and return quickly if the baby started to stir or wake up. I know it sounds irresponsible in theory, but, honestly, the lack of spontaneity was starting to weigh us down. I discussed this with my wife, and she was hesitant about us going out and leaving the baby at home for extended periods, but I told her that we would never go out to places that were further than a 5-minute walk from our house. Eventually, we left the decision up in the air, and I was hoping we would talk about it again sometime. Naomi works at her own place just around the corner from our street, selling flowers and flower arrangements. She's always been the creative type, and she has always loved flowers. So I basically lent her the empty store that my uncle left me after he passed away from cancer to use rent-free. I had no idea what I was going to do with it, and her having a store located so conveniently was definitely going to be beneficial to both of us. She has a couple of girls working for her, so she doesn't always go to work, but she does on most days. I work remotely, so it works out perfectly for us. On one of those days that she went, I decided to purchase a Wi-Fi baby monitor on Amazon. I recognized, before I bought it, that we hadn't concluded and agreed on getting it, but I really felt like convincing her wasn't going to be a big issue. It arrived the following day, when she was at work again, so I set up the little camera in my baby's room. If the lights are on, it's very easy to notice it, but when the blinds are shut or the light is off, it isn't that easy to spot it. The camera connects to the Wi-Fi, and I can use an app on my phone to check the monitor regardless of where I am, which is pretty neat. After setting it up, I went straight back to work, and honestly, I somehow forgot to tell her about it. When she returned the next day, it was one of those few days where I had a bunch of errands to run, and somehow, I was looking forward to it because it was one of those times when I was completely free of parental duties, even if it was just for a few hours. When I was about to head out of the house, my wife pleaded that I take the baby with me, that she was exhausted from the week, and she just needed some time to herself. I'm not going to lie, I was slightly disappointed, but this wasn't the first time she had asked me to take the baby, and I couldn't do it the last time she asked, so this time, I agreed. I took my daughter and all the things she needed and started running the errands for the day. I was about halfway through the list of things I had to do that day, and my daughter had been well-behaved all day, so, honestly, it wasn't a bad day at all. Well, up to a point. It was when I was sitting in my car, eating some fast food that I picked up, that I got a notification on my phone from the baby monitor app. It had detected activity in my daughter's room. My first thought was that my wife had entered the baby's room to do something, because that's the logical assumption one makes. I pulled my phone out and opened the app, and I saw my wife and another man grappling in my baby's room. My heart leaped into my chest. Honestly, it looked like my wife was being assaulted by this man, and I can't describe how fast I started the car. The only thing was that I started to hear sounds, and that's when I realized that my wife was far from being assaulted. It became clear that this man and my wife were making out in my daughter's room. Looking back, I'm still surprised at how, quickly, my concern for her morphed into burning hatred, but I don't know why I couldn't stop watching. At some point, I had the sense to record my screen so that I could have evidence of what was happening. I watched the man's hand go under her blouse, and then, shortly after, try to take her underwear off. That's when I heard her moan, and I literally watched as the man bent Naomi over the edge of the crib. I think that's when I just tossed the phone aside. I wanted to scream and I wanted to hit something, but I had to compose myself because my daughter was sleeping. Do you know how helpless I felt in that moment? I wanted to go home so bad. I wanted to go back there and hurt him and hurt her, but the only thing that stopped me from doing something incredibly stupid was my baby. Was this the reason she asked me to take the baby with me? Is this what happens every time she asks me to take the baby with me? He would have done it even if our daughter was still at home. My wife and another man were being intimate in my daughter's room. And that was the part that disgusted me the most, on a level that I struggle to really describe. By the time I picked my phone back up, the room was empty. I honestly didn't know what to do when I sat in the car until my daughter woke up. By then, most of the places I was supposed to go to had already closed, and I literally only had one errand left to run. I don't know why, but I still went ahead to do it. I think I needed something to distract myself, because I knew the alternative was going home, and actually, I was scared about what might happen if I went before I had calmed down. I eventually went back home, and although she was concerned about why I got home so late, I made up some stupid excuses that she believed. I really wanted to confront her, but I had to use every ounce of my self-control to not do it, because my emotions were way too heightened. I waited until she went to sleep, and then I sat in the living room until dawn. This is where I really need help, because I am losing my mind. This was 2 days ago, and I've been struggling to not tear into her, especially because I have the leverage of evidence. She noticed the baby monitor yesterday, and I told her I'd just purchased it so that she wouldn't suspect I was aware of her infidelity. I'm still so disgusted that she did that in our baby's room. And also, I don't know how to express how shocking it was to watch things unfold like that, especially because I had no idea that she was cheating. I wouldn't have guessed it in a million years. I think I'm going to confront her about it, but I really want to be sure that it's the best step to take. I want to hear what you all have to say because I am in the worst position to make any logical decisions at this point. Everything I do will be completely driven by emotion, and I want to avoid that, so fire away. Edit. Dumb for not rushing home immediately. Edit 2. Okay, so maybe I was dumb for not rushing back home immediately, as many of you are pointing out, but I honestly wasn't in the right headspace to confront my wife and her lover, and I had my daughter with me, and I think it wouldn't have been smart to bring her to such a dangerous environment. My daughter stopped me from doing something stupid at the time, and I am still grateful for that, because she could have gotten hurt if things had gotten out of control. Edit 3. So the general consensus seems to be that I should confront her already and stop wasting time. So yes, that is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it tomorrow morning. I can't keep this inside of me for any longer. And I also saw some people saying that I should check her phone, but that part will be tough. Her smartphone is almost always with her. I think it's best to just confront her directly, so that's what I'm going to do. Update 1. So I'm back with an update on the story where I caught my wife cheating on me on the baby monitor. I confronted her about it, and it feels good to have been able to let go of all that emotional baggage, but I am also very hurt about the whole thing. Let me try to recap as best as I can what happened that morning. When Naomi woke up, I gave her about an hour or so before asking her to sit down so that we could talk. She seemed concerned and kept asking me if something was wrong, but I wasn't answering that. I started off by telling her when I purchased the baby monitor, but she just gave me a confused look. I didn't say anything, and she just responded with a slow, okay. Then I told her the baby monitor was already operational the day that I ran the errands. She was still giving me that confused look, and I really didn't want to say anything. I just stared at her, and I could see the exact moment when she mentally recalled what happened that day. She jumped slightly in her seat from the shock and covered her mouth. We stayed there, with her mouth covered like that, probably for a full minute. I could see that she was struggling, trying to figure out what to say, but I really didn't want to give her a chance to rehearse something. So I asked her why she cheated on me with that man. She started crying and kept trying to talk through it, which made her completely unintelligible. I asked the question again, and the same thing happened. She didn't have an actual answer to the question. Obviously, she couldn't use the favorite female excuse of, "You're never home," because I was always around. I continued my questioning and asked her who that man was. At that point, she started sobbing even harder, and it was making me furious. This continued for almost 10 minutes before she finally started to calm down. I asked the question again, and it took her 2 minutes of shaking and burying her head in her palms before she spoke. "He's nobody important. He was important enough to get in your pants, though? He's just some guy that came by the shop." I already knew what the next word was going to be, but I waited for her to finish. "For his wife." I laughed at that because not only was she cheating on me with some nobody in my daughter's room, but she was also involved with a married man, being a married woman herself. I was actually disgusted. There isn't another word I can use to describe it. I asked her what his name was. She initially said that she didn't know, but I told her that was a lie. I knew that she at least knew his first name, if not both names. She eventually told me his name, and I made a very serious mental note of that. Let's call him John Carpenter for fun, although it was a more unique name than that. Then, the last question I asked was why she had to do something so disgusting in our daughter's room. "Do you have no morals?" I mean, obviously not, but I still had to ask her. It was infuriating every time I thought about it. She didn't say anything, and, honestly, I was surprised at the next thing she said, and it's still as stupidly absurd now as it was then. "You didn't even wait for me to say yes to a baby monitor." I snapped at her. "So now it's my fault because, if I hadn't purchased the baby monitor, you would still be able to have sex with a man in our daughter's room, right? Against her crib? Am I the villain because you were cheating with somebody that just came by to buy flowers at your shop? A man with a wife? And you reduce all of this down to my buying a baby monitor without asking you? You are pathetic." After that, she started sobbing again, and I felt so much better. I didn't feel back to normal, because it's hard to feel good again so quickly after something like what had happened, but it did feel like a weight had been lifted. For now, I have kicked Naomi out of the house, and I don't know how to proceed. I know that divorce is necessary, but somehow it really isn't enough for me. I need to do more and hurt her beyond that. I just need help finding the best way to do that. So I'm open to any suggestions that I can get. Update 2. I'm back months after the fact, and I'm happier than I have been in a long time. I was the guy who made the post about my wife Naomi, whom I caught cheating thanks to a baby monitor I purchased. I'm happy to bring you all a new update, and what should be the last one in this entire story. I knew that I wanted to hurt Naomi badly, so I read all of the comments on my previous post and took my sweet time formulating a plan. The first thing I did was the divorce. That was easy. A close friend's wife is a divorce lawyer, and she's very good at what she does, so I hired her services the very same day that I confronted Naomi. I had the video as evidence of her infidelity, and I was told that would be helpful for the trial. The fact that she had asked me to take the baby that day also showed that she had planned to cheat, and it was highly likely that it wasn't the first time. When the divorce papers were ready, I specifically gave Naomi's work address, which is that same shop around the corner that I had lent her to use for her business. I wanted her to feel embarrassed, and while I wasn't there to watch how she was served the papers, I'm hoping that it was a bad look for her and the customers that must have been there at the time. She called me the very same day that she was served, begging to talk things through. I told her there was literally nothing to talk about because she would have nothing to say to me other than several apologies, and that was the last thing I wanted to hear. When the divorce proceedings started, the first thing her lawyer went for was the shop. The property was transferred to me after my uncle passed away, and that was the asset that she was fighting tooth and nail for. We had a car, albeit not a fantastic one, and we were renting an apartment, which was clearly the most valuable thing we owned between the two of us, and I think that was very clear to the judge as well. In fact, that was the only thing I knew that I had to have. My lawyer, bless her soul, really emphasized not just how disgusting it was that my wife cheated so soon after having our first child, but all of the other aspects that made it worse, like the location, the premeditation, and the fact that it probably wasn't the first time. She said that giving her that shop around the corner would be like rewarding her bad behavior, and it wouldn't set a good example. At the end of the day, I got everything, although I conceded the car, since I was keeping the apartment. The judge said that would help make agreeing on picking up or dropping off the child easier. The custody part didn't turn out as well as I would have liked, as we ended up with shared custody, but it's okay. I also don't need to pay her a single penny, because, thankfully, in my state, her infidelity was allowed to play a significant part in the judgment. Here's the part that was finally able to heal my wounds. Remember John Carpenter, the guy my ex-wife cheated on me with? I found him on Facebook. It took me 2 seconds to find his wife and explain the entire situation to her, including the fact that I had explicit footage of her husband and my wife, and she said she was interested in seeing it, since she didn't believe me at first. She certainly believed me afterward. I had to console her a lot, but it looks like things are about to go down badly on their side of the ocean, and I'm happy for her. Although she'll eventually be better off, at least like me. Next was letting my ex-wife know that she had 30 days to vacate the shop. I walked into the shop and told her that face-to-face over a month after we got divorced, because I wanted her to let her guard down, and it worked perfectly. She cried, and she even offered to start paying rent for the place, but I said no. My eventual plan was to lease the place out, but I absolutely refused to make her my tenant. I didn't need to make sure that her cutesy shop didn't exist anymore. Sure, she could take her brand elsewhere, but then at least she'd have to pay a lot to get it working, and that's fine with me. As I write this, that shop is sitting vacant, and I'm looking for a properly paying tenant. Her IG page still says that the shop is indefinitely closed for renovations, but I'm happy to know that that is a lie. She's trying to save face, but it's not going too well, since it's now pretty evident that the physical location doesn't exist anymore. She's called me about 3 times in the last month, just to ask me to forgive her and let her use the shop again, but I am not budging on that at all, and that makes me happy. This is truly the happiest I've been in a while, and it's a shame that it had to come through revenge, but it is what it is. I'm glad that I was able to get back at her in the end, and I'm glad that it's hurting her even just a fraction of the amount that it hurt me. Story 6. My wife invited her entire family to live with us for free, without asking me, and when we argued, she called me an orphan loser. So I did something secretly that they never expected. Hi everyone. My wife, Katie, 30, and I, 31, have been together for the last 6 years and married for 2. We've always had a normal relationship, and the only point of contention has been her family. It's quite a big family, with her parents and 3 siblings, and they have always lived together in a fairly large house that her grandfather left them. She's very close with her family, which I don't mind. In fact, I appreciate it because I didn't grow up in a healthy family environment. However, in recent months I've been feeling a bit distant from them, as they were constantly trying to convince Katie and me to try for kids. We explained multiple times that we simply weren't ready to have children, but that didn't stop them. Every time we visited them, or they visited us, someone would bring up the topic in hopes that we would consider it. But it wasn't realistic, as neither of us was ready. Personally, I wanted to talk to them and make it clear that it was inappropriate for them to keep mentioning it, especially when we had already told them that we weren't ready. It made us uncomfortable and, sometimes, even annoyed. However, Katie wanted to handle the situation another way, not deal with it at all. She told me that her family had always been involved in her life, and now they were also expecting to have a say in these sorts of decisions too. But they didn't mean any harm, so we should just let it slide. I didn't like the idea of not saying anything, because I knew it would mean continuing to listen to them talk about this, but I didn't want to cause her any trouble, so we decided to say nothing. Every time they brought up the kids' topic, we would just smile and let it slide until they changed the subject. That's what has made it really difficult for me to get along with them in the last few months, and I've been distancing myself from them. However, 2 weeks ago, something unfortunate happened. There was a huge fire at their house. It's in the process of being rebuilt right now, and it's going to take a few months. Insurance covers everything, so they don't have to worry about the money. But what they did need was temporary accommodation, as their insurance plan would only cover a couple of weeks. After that, they would have to pay out of pocket. Also, Katie's siblings lived in the same house, too. As is the custom in her family, nobody moves out unless it's absolutely necessary, or they really want to. Katie only moved out when she decided that she wanted to stay with me before marriage. I understand that in the current economy, it's tough, but I don't understand why her siblings can't find their own place to live now and have to follow their parents wherever they go. The problem for me was that Katie decided to invite her parents to stay with us so that they wouldn't have to spend money on accommodation, as we obviously weren't going to ask them for rent. If it had only been them, it would have been fine, even though Katie didn't even discuss this with me before inviting them. But she also told me that it wasn't just her parents who would be coming to stay, but her siblings too, and they wouldn't be paying rent either. I had a big problem with that, because her siblings aren't young, they're all in their 20s and have jobs, so they can clearly afford to pay some rent. I think it's irrational to expect that just the 2 of us can handle all the expenses of a family of almost 7 adults, including ourselves. It was an impossible task, and there was no way we could avoid burning through our savings if we didn't ask them to contribute towards household expenses, not just rent, but also groceries, utilities, and other costs during their stay. If they couldn't afford that, they'd be better off finding separate accommodation for themselves, because I wasn't going to allow Katie's entire family to move in and live at our expense for the next few months. Katie started throwing a tantrum, and she told me that I was being selfish, although I don't think that was the case. I thought I was being completely reasonable because I didn't see any reason why her whole family needed to come and stay with us for free for the next few months. I didn't understand why she had even invited them over knowing that we couldn't afford it. To give you some background, I work in marketing and she's a high school teacher. With the income we bring home, we could afford to support her parents and let them live with us for free for a couple of months. But her siblings were out of the question. I kept trying to explain to her that her siblings have jobs and are making enough money to find their own places. They're adults, and they'll be fine. But she kept insisting that she had to have her whole family around because she wanted to be there for them during these difficult circumstances, and she had already told them that they wouldn't need to pay anything while they stayed here. So she wasn't even willing to backtrack and ask them to contribute if they wanted to stay with us, because that would make us seem stingy. The fact that we would be broke trying to keep up with what she had promised them without even thinking about the consequences didn't matter. She cared more about what they thought than our own circumstances. We argued for over half an hour, and although I tried to stay calm, it was difficult because she wasn't getting my point at all. She was making it seem as if I were the one who didn't understand. Eventually, she got upset and told me that I would never understand, that it was stupid of her to even expect me to even try to sympathize with her, because I was just an orphan loser who would never understand what she was feeling. That hit me really hard, because everyone who knows me knows that it's a really sensitive topic for me. I lost my parents in a car accident when I was a kid, around 9 years old. After that, I was passed around from one relative to another until my father's uncle decided to adopt me when I was 13, just so I would have a permanent home. Although he was kind to me, there wasn't any real emotional connection, as he was very busy with work. Sadly, I lost him too to cancer a few years ago, and since then I haven't really had any parental figures to turn to. My parents, and the lack of a close-knit family, have always been a very delicate subject for me, and Katie, of all people, knows this very well. I guess that's why she decided to hit me where it hurt the most when she said that during our argument. I was so taken aback that I didn't respond or talk to her for the next few hours. I went to my office and locked myself in waiting for her to come apologize, or at least talk to me, but she didn't. I thought maybe the next day she would, but she didn't even look at me when she left for work. I was really disappointed, and I had an emotional breakdown, after which I decided I was leaving. It was a low blow, and if she didn't even feel bad about what she had said, it meant that she clearly didn't love or respect me as much as I thought. Because if I had been in her shoes, no matter how angry I was, I would never have said something like that. That day, while she was at work, I decided to stay home and talk to the landlord. I told him that I wanted to terminate the lease, and he said that he would sort it out after he confirmed it. I started packing my things, grabbed some clothes and other essential belongings that I really needed, and left for a friend's place. I've been staying with him ever since. Even after I left and didn't return, Katie didn't try to contact me. It seemed like my absence didn't matter to her at all, or if it did matter, it wasn't as important as her own pride. I've been pretty miserable these last few days since I left the house last week, and I've been considering talking to a lawyer about a divorce, because at this point, I don't see the point of staying together anymore. She's made it clear that she was perfectly fine without me, and honestly, our last fight has left a bad taste in my mouth. My feelings about this situation were already complicated, and after talking to Katie yesterday, I'm even more confused about what to do. A few days ago, I finally terminated the lease with my landlord, and he reached out to Katie to discuss this with her, as she would now be the primary tenant on the property. That's how she found out that I had not only moved out, but also terminated the lease without telling her. So she called me, and when I answered, she started yelling at me, telling me that I had taken things too far by doing this. Apparently, after our fight last week, she had called her parents the next day and told them that she would only be able to allow them to stay with us, but her siblings would have to find another place. That led to another fight with her family, as by backtracking on what she'd promised them, her family thought she was prioritizing my feelings over theirs, and they stopped talking to her. However, I didn't know any of this, as I hadn't spoken to her, and was very angry at how she'd treated me and what she had said to me, so I just left without a word. We both waited for each other to apologize or make the first move, which created an ugly situation, and now I'd already signed off on the lease termination, and she had to find out through the landlord, and not me. We both knew that she wouldn't be able to afford the rent with her salary alone, as she earned considerably less than me. She thought it was really cold of me to put her in that position, because I knew that she would have to leave the house if she couldn't pay the rent. She told me that she was really sorry for the comment she'd made and for everything she said during our fight, but the least I could have done was inform her or try to talk to her before making such a big decision. During the call, she even started crying, which made me uncomfortable, but I held my ground and told her that I needed time to think about what I wanted to do, because what was already done couldn't be reversed. She kept asking me to come back, but I told her that I needed some time to think things over. That was yesterday. And this afternoon, a few hours ago, a few of her family members reached out to me to apologize on her behalf, and theirs as well. They told me that they were sorry about everything, especially for not respecting our boundaries and for putting us both in a difficult situation. They also said that they hoped I could work things out with Katie. Now I'm in a dilemma as to whether I did the right thing by leaving the house and terminating the lease without talking to Katie, because I knew she wouldn't be able to afford the rent on her own. I guess deep down I also wanted to hurt her in some way. She and the rest of the family have been sending me messages asking me to come back home, saying that I at least owe her a conversation. However, I'm not sure if they're doing it because they genuinely want us to work things out, or if it's just about the house, as nobody wants to look for a new place to live on such short notice. So here I am, questioning myself. Edited. I've had a pretty normal relationship with my in-laws up until now, and I generally haven't had any issues with them, except when they started pressuring Katie and me to have kids. Still, I tried to maintain a cordial relationship with them, but I just kept some distance and didn't interact with them as frequently as before. Right now, my in-laws are staying at a hotel, and Katie's siblings are staying with their friends. It's a fairly convenient solution for all of them, and they can continue like this until their house is fully rebuilt. But, according to what Katie told me, they were very excited about the idea of staying with us, and they were quite offended when she told them that it wouldn't be possible because I didn't agree. Although Katie argued with me in the heat of the moment, she eventually understood my point. But, apparently, her parents and siblings didn't see it the same way, and they ended up having a fight with her. Not only was she going back on her word, but they also found it unfair that even if they came to stay with us, we would expect them to chip in and contribute to the expenses. They told her that this wasn't how family treated each other. Katie tried to defend me, but they lectured her about that, too, because they felt that they were being pushed into a corner because of my influence over her. They even brought up the kids topic, saying that they were being sidelined by me, despite Katie not wanting to have kids right now either. I guess that's why they decided to contact me and apologize, as they felt responsible for making the fight worse by making Katie feel guilty, and that's what made her take so long to reach out to me. Or maybe she wouldn't have even done it, and would have let the situation run its course if she hadn't found out about me terminating the lease. Update 1. Hi. So I decided to talk to Katie about what was to be done about the situation. The last time we spoke was 3 days ago, and it was over the phone. Since then, I've spoken to several of my friends and gone through the comments here, and most people seem to be of the opinion that even though I wasn't the bad guy for what I did, I at least owe her a conversation if I genuinely want to save this marriage. For the past 3 days, she and her family have been constantly messaging me asking me to talk to her, because they know that we can make it work. So I decided to finally respond to her. Honestly, I didn't have a plan about what I was going to say to her or how I was going to approach this. I just decided to be honest with her, and whatever happens, happens. This morning, I texted her, and I told her that I was ready to see her in the evening after work. I went straight to our house after getting off work, and as soon as she opened the door, she hugged me and started crying. She told me she was very sorry for what she had said. That was surprising, but also a huge relief for me, because I was getting heartbroken thinking that maybe she didn't care at all. After she pulled away, we sat down to have a proper conversation. She told me that she wanted to start by apologizing once again, especially for the comment she had made, as it was particularly hurtful and really low. She hadn't stopped regretting it since those words left her mouth, but she was too proud and angry to apologize at the time. The next day, she talked to her family, and she got into a fight with them, too, so things were particularly bad for her, and that's why she'd been delaying the apology until she realized that it might be too late. As soon as the landlord told her about me terminating the lease, she decided to reach out, because she genuinely didn't want to give up on our marriage, and she was willing to do whatever it took to fix things. She told me that she was determined to make it work and correct her mistakes, because she knew that she'd been wrong all along. I have to say that the way she handled the situation today was something I really didn't expect. I thought she was going to try to blame me in some way, or at least get defensive or something, because that's what happened last time we had a fight. However, this time, it felt like I was back with the Katie I'd known for so many years, and not the person who had really hurt me emotionally during our last fight. I've been pretty upset with her for the last few days since we fought, but today I was feeling better about everything, especially about my decision to go see her and talk to her, because if I hadn't, maybe we wouldn't be sitting together talking. Obviously, just trying to talk isn't going to solve all of our issues, and we acknowledged that as well. I told her that I was really hurt by what she'd said the other day during our argument, and she told me that she knew. She explained that her family was relying on her, and by trying to think about them, she inadvertently left me out. Now she realized that. We talked about it, and after we spoke for a while, she told me that she felt a lot of pressure from her family all the time, and she felt like she constantly had to make sure that she wasn't hurting them even if that meant not being honest with them. Truthfully, she could see my point even while we were arguing, but she just didn't want to admit it, because that would mean telling her family no. Even with the kids topic, it was the same thing. She couldn't be honest with them because she didn't want to hurt them, and they weren't the type of family who would take these things lightly. As you already know, they also fought with Katie because she went back on her word, but she had to stand her ground, because otherwise she would have lost me. Now that things have reached a point where her family's stubbornness is affecting our marriage, we decided that it was time to deal with it and make it clear to them that they can't constantly overstep boundaries. So we've decided that she's going to talk to her family and work things out with them. And in the meantime, I'm going to seek couples therapy because I think it would really benefit us. A lot of my friends have also suggested this to me, as it's very obvious that I really want to make it work with Katie. We've been together for a long time, and this is the first big crisis we've faced. So I think we can still make it work, as it hasn't been anything too extreme. I know this decision may not sit right with a lot of people, but I believe our marriage deserves a chance. I've known Katie for a really long time, and I know what kind of person she is, so I'm confident that I'm making the right choice. And of course, after she talks to her family, things are going to improve on that front as well. Update 2. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for all the feedback and support on my last update. It was really nice. As I'd mentioned, Katie and I decided to sort out our differences, so I moved back in, and we're going back to how we used to live. Of course, we're still going to seek couples therapy as soon as we find someone who suits our needs. We're in the process of looking now, but we decided to address the situation with her family a couple of days ago. Unfortunately, it didn't go well, but it went exactly how I'd anticipated. Katie went to visit them alone so that she could talk to them face to face, because we didn't think that my presence would help the situation, and it might even make them feel more upset. She was with her family for almost 2 hours, and when she came back, she looked exhausted and really annoyed. So I knew that things hadn't gone well. Katie told me that as soon as she told them that she didn't want them to constantly push their boundaries with her, because it made us both really uncomfortable, and that after our recent fight, it was clear that it was also affecting our marriage, they started getting upset and bad-mouthing me. They thought I was selfish and narcissistic for making it seem like they were the problem, even though they were just acting like her family and being supportive of their daughter. When Katie tried to defend me, they started attacking her too, telling her that I had brainwashed her, and she didn't even know what she was saying. They kept going in circles and arguing until Katie gave up and told them that she had made her decision, and she wanted them to respect her boundaries and not get too involved in her life. She asked them to not get offended just because she couldn't do everything that they wanted. Her family got really upset, and they told her that they were going to maintain boundaries by not talking to her anymore, as it was obvious that she and I were too sensitive and self-centered to care about them or their feelings. After that, Katie left because there was nothing more to say, and the family meeting was over. But she wasn't entirely dissatisfied with the outcome, because even though it didn't go well, she at least stood up for her views and said what was on her mind. So we're pretty proud of her for that. And now, if her family decides not to talk to her, it's their loss, not hers. She has always helped her family when she could, and she's tried to be there for them. But if they can't see that, then I guess we now know who the real selfish ones are here. Update 3. Hi everyone. It's been 3 months since Katie and I started couples therapy, and it's been going pretty well so far. We're communicating more and trying to understand each other, and even when we have little arguments, we address them right away, because we don't let things build up. Her family still hasn't spoken to her since the last update, but I'm guessing they'll reach out soon, as Katie recently found out that she's pregnant. We haven't made any announcements yet, because it's very early in the pregnancy, and we want to wait a bit before we tell people. Only our closest friends know, and we trust them, as we know that they won't tell anyone else. In case her family reaches out to us after we announce the pregnancy, it's fine, but if they do, Katie and I have decided that we'll have to tell them to stay away until she's ready to talk to them herself and sort out the differences. That's not going to be possible while she's pregnant, so they'll have to wait until after the baby is born, and possibly even longer, because Katie is not a doormat for them to walk all over. And since they haven't bothered to reach out to her so far, they'll have to wait for her to be ready if they want to have any sort of relationship with their grandchild. However, putting all that aside, Katie and I have never been happier. Although we weren't planning for it, it happened naturally and at the right time. Of course, we were really stressed out when we found out, but after a couple of days we processed it, and we're feeling happy. I don't know if this had anything to do with our renewed faith in our marriage, but for some reason, even though we weren't ready a couple of months ago, we feel ready now. Or maybe, I guess, it's easier to deal with things when people aren't constantly pressuring you to do it. Either way, Katie and I are really happy, and we are looking forward to starting this new chapter of our lives. Now let's move on to the next story. Story 2. My dad kicked me out when he remarried because I was living proof of his past mistakes. Now my dad is losing everything. +4 update. My dad kicked me out when he remarried because I was living proof of his past mistakes. Now my dad is losing everything. A little over a year ago, my mom ran away with her lover. She'd been having an affair with someone from her high school for almost 2 years, and they finally decided to run away together. They almost got married, but my mom changed her mind, or something, and decided to do it the right way. After being gone for almost 2 weeks, she came back with the divorce papers, and my parents officially got divorced. She didn't want custody of me, which was surprising because my parents didn't get along, but even more surprising because they didn't get along with me. Anyway, she cut all ties with everyone and relocated somewhere in Europe with her new husband. That was good for them, but not so good for me, because it left me with no other choice than to continue living with my dad. And after my mom left, he was even worse than before. He used to hate me, but after my mom left, he started despising me, because I was a constant reminder of the fact that he used to be married to that woman, and she humiliated him by running away with another man. My parents always cared a lot about things like their reputation and how people perceived them, which was one of the main reasons why, despite never wanting me, they decided to keep my custody and make sure that I was always presentable, and never talk about how they treated me at home in public. So, even though I grew up in a comfortable environment, my life was miserable because of my parents, and on top of that, I never got to talk about it with anyone, because I was scared of what would happen if they found out. However, recently I had to speak up because my dad kicked me out. I'm 17 now, but I'm turning 18 in 3 months. So my dad figured it would be the right time to kick me out. He decided to get remarried, as it had been over half a year since the divorce was finalized. I knew he had been dating a secretary. I'm not sure, but I'm assuming they started dating when my mom filed for divorce. My dad probably thought that there were no more obstacles, but they kept it private until the divorce was finalized. A few weeks later, they decided to announce on social media that they were together, and 3 months ago, they got engaged. 2 weeks ago, they got married. I was present for all the ceremonies, but it was just an obligation. My dad didn't really want me there, and made it very clear that the only thing I needed to do was smile and talk about how happy I was that my dad had decided to move on with his life. So I did exactly that. But, despite that, they decided to label me a reminder of past mistakes for my dad, and they told me that I had to move out and fend for myself a few days after the wedding. The two of them decided to have a meeting with me, and they told me that now that they were married, they didn't want me to continue living with them, because they wanted to start everything over. My dad, in particular, didn't want me around, and since I was already going to be 18 in a few months and was supposed to start college, it would be better if I just moved out. I always knew that however much money my dad had, it wasn't going to make a difference for me, because he always made it clear that after I turned 18, I would be on my own. So I always knew that I'd have to pay for my own college education. But college wasn't starting for another couple of months, and I had no idea where I was going to find any sort of accommodation or how I was going to pay for it until I finally started. Also, although I'd already been accepted at a couple of places, I would need money to secure my spot. And the problem was that even if I wanted to apply for a student loan, I would need consenting adults to help me with that. I didn't have any savings of my own, because even though I knew I'd have to fend for myself after turning 18, my parents forbade me from working because they thought people would question it if they saw me working, since my parents had quite a bit of money, and my decision to work would be questionable. So out of fear that people would find out about the situation at home and how my parents treated me, they said that I wasn't allowed to work, which left me in a dead end. I even tried talking to my dad and my stepmom to see if they could at least be a little understanding with me. I told them that I couldn't move out because I had nowhere to go and I didn't even have any money of my own. But they chose to be quite nasty about it, and they told me that that was my problem now. They gave me until the end of the week, but after that, they expected me to pack my things and leave. I tried everything, from reasoning with them to fighting with them, but nothing seemed to be working. In the end, I had a complete meltdown in the living room, but even then, they didn't seem to care. They just went about their business and completely ignored me, and I realized that I had no choice. I had to talk to someone and stop being afraid of the consequences. Without much thought, I decided to pack a few things and go to my grandparents' house. My mom's parents passed away when I was very young, so my dad's parents are the only grandparents I've known. Up until that point, They had no idea that I was being treated so poorly at home. My parents had gotten it into my head that if I ever talked about the fact that they ignored me at home and tried to make it a bigger issue than it seemed, they would make sure that I paid the consequences. And they weren't kidding. I know that I've always kept my mouth shut, and my grandparents had no idea what was going on until that day when I went to them and told them everything. I told them that my dad expected me to find a place to live and sort my life out on my own in just a week, but that wasn't going to be possible, and I really needed them to help me out at the time. Honestly, I didn't think that they were going to be helpful, as they were quite similar to my dad. They also cared a lot about appearances and things, and I'm guessing that's something my dad inherited from them. What I hadn't considered was that my grandparents weren't as shallow as him, and if they kept up an appearance of being dignified and posh, it was because they genuinely were. When I told them everything, they were outraged, and they told me that they would take care of me, and that I didn't need to worry or be anxious about the future because I'd already had enough of that in my entire life. According to what I've told them, I've been living with them since, and they retrieved all of my things from the house. But it doesn't end there. My grandpa has fired my dad from the company, and now my dad will have to give up everything, from the company house to the car. My grandpa runs the family business that his grandfather started, and it has been in the family for generations. So, naturally, my dad joined it as well. In a few years, my grandpa was going to retire, and my dad was going to take over. Now that seems unlikely, because my grandpa has decided to fire him unceremoniously. My dad is threatening to sue him, but my grandpa isn't the least bit afraid, because his lawyers are sharks, and even my dad knows this. Also, from what I've heard, my grandpa really does have solid grounds, so it can't just be a wrongful termination suit. And if my dad decides to follow through, he's definitely going to end up losing. Apparently, my dad isn't very good at the business part, according to what my grandpa has told me, and that's a big part of why my grandpa isn't afraid of the lawsuit. Even while firing my dad, he did it on the grounds that he wasn't competent enough. Of course, that was the official reason. The unofficial reason was that I had told him everything, and now that he knew how I had been treated, he didn't want anything to do with his son. It didn't even matter that my dad was his only child. He literally told me that he would rather not leave the business in the hands of my dad after what he'd found out, and he's considering letting someone else take over the family business when he retires. My grandparents have also been exceptionally kind to me ever since I arrived at their house, and they told me that if I'd ever spoken to them about this, they would have made sure to take me away from my parents right then and there and put me under their custody and care instead. I wish I had known that sooner, but I was simply too afraid of how my parents would react, and they understand that. So we're trying to undo all the damage that my parents have caused. So far, it's been pretty good for me, because my grandparents have told me that they'll take care of all of my expenses and that I don't need to worry about anything. It's such a relief, because now I don't even have to think about how I'm going to pay for college. I can enjoy myself and live my life my way, instead of being constantly anxious because of my dad. I thought that now that I had left my dad's house, my grandpa and dad could just fight it out in court, and I wouldn't have to be involved. But I guess my dad has been trying to drag me into this mess and make me feel guilty or something, because he hasn't stopped messaging me for the past 2 days. I'm assuming he's struggling to come to terms with the fact that I finally told my grandpa, and now he will have to face the consequences of everything he has put me through in the past. Well, not just him, but my mom too. But since she isn't directly involved right now, he will be the one who has to pay. Also, it wasn't my mom who decided to kick me out because he was remarrying. It was my dad who decided that the house no longer had space for me, even though the house he lives in was due to the kindness of his own father, as it's a company house. And although he never deserved it, he got the job and managed to keep it because of my grandpa. But now he has been messaging me from several accounts telling me that what I did was a huge betrayal, and he thinks I'm vindictive and cruel. He thinks it was really mean of me to go and talk to my grandpa about what had happened, because, according to him, he hadn't done anything wrong. The only reason he wanted me out of the house was that I was going to be 18 in a few months, and I should already be looking for ways to support myself at this age. He tried to downplay how poorly I was treated in my childhood by saying that many kids don't have the kind of love and affection needed from their parents, and they don't make a big fuss about it like I'm doing. My grandpa accused him of neglecting me, and he decided to tell me that I wasn't neglected, I was just acting like a brat because my dad had refused to support me his whole life. That was a blatant lie, because I was definitely neglected. Maybe not in the conventional sense of the word, as I always had food to eat, clothes to wear, and things. But I literally can't remember even a single occasion where my parents sat with me, tried to talk to me, or we went on family vacations and things. I was always ignored. Even on those rare occasions when the three of us went on vacations together, we lived in separate rooms, and we only came together for the pictures. But after that, we went back to our unhappy family life. So I definitely think I was neglected. At first, I was ignoring all the messages my dad was sending me, but then he sent me one blaming me for everything that was happening to him. Apparently, not only was he losing the house, my grandma had decided to buy that property from the company and transfer it to my name. So I would get that house, and not only that, but my dad would also lose his inheritance in my favor. He told me that it was all my fault, and I feel a bit weird about getting everything he was supposed to be getting. I'm wondering if I should even accept the house and the inheritance that my dad was supposed to receive. Update 1. Hi everyone. It's been 2 weeks since I left my dad's house, and he's in the process of being evicted right now. Also, guys, I didn't know this wasn't common practice. But yes, my grandpa's company is a financial firm, and they offer housing as part of the compensation package for employees in senior roles, like my dad, grandpa, and some other people. I didn't know that it was that common. But anyway, a lot of people have been asking why my dad was going to lose his home, and why he was living in a company property if he didn't want it to be moved or something. The cost of housing in our state is pretty high, so my grandpa offers accommodation. But anyway, that's not the point. My grandma is already in the process of buying the house, and my dad has been served an eviction notice. So he has to find a place to live in 4 weeks, and then he has to leave. At least he has 4 weeks to find a place for himself. He only gave me 1 week. I think we're being much more lenient with him than he was with me. And thanks to the comments here, I'm no longer blaming myself for what he's going through. I think he totally deserves it, and I've started blocking all the accounts he's been messaging me from. I hadn't done it earlier, because I thought that if I blocked him, he would just create a new account to message me and bother me. But, hey, he can do that if he wants. I just want him to know that I don't care. Living with my grandparents has been really nice. They're similar to my dad in some ways. He used to be very strict about punctuality and table manners, and my grandparents are too, because they like to keep up appearances. But they are much better than him, and I actually feel like I'm living with a genuinely nice family now. The most important thing is that they seem to care about me, and they talk to me more than my parents ever bothered to. It's a nice change, and I could get used to this. But I try not to, because in a couple of months, I'll have to leave for college. However, until then, this is where I'm staying. Now that all that's cleared up, I would like to address a few things and comments that have been made on my original post, because it is concerning. A lot of people on the original post called me a doormat and said that I had no spine for never standing up for myself. I would like to remind people that I'm a couple of months away from being 18, which is still pretty young. For 18 years of my life, my parents conditioned me to believe that if I stood up for myself, or if I made a big fuss about the fact that I've always been emotionally neglected, they would make me pay the consequences for it. They made sure to do everything they could to intimidate me and make me keep quiet. When I was just a kid, there was nothing I could do. So it's not about having no spine. I was simply very young, and it was their job to protect me and not treat me like this or scare me into silence. For the people who were questioning how brave I was, it shouldn't have been my job to be brave in the first place. It should have been their job to make sure that I was protected and felt safe. But I was terrified of them. You don't even know how much it took for me to stand up to them once and talk to my grandparents about everything that was happening. It's not that I had never tried. When I was 11, I had a little outburst at a family gathering about something that had happened at home, probably because I wasn't being given enough attention. I was immediately taken home and punished for a month. They weren't allowed to interact with me even during meal times, and they pretended like I didn't even exist, which obviously isn't easy for an 11-year-old. I had to spend an entire month alone in my room, as this happened during the winter break, and I couldn't even go to school to see my friends. It was a horrible time for me, and I learned my lesson to never talk about what happened at home in public after something like that. Obviously, I was too afraid to speak up, and I don't think it's fair that people are accusing me of having no spine, or being a doormat, or whatever. Anyway, even if I stood up for myself a little late, I at least did it, and I'm proud of that. Old habits die hard. We all know that. and it's going to take a lot of time and energy to undo all the damage my parents have caused. I guess that's why I was even questioning whether it would be the right thing to accept everything that was supposed to go to my dad, but would be given to me now. But I know I deserve it, and I'm not going to be afraid to speak up about my experience ever again. Update 2. Hi everyone. It's been a pretty hectic week since I last posted, and my dad has finally started the wrongful termination lawsuit proceedings against my grandpa. But, as I said, neither of my grandparents is worried. In fact, they don't even seem to care what's happening. I was a little concerned because I didn't want them to face any sort of losses, whether financial or reputational, because of my dad's actions. But they reassured me and told me that whatever happens, they are well prepared for it. They have a team of lawyers specifically to deal with things like this, and they're going to have the lawsuit dismissed in a matter of weeks, if not days. So that made me feel a little better. Ever since I started blocking all the accounts my dad was creating to bother me, he has also stopped trying to get in touch with me and make me feel guilty, because I guess he realized that it wasn't going to work. I also had my grandparents read all the messages that he had sent me so far, and they asked me to send it over to the legal team as evidence. I don't exactly know what they were going to prove, but I did as they asked, because I want to help them out in any way I can. I'm still feeling a little bad, because in a way, all of this mess has been caused by me. Because of this lawsuit, my grandma and my grandpa's company have had to put the process of selling the house that my dad has been living in on hold, as it's disputed property right now. I guess, if anything, at least my dad has been successful in delaying his eviction date. But if I have my luck on my side, he won't be able to postpone it for much longer. I really do think I have luck on my side, because my grandparents have been encouraging me to speak up about my experience living with my parents, and right now almost the entire extended family is aware of how my parents treated me when I lived with them. Everyone has cut ties with my dad. They think it's the right thing to do, because up until now, my dad had always pressured me to keep my mouth shut so he could maintain an appearance of being very sophisticated and well-mannered. But he's not, really, and this will be the biggest loss for him, the loss of his reputation amongst his family. And I think that's the best way forward. He's already been ostracized by his family, and when word gets out about his legal battle with his dad over his termination, he'll probably be shunned by his friends as well, because they seem like the type who would do that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I really hope I'm right. Update 3. Hi. It's been a couple of days since the proceedings started, and I'm guessing things aren't going too well for my dad in court, because he showed up at my grandparents' place today to talk to them face-to-face, without any lawyers. To be honest, I wasn't surprised, and neither should he be, because, according to my grandpa, he definitely had a valid reason to fire my dad, officially at least. I was the one who opened the door for him and let him in, but he didn't even acknowledge my existence. He waited until my grandparents came into the room, and only then did he start talking. He told them that he was willing to settle out of court if they were willing to. But my grandpa immediately refused. My grandpa told him that right now he wasn't in any position to make demands, and he was the one who started this fight. My grandpa was perfectly happy to just let him go without making a big fuss. Nobody would have to find out why he was being fired. But now, since he had started the fight, he'd have to see it through to the end, and my grandpa wasn't willing to settle. He made that very clear to my dad, although he kept insisting that none of this was his fault, that he'd simply felt very insulted by how they treated him, and he'd made a decision in the heat of the moment. But now that he was losing, he was willing to let it go. After the argument got a bit heated, he decided to address me. He pointed at me and said that if they needed someone to blame, it should be me, which was just weird, because I don't think I'm at fault here at all. Anyway, I didn't even react. I just walked away from the situation and went back to my room, because I didn't think interacting with him was necessary. He wasn't worth my attention, and that's what I needed to show him. So I went back to my room, and a few minutes later, I heard the sound of yelling, and then the door slamming shut. Then my grandparents came to my room, and they told me that I did the right thing by not responding to him, because that would have only caused more anger against me. Apparently, my dad had called me disrespectful and spoiled before he left. My grandparents had failed him, just like they were failing me, which is a huge claim to make, because the only reason he had a job, a house, and a secure future for so long was thanks to my grandparents. Apparently, he'd been irresponsible and somewhat of a party animal when he was young, which is when he'd met my mom and got married to her. Eventually, He hadn't even started working at my grandpa's company until 8 years ago, as he'd wanted to make it on his own. All of his failed businesses had also been funded by my grandpa. Basically, my grandpa had given him everything he'd asked for, and despite that, he was still so ungrateful. After his last failed business, my grandpa decided to give him an ultimatum and hire him at his own firm so that he could keep an eye on him and train him in business so that he could run it when my grandpa retired. For 8 years, he waited for my dad to reach the level he expected of him, and for 8 years, my dad continuously disappointed him. And now, everything that was happening had been somewhat inevitable. I was just a catalyst, and I don't think my dad gets that, or is ready to accept that he's at fault here. Anyway, he will have to fight it out with my grandpa in court now, because his attempt to settle out of court was a failure, and that was due to his own behavior. Let him do his worst. I don't care. Update 4. Hi. It's been a couple of months, and I'm starting college next week. I didn't even realize how quickly the weeks went by, but well, here goes an update about everything that's happened over the last couple of months. First things first, my grandpa obviously won the case, and my dad is pretty much left with nothing. I think my dad just gave up and let it all go. It might also have something to do with the fact that his secretary-turned-wife filed for divorce, which wasn't a surprise, because everyone knew that she was only after the money. But I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Anyway, long story short, my dad stopped trying and let it go. After that, we didn't hear anything from him, and I think that's a good thing. However, my grandpa did hear from some other relatives that he had moved into an apartment in the suburbs. I guess he'll probably try to start something on his own, and I wish him all the best. I really do. Things have been going really well with my grandparents, and I've really enjoyed living with them. But now it's time for me to move out to college soon, and I'm very excited about that too. For the first time in my life, I'm going to be living on my own, with no restrictions, apart from the ones my college decides. But, anyway, it will be much better than living with my parents. I'm looking forward to it, and fingers crossed. What would you do if you were the author?